When are you going to play Factorio? I can be going right over there. Anytime you like. So we're going to pick up where we left off in Factorio. We're doing the Factorio Space Age. I am not running any mods whatsoever. So everything you see here is vanilla Factorio with the Space Age DLC. With that said, this is the planet Gleba. It is one of the DLC planets they added. It is a wonderful planet that you'll absolutely love, where you commonly put spider eggs in your pocket that can hatch into horrible, horrible mutant spider things that try to eat you alive, and everything rots. You're welcome. It is the planet of mold and spiders. And certainly that's definitely something you want in your life. At the moment, we're kind of in the wind down phase of it, where I've got this whole setup here. It can produce most of the goods we want, and I've already got a place where I can just chuck down a lab, and then we're making the agricultural science, which is kind of the thing we need here. Obviously, this is not scaled up at all, but it is stable. And this is just a mall over here. So this is so I can use the factory to build the factory. But, the things we still got left is, at some point I need to make carbon fiber. And I want to make the epic quality and all that. And carbon fiber was carbon and Yamako mash. That's interesting that that's locked behind that. But yeah, so one of the things I'm going to want to work on is, one, I've got to let the factory continue to cook. Because we are trying to continue to get this all going on. So that the mall, like, so basically that the factory can build the factory so that the factory can build the factory kind of thing. And we're going to keep working on that. I also will end up, like, landfilling a lot of this stuff. Maybe knocking down these cliffs so we unlock more stuff. And then, you know, this will end up growing because I'll need to be able to produce the carbon fiber here. And there's a couple other materials. But in the interim, it's mostly just continuing to get everything online and doing all that bit. But yeah, so we look down here, I actually have, there's this little conveyor belt here. These are spider eggs on it. So we put them on the belt, and we just keep feeding it into the machines again and again. And this is also why you're seeing it's going to be surrounded by guns. So that way, when I lose track, and occasionally a spider gets, you know, hatches, it is immediately and mercilessly annihilated. Hopefully that'll never happen. We'll see. But, while this is processing, let's go ahead and do a quick run around to survey our other planets to make sure everything else is going fine. So we're going to start with the, like, little exoplanets because they'll be the least complicated. So we've got Volcanus here. This is where we make our orange science, and we make materials for shooting artillery at bugs. So it seems to be going mostly good. It seems like this is bottlenecking. That I probably need to expand our titanium rod production. I didn't give myself much room to do that. When machines can make more of itself, there are no orders from humans. We are screwed. Yeah, no, it's fine. We're the only human out here, so what are consequences? Yeah, so I can bring... this shouldn't be too hard to add more. So we can go over here. I'm going to go ahead and we'll scoot you on over here. And I'm going to change your recipe to... That's not where I change the recipe, no matter how many times I do it. Making more tungsten rods. And I'm going to twist you this way. That's my iron line. Yeah, that's molten iron. Take the molten iron over here. And right on down there. And then I need to bring the tungsten itself over, which that should be nice and easy. I can just go ahead and just slap a splitter right there. I'll do it this way so I can build down if I need more. Okay, so that brings in the tungsten ore. Yep, and that's the two materials I need. And so then what I could do from here, I'll go ahead and use the long inserter because kind of all I need for this. Do I want to make it go into that same box? I feel like I do. We'll go up that way again if I need to expand production. Yeah, that way if I need to expand production, I can just build down. Because the rocket silo is really easy to move. Because the drones bring all stuff there, if I just need to move to right, I can just literally copy paste it over and call it a day. But then we can go boom, boom, and a power tower to connect it. And we have just expanded our production. And you know what? I'm already in the neighborhood doing this. Why not? Yeah, so we're in the neighborhood, so we will effectively triple our production of tungsten rods. There is a chance this might start causing the molten iron to not be sufficient. But we could deal with that bridge when we cross it. Yep, so that should increase the amount of tungsten plate we're making. So that'll be good. Okay, but otherwise we're doing pretty good. We're getting more than enough orange science. We're getting our various materials from this planet going on. Yeah, and you're gobbling up all that. That's fine. And then from there, yeah, you're doing finer carbon as well. All right, so that brings us on to our next exoplanet, which is Fulgora, the Zappy planet. That is not what I want to see. I have a completely solid belt of green circuits again, and I keep feeling like I've solved this already, and it keeps being broken again. And I'm not really sure what to do about that, because I keep adding more and more things to deal with it, and just balancing out things is getting to be a chore. So I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take this design here. Okay. I need to not do that. That's a mistake. Don't do that. I remember why I didn't do that the last time. I do need the green circuit boards down the line, and if I have the thing to chew them up here, it'll eat all the green circuit boards before they get to where they're grabbed here. Because you here break down the red circuit boards to make all this stuff to feed on the line. And then you grab the green circuit boards and you put them here. So what I need is a place to separate out my surplus green circuit boards. I don't know why that conveyor belt unit's there. But I can separate out my green circuit boards and get rid of them somewhere. Because I've got you, that's going to make the copper plate, and that's fine when that backs up. But this is the issue over here, is this fills up with green circuit boards, and then I just need to dispose of them. Because that's the whole idea with Fulgora, is unlike the other planets where you mine your iron, your copper, or your coal, or whatever and feed it in, you just get garbage. You get heaping helpings of garbage, and you just process that into a bunch of random usable materials, and then you just gotta kind of make it work. Yeah, so I need over here somehow. I need to get those out of there. And I didn't give myself enough space. I don't think I could belt weave under this. Because that was my first thought, would be do something like this. Have an inserter pass it from here, belt weave it over this way to some place I can get a couple of recyclers going. Because you process the wire, you process the red circuits into green circuits. Well, I'm processing the red circuits on here now. I probably don't need you here anymore. Which genuinely, I believe, makes this entire red circuit belt not needed. But that does spit out the plastic on here, which is something I need. I believe? Do I need the plastic here? I do need the plastic here. And you're processing the plastic up there. Because I'm basically thinking I can maybe get rid of this whole red circuit board area there, because this is filling that gap. And what I could potentially do is put this red circuit board on this side of the plastic, so the plastic goes the whole way around here. Add an inserter here to toss the plastic on this belt, get it into the loop. But then we also have to bring the wire over because you need the copper plates, so that would ruin everything. Alright, so I can't, that's not going to be a quick and easy fix, unfortunately. Can I make that work? Is that enough space to do anything with? Because I could use a long inserter here to pull the green circuit boards off to this area, use an underground to bring it over. I mean, if nothing else, I might be able to use this to underground over here and then get up. I think that's what we're doing. I think we're just embracing even more spaghetti. So we would need a long inserter here. That's no problem. We just go boom and boom. And you'd be configured to only grab green circuit boards. And I'll add a red wire here. That way I can go, hey, don't grab the red circuit boards, or green circuit boards, unless there's at least, we'll say 5,000, which is way more than I should have. So there's over 5,000, put them here. I had kind of planned to go this way here, but we can still make this work with a little finagling. Yeah, so I can go boom and boom. And how had I planned to get up here? I went too far up. That's too far up. We can fix that. No, because if I belt weave here, it'll break that. I can make a yellow underground to belt weave it under there, but I don't want to necessarily go that route if I don't have to. Yeah, because the problem is that pipe can't easily be moved. I'm gonna have to finagle the pipe. And we can go here and there. That's fine. So you're connected there, and I don't really have much room to work around that. I make this work. This is the most cursed and convoluted way to do anything. I'm just trying to get up here. So this leads me back to the same basic problem. And I don't think I could cut all the way through here. I might be able to make this work by duplicating you up, and then yoinking you, and twisting you this way. And we've gotten out. Alright. Was that the right way to do it? No. No. No matter what objective measure you have for anything, that was definitely not the correct way of doing this. Is it a way that'll work? As long as your definition of work is really, really, really loose. If your definition of work is loose enough, then yes, it may have worked. Okay, so you're going to spit out iron plate, wire. Is that it? Just iron plate and wire? I think that's it. So the iron plate, we have iron plate being made all the way down there. I don't really need more iron plate most of the time. It's doing fine. I also don't have a good way of getting the iron plate down here on a meaningful capacity. And it's really only being used to make conveyor belts. I'm actually surprised it's not backing up, because I don't see a place where I'm actually handling that iron plate. But, you know what? We'll just pretend that's not a problem. Because that's how you solve your real-life problems. If you just pretend your problems aren't problems, they eventually go away. Right? Right? Okay. We're gonna go like this. And you'll grab any iron plates that go on this line and feed them into the machines. And then the other one will be wire. And for this one, we already have a loop that has handling of wire. Okay. So that should slowly take surplus green circuit boards, and they'll grind up the plates and then feed the wire back on here. And the wire is already handled down here where if there's a surplus of wire. So we feed it there. There's somewhere else on here we handle wire, right? Don't tell me I don't have a place to process this. I'm pretty sure we do. Because otherwise this whole thing would be overloaded with wire. Oh, and I already had a place handling circuit boards overloading on here, too. It's just this is backed up. And you've got steel being pulled off your belt here. Okay. We could do another curse. Let's not really think this through. Let's just get it unstuck. You will filter steel. That's not how that works. You will filter steel. Feed it into the machine. Because anything on this belt just needs to be gobbled up. And these will start processing the things off this belt. But yeah, so Fulgora is all about just managing stuff. And it's almost every material you need to be prepared that, hey, if you have a surplus of this, just start destroying all these things. Yeah, that should unjam it, which should have us back to actually being able to recycle the circuit boards here. Where I snaked all that through, I actually already had been handling it up here. It's just a matter of this got backed up because other materials weren't getting handled at the time. Oh, I actually have steel processing on here? Huh. What? Oh, you must... I see. There's your problem. There's your problem. Actually, I was already handling the steel. It's just, it was jammed because my red wire at some point got snipped between the box. So the logic saying, hey, start yanking all the steel off of here, got stuck. So this should slowly churn away at all those copper plates and everything. But regardless, now we've unstuck it. We are making our pink science here, but yeah, this planet's going fine. I really wish I'd put a radar here so you could keep an eye on this, but I didn't. and I'm not going back there to deal with it. Okay, so the next plan is Gleba. As you can see, it's got the bots running around. They're doing their best work. We still only have 60 or 20 Logi bots. We are having the spores are slowly spreading. They'll eventually get things to attack me. And then last but not least, we got Novus. So things I want to check is first, do I have any trains stuck on my lines? I shouldn't. Things have been running like smooth as butter for a while. But, you know, things break. How is our iron doing here? You're down to 2.2 million, so that's not great. You're down to 2.4 million, so that's not great. We are slowly working those two down. I've got another iron node down here. So I've got lots of iron. There's one here. There's one there. There's one up here. I've got tons of iron that's just outside of my defenses, so that's an easy problem to solve when I'm ready to go over there and solve it. As far as the coal goes, the coal's also getting a bit on the low side. So definitely when we finish with Gleba, I'm going to have to do a round and just grab more property. How about our artillery? Are you actually producing artillery shells at any meaningful capacity? No. Because this is programmed to wait till I have 20 artillery shells, and then it'll move them all over and open fire till all 20 shells are gone or it runs out of targets. And then it'll repeat the process. But the issue I ran into is if we go up here, because I believe I just ran out of tungsten plate, which we're working on. That was the first thing we did, was told it to go ahead and if you can get tungsten plate over here, bring it on over. You have your rockets full, and you're here. But why are you not launching? You're not complaining. Waiting for space platform hub. Oh, I see. You're full. Well. So, we're gonna litter. Basically, this was full. There wasn't enough room for all the things that was queued up to grab, and so it didn't. So what I have done is I've told it, all of those things, just chuck them on the ground. And then that'll go into a bunch of storage chests here and probably never be used. Some of that stuff was actually kind of costly things to make. But it's more important that the platform is able to do its job than just sit on the ground and do nothing for long periods of time. Okay. Ooh, we're actually getting low on fuel. I need to switch you back over to prioritizing right output. This might be one of those things that it's going to end up working its way back home to Novus. It's just going to need to recover fuel for a while. Because, yeah, we're also going to need to retire this design. Because we've got a lot better stuff we can make with these now. And it's just going to be a thing that I'm going to need to turn around with these ships we've been making. This one doesn't need to. It's fine. But with the ship styles we've been making, we're definitely going to need to do a change in the future. Anyways, back to what we got going on Novus. Now I've been distracted by that. So we are actually starting to have the first of our drills run out of uranium. But on the plus side, actually, why is there literally nothing here? You don't have your sulfuric acid. This is the sulfuric acid pickup here. Ah, the sulfuric acid is low. And that's likely because we finally reached the point here where all of my oil production is ground down to a very slow space. So even though we've got the speed modules on it, it's inadequate. That's just another thing when I get back to Novus. I'm going to want to go down here. I've got a bunch of oil there we'll want to take advantage of. So I want to capture that. I want to capture a couple of these iron fields and all that. So when we get back to Novus, I'll have work to do. Which isn't surprising. That's been a time coming. Alright, so now let's go and figure out what the heck's been going on here as I've been choosing to ignore things. So you did get your last of your smelters online, so that we are now smelting enough iron that we can handle this. I am noticing we're not getting bioflux over here. Okay, so that's happening right now. Okay, so I think this is having to do with their logic that is trying to keep it so we wouldn't overwhelm the line. I'm just trying to find that sweet spot because I want these to only pull enough of those fruit to like keep the factory running steadily. I don't want it to put too much fruit on the line. And the reason for that is we'll just have things start backing up, creating rot. The fruit will take too long to process. And one of the things you run into with that kind of thing is the farther rotted these are at when they are made into something else, the new thing will start slightly, you know, a little bit more rotten as well. So it is kind of a thing that as it goes down the line, you'll just get things with harder and harder. And it does weigh it to your favor. So it's not like if this is at 50%, the thing that comes out at 50%. It's like the thing that if you put the thing in at 50%, it might come out like 75% good. So you get the idea there. So a lot of Gleba is trying to not have things just rotting on the line everywhere. And we're doing a really amazing job of that. If we look at our main belt here, you'll notice for all of that nutrition that is on that line, it's not that there's no rot, because you don't want no rot, but it's like every 8th or 9th of these has a like 1 unit of rot. Because we do need a tiny bit of rot here for making the sulfur. And then this is just to kind of clean rot out there so it doesn't back up on it too much. Alright. So when it's time for us to make the carbon fiber, that's carbon. I'm not producing carbon here. To make carbon, we use rot. So that works out really easy. Because I'll have this line here gets rot on it. What I can do is I can have a inserter on here somewhere to yoink the rot off that line. I mean, actually what I could probably do is just grab one of those and convert it. Because we can convert you to make carbon. And then that carbon goes in with Yamako mash. And carbon is one of the only things you can make here that doesn't go bad. The Yamako mash is going to be right here on this... Is that the line? No, that's not the line. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. It's over here. The Yamako mash goes here. So the Yamako mash would be here. The carbon would be presumably over here, because I probably don't need these making nutrients anymore. And then I can make the carbon fiber just out here somewhere. And then, like I said, down here would probably be where we'd do our science. Now, I am waffling on, do I want to just import all the science here so I don't have to worry about the rotting science? Because the science from this planet does rot. Okay, and you're going... Okay, it looks like you might actually be... I can't tell if you're going fast enough to process this down or not. No, you're not. It's backing up here. So I do need another smelter here, but I did kind of box it in. Let's go ahead and yoink your stuff up. Yoink you up. You'll be now designed to make the landfill. We put you directly into there. And then for having a little bit of stone on the network just in case I need it, we do it. Hey, Bees, how's it going? Can we get shout out for Bees of the Knees? Another fantastic content creator I highly recommend checking out. Good times over there. But, I hope things have been going well for you and all that. If we get that shout out, I'd really appreciate it. Let's see. I hope things have been good for you and all that stuff. Going well. Just sitting here eating sour Skittles. Oh man, I haven't had sour Skittles in a minute. Sour Skittles are excellent. Alright, so I got that settled. Oh, that didn't really help my situation much here. 1 second. I'd think that through the whole way. We can go here. And then there. We can just put a regular crappy power tower there. You realize how much you need them? Here, I can get the shout out. Alright, the shout out for Beads of the Knees. Again, our fantastic content creator Ben doing Retro Rewind Video Store Simulator, which, if I recall correctly, is effectively Blockbuster Simulator. I know I've seen a few people playing that. And honestly, that's already more than I should have you making, so stop making that. Okay, so what we'll go ahead and do is grab this nonsense. Plunk those down. Okay. That'll probably be fine. The game is awesome, to be honest. Nice. You know, I haven't gotten to circling back to playing it. Alright, so that should upgrade our copper production, which should help because right now our copper bacteria is backing up and then rotting into becoming copper ore, which we do ultimately want, but we want to actually have the cycle keep going. It'll be more efficient. Okay. And ultimately, you're still waiting on a ton of inserters, which are working on that. That's waiting on the plates. We'll probably need to go on this planet and do just like we did on the other one, where I make a dedicated place for making circuit boards. It'll just be tricky because everything is wet and rotten and awful. It's basically Florida. So that's the thing we just have to live with the reality of, is that we're existing in Florida. But yeah, no, absolutely. Sounds like a good game. And how are you doing, by the way? We have the steam is collecting, which is good news. We are continuing to burn spider eggs for fuel. Many questionable things going on. Alright, so you're producing too many of these. Let's go over here and tell you to only keep 200 on the belt. I'm just trying to find that sweet spot where that belt is never empty, but it's not particularly backlogged. And I think the reason why this one isn't as bad as the one up here about keeping that going is the one up here. I am running into the problem where... Oh, is it actually growing? That's the issue? I was gonna say it's belt speed, but that might not be the case. Because I forgot that first one doesn't really have much yield on it. Yeah, no, I think it's actually, we just need more trees. Alright, we can do that. The danger there is the more trees we're processing, the more spores we put out. The more spores we put out, the more it spreads. And the more it spreads, the more we're likely to get our nosy spider neighbors to decide to say hello. That's still not what I want. That's what I want. Okay, so for making that, It's the green stuff. I need a lot of nutrients. Which nowadays is easy for me to get by, because we can just go down to here and grab a stack, and grab a stack, and make a platform, and grab a stack. Not bad. Grab a stack, make more platform, and I'll give you some of your nutrients back. Oh, actually, I've got 2 more seeds. That's too bad. Give me that nutrients. Okay, now you can have the rest of that nutrients. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and make a bunch of the ground up here so they can plant more of the Yamako trees. For those who haven't seen Factorio before, this is a factory automation game. The base planet you start on, which is without the DLC, it's pretty standard stuff of like iron, copper, coal, oil, stuff like that. When you get the DLC Space Age, every planet has a twist, and we're on planet Gleba, and its twist is everything is terrible and you should be ashamed of dealing with it. No, it's actually more, it's very biological. I know it doesn't matter, but I'm going to waste the last of it to have it on my inventory. Okay. But it's very biological, so like everything rots, everything grows, all that stuff. And so it's very oriented towards that. Like, to get iron on this planet, you get iron-based bacteria, and you let them die, and when they die, they become iron. So you effectively create, like, a bacteria farm, which is what's going on here. So I've got bacteria, I've got food for the bacteria, and some extra nutrients. And that we use that to just continuously make more bacteria. So then we check on the box here, I've got a bunch of bacteria in here. And it will use that to make more bacteria as able. But you notice the little bar is emptying out underneath here. When that bar empties out and it's no longer fresh, the bacteria die, and they become iron ore. Which isn't super unrealistic. There are iron-based bacteria in real life that are a viable source of iron for the environment. Yep, so those just rotted, they became iron ore, which we then pull out of here and feed into this. Yeah, and so you're struggling on getting enough bioflux, but that's okay. That's a matter of keeping these actually running steadily. I actually just genuinely don't think I've got enough production from here. I really don't want to have to set up yet another one of these things. Because like I mentioned before, the danger here is the more of these I build, the more I'm going to end up having problems with the neighbors attacking us. Yeah, so if we just give it a minute, we did plant like 4 more trees. I think that'll be alright. And the thing here is, where the biters on the main planet, they get tanky and they got a little bit of spitters. The spiders here just giggle at your walls and go right over the top of them, and can genuinely be an absolute menace. It's one of the things that I've started getting queue up is to make the bullets and to make all those things. It's not happening at any real speed. But that's so later as we're leaving and going around the area we can get all sorted. It looks like we're missing an inserter here and there. Yes, we're missing bullets, 6 inserters, a smelter, a drone port, one power pole, a couple of conveyor belts. Yeah, so that power pole is not needed, so we can get rid of that. Yeah, so a couple of conveyor belts are still needed. So the big one is those inserters. What can I do to help with the inserter nonsense? Meanwhile, our number of logic drones are slowly going up. And our bottleneck is the iron is definitely bottlenecked hard. And the copper plating is not going quite as fast as we'd like. Okay, that's finally back online. That's good news. Um... Can I get conveyor belts going the other way is the real question. No. I can make this work, though, because you can go ahead and chuck it right over there in that belt. And you can chuck it over there. And you can put that over on that side. Alright. Oh yeah, you still don't have enough iron getting down there. It's fine. They'll just sit there idle until we get more iron production online. Now, I could probably do is if this keeps going and maintaining itself steadily, we should see more and more of being able to get a little bit ahead on this iron bacteria, where more and more of this box will fill up, and we will effectively speed up our production of iron. But if we wanted to get more than 2 of these on here, then I'd have to rework it, which I'm not excited about. The good news with something like this, though, is I can move that up here, for example, and then the iron ore doesn't rot, so I can take forever to pass it down and wherever I need it to go. Okay, so if I wanted to contribute to getting the green inserters in there, that's a matter of copper plate is the only thing I'm short on, which is not hard because I'm not actually running out of that right now. But go ahead and contribute as well by getting ourselves crafting the copper plate. But kind of the goal here is to keep having the factory continue to expand. Oh, you're not actually making anything, are you? Right, and I know at some point I'm going to need you to make the rocket itself. We are going to need to get rocket fuel production online, which has been a long time coming. There's a recipe down here somewhere. There you are. So it's jelly and bioflux and water. Right, but I need to make another one of the bio chambers. Yeah, so the jelly I've got down here. The bioflux is right there. And then water I could just pipe in from anywhere. We've got water all around us. So that shouldn't be too hard, because I got the 2 of them right next to each other right here. So I could probably find a place to get at this. And you're probably getting pretty close to full on the lubricant. So one thing I could potentially do is take this conveyor belt and weasel it much farther that way. Get the bio lab here. Or bio chamber here. And then just pass the jelly over. I could also do like I did this one in line with it. I could potentially get this to a completely different location. To bring that up and around. And put the lab kind of in this area to grab from here, grab from there. The nutrients might be a little trickier to grab from there. Because it's just the jelly. And it could also be that I just acknowledge I'm going to just chuck the jelly over here. A bunch of it's going to rot, but who cares? That's honestly probably a very likely thing I will do. So let's go ahead and chuck you over here to get these inserters in place for the time being. Gonna need iron plate. The iron plate is proving to be the problem. I need to increase iron production. And that's proving to be a difficult task with how scrunched in everything is. I'm wondering if what it could actually do here is take this lab here, move it up, or keep calling the labs, move this chamber up here, put another chamber there, have them pass the bacteria back and forth, grab the nutrients off there and the bioflux off there, put the rot back on here, and then they can put all the bacteria that's extra onto this belt to go into the box. I'm thinking that might work, because that'll let me fit one more of those in there. Regardless, I need more biochambers, and for those, I'm going to need nutrients, iron plates, and all that. I've got enough iron plates for one, but I'm going to need more than that. Alright, well we got enough for one, so let me go and grab one spider egg. Okay, we got one spider egg. I need 5 nutrients. Done. And like I said, I'll try enacting this plan where, like I said, we're going to move this up and have it so the labs, or the chambers themselves, just pass the bacteria back and forth as much as they possibly can. And then any surplus gets tossed onto here to feed into the box to keep this kind of cycle here going. So if we go with that strategy of putting them up here, you would need to go there. So temporarily, you're yoinked. You're yoinked, you're yoinked, you're yoinked. Give me that nutrients, grab all these. Alright, I'm gonna need more inserters. That's fine. Okay, so now we're gonna need to do is realize I didn't give myself actual space to get the rod off the line. We need to finagle some shenanigans here. Okay. Alright, we can use the bots to place this real fast. Okay, so that takes care of that. And we'll set you for the bacteria. Alright, so in theory, if we get all that set up, oh, also the ore should go on there as well. So in theory, once we get these belts set up and all that, it should yoink that out. This becomes the feed it into the box, where it gets separated out. But I need the conveyor belts, which are being produced here, in theory, when you've got some spare... No, that's not where it is. Here, in theory, when you've got gears. Good luck having gears. It's a real problem. Alright. I might be able to nab some individual belts from some of these. Okay, so now I just need some undergrounds. And probably go up to the red undergrounds. You yoink those for a minute. And get those placed real fast. Yeah, so it looks like the gears and the circuit boards are our bottlenecks, surprising literally no one. Okay, so with that, that should all be hooked up, and that should increase the throughput of our stuff there. And go here and say, there's that. Have a nice day. There's that. Have a nice day. Here's this. Have a nice day. The rest is all fine. Okay, so that's working the way I expect it to. We should see this box start seeing tremendously more bacteria show up. And with that increased spike in bacteria getting in here, things should go well. Because we're also passing the bacteria basically to the right and then out. As long as it's producing a decent amount of bacteria, it should continue to keep the loop running. We're honestly getting pretty close to saturation on the belt. Yeah, we're actually hitting the point here where I'm going to need to tell you to upgrade those. They can't handle it fast enough. Same with that one. So you need to upgrade, and then the other thing that's going to need to happen is this conveyor belt needs to be upgraded. Which means you'll end up needing to be upgraded over here. Okay. And eventually that's going to be kind of the big thing, is a lot of these belts are going to have to be upgraded from a practicality standpoint so things can move through the factory faster and all that kind of stuff. But that's going to be a large iron consumption. As you can see, iron has been the pain point here. Yeah, so we've now reached the point where all of our smelters are staying online, which is a good problem to have. The big issue we'll run is if that gets too far ahead, where this chest blocks up, then we start having real problems. What are you doing? Okay. Okay, so you did get that. Do I actually have a storage box? I don't have storage boxes here, do I? Right, let's fix that. So I'm gonna need to make a storage box of our own. Where's something that's gonna have some decent iron plates in there? Yeah, so grab you, make a storage box. And the reason we want a storage box is when I have situations like that where I say, hey, go pick that up and move it, they've got to have some place to get rid of it. We're going to put a storage box here. And then I'm going to do is I'm going to grab you. And give you 2 extra buffers. So basically, we toss in the storage box, which then tosses it into the passive providers. So it's effectively 3 boxes worth of inventory space that can split between them. We do want to get that last smelter on line, because it does look like that might eventually back up. Now, we do have a lot of bioflux in production, but we're not seeing as much as I would like to see. Once we get all these inserters on here, I'm probably going to make a very rash and not great decision of just telling it to upgrade everything here. to green inserters and red belts. It's not really a reasonable thing to decide. Okay, so you still want 12 belts, that's iron, and you want 6 of the green inserters. So there's one over there. There's one by the steel. There's 2 over there. Actually don't... Oh, and the other 2 are there. Yeah, so there's none of those inserters are critical. This is going to be a terrible idea, and I know it. But... upgrade them if you can. That project needs to be done at some point. It's going to eat up a lot of iron in the meantime. And you're waiting on circuit boards. Everything's waiting on circuit boards, and circuit boards are waiting on iron. And we're just trying to pick up iron production. So the next thing I'd probably do for iron production is see if I can't blast these cliffs and get that separated out to a whole next thing. But for that to work, I gotta increase my iron bacteria production. Okay, I can make these a little bit smarter. Oh, so you're running out of bioflux again. Because we're not getting enough Yamako. Get more of my Yamako, I'm going to need another one of the harvester machines. Okay. Yeah, so what I was going to do, I was going to make these smarter. So what we're doing here is I'm going to check to see read contents. And I'm going to take this inserter, enable or not. Oh, that'll jam potentially, never mind. What I was going to do is check to see if you had, if this one had bacteria in it, turn that off when there's no bacteria there. So it passes over. Yeah, so unfortunately our iron bacteria is shut down because we've run out of the bioflux, because we've run out of the Yamako getting over here. It is not getting here fast enough. Yeah, so it's 300 that are on the conveyor belt. You've got your next row here. You've got your next row here. Yeah, that's a perfectly steady one. That's probably the first harvest we got after that new stuff there. Yeah, because you don't have any other fully grown ones. Okay, so that's basically producing at the speed they can. But I need that to run to keep the bioflux coming in. Then meanwhile, they'll just keep fixing stuff little by little as able. Yeah, and you've got a backlog there, so I don't need to worry about that. Alright. If I wanted to do more, I would need to increase my bioflux production, which is the Yamako and the art thing. And the big thing holding me back from there is mostly land space, which we can fix now, but I didn't have what I needed at the beginning. But that would kind of require me to set up a dedicated, like, here we'd have, you know, four places making the bioflux to pass in the belt and moving it around. That's probably worth doing once we get these belts settled in, is to increase the yield of some of those more important things, and also things that have longer shelf life. Alright, but you have a good one. Because, like, when you look at stuff like the Yamako, it has a spoil time of 2 hours. Where if we look at stuff like the nutrients, it has a spoil time of 4 minutes, or like 5 minutes, I guess. Yeah, 5 minutes. So you can look at some of these things that the bioflux in particular is fairly stable, versus that's 4 minutes, This one is 3 minutes. So it pretty much seems like the idea here would be to get that moved over to being bioflux kind of as early as you can to give it the really long shelf life, and then move the bioflux around and try to have the nutrients only where you need it because it's got such a short shelf life. And you can do stuff with that. Like if we look at this, I can actually improve the quality of stuff like bioflux. And if we do that, the shelf life can go up to 2.5 times. Unfortunately, because that's a material in, the moment I improve its quality, I have to have different labs accepting the different qualities and that kind of thing, which creates its own headaches. So the only thing I would probably worry about with the quality on that is, again, probably the very last step when we make the science. I will probably make the science and then just have an inserter shove it into the rocket launch without any consideration of the quality. Like, if it's on there, just keep shoving it in. And then just send it up as fast as we can. That was one of the things I wanted to check. So we can get the biolabs. It's a biolab. What was the big draw of the biolab? So the biolab... science pack drain. So it burns through the science packs at half the speed. And then it can research at that speed. So it's 2 plus 5 speed. And you're 1 plus 2, 5. So the big thing is it uses half as much science. The downside is it can only ever be built on... I believe it's only ever usable on Gleba, is that right? Or not Gleba, on Novus? Yeah, because they have the exclusive entities. Yeah, so that can only ever be made on Novus. So if you wanted to take advantage of this, you have to be on the planet there. And the thing that's tricky about it is you require biter eggs. So that's where you have to capture biter nests and effectively subvert them. While that's all doing its thing, let's go back to Novus. Alright, so you're getting your artillery shells. You're probably getting pretty close to opening fire, because these haven't been destroyed yet. Yep. So 2 more, and then our artillery begins blasting these 2 nests. And then this 3rd nest. And I don't believe there is a, yeah, there isn't a strong logic you can give them about shoot this, shoot that. Alright, so... Yep, when the next artillery shell comes in, the first artillery shells will ring. Yep. And they'll keep firing until all 20 shells are expended. Yeah, no, you can definitely manually target as well. And then they're counter-offensive. And with that, the gun is silenced until we get the next 20 shells. Alright, so what we'll probably want to do with this is we will want to creep out the defense little by little. I really wish we had more of the range bonuses on this. now I know that's all in order. And go ahead and tell it to repeat that over there at that corner. And the goal here is to push this line back so that I can kind of expand farther down here and expand farther down here. And then just slowly fill in the gaps here. I'm also going to potentially really need you over here. That way we can kill these nests. But I want to start filling in this gap where our drones can cut across all this hostile territory. So we can gradually push this down and keep filling it in to sort of square off the border. That's not going to happen very fast. But this is one of the places where quality kind of does matter. Oh, I hit Alt. For a moment I thought all my recipes got unset, and I was about to absolutely just lose it. Yeah, so you got... Alright, well, I was hoping we'd get more quality ones. It's fine. So you... can be normal quality. It's fine, I'll have to do it this way. Because the quality on these ones can be very useful. I don't think it's worth shredding them and then rebuilding them. But yeah, they all have the same instruction, basically. When you hit 20 shells, just open fire. I can't remember if with this... So it's only the normal quality. I can probably change you to a wild card. Anything. Everything? Anything? So you read the contents. Yeah, notice. Oh, right. The quality filter has a wild card on it. Never mind. Yeah, that's right. Or no, does it have a wild card? No, because it was, I could do normal quality. What it wants is, like, I don't care what the quality is, just shove it in here. And I mostly care about this. That this is like, hey, I don't care what your quality is. Open fire. If any input meets the condition, it will pass. So that might work there. Is anything... So if that hits 20, that might work. Because if that works... Yeah, you need a combinator? Yeah. Because I want the, like, wild card of being like, man, I don't care what you put in the box. Any quality over 20 thing, I don't think that'll work. It's not listing a number here. Because that's what I want to do here, is I want it to go, hey, when you hit 20 shells, I don't care what they are. Or even 20 items. Like, even any items whatsoever. That's the reason I was hoping we'd have a wild card inventory thing, be like, how much of I don't care. How much of literally anything is in that box. And you actually don't need a wire. That wire serves no purpose. Yeah. So then what would that even do? Oh, I've already got a way of handling it. That basically, once all of this... Oh, that's why we had the wire. Hang on, that's why we had the wire over here. That basically between this, and this, it checks for 20 rounds. And because of how fast this inserter can empty that box, once it's hit 20 rounds, all 20 rounds get between these two before that, you know, we empty it out before it has a chance to aim and fire. So that we basically put it all in there, like it's 20 shells here, we open the 20, and then it doesn't matter when it lets go, being like, oh, you fired around. I mean, if I gotta do a combinator, I gotta do the combinator. Which means going over here to the factory and telling you you're now making combinators. So combinator, arithmetic combinator, decider combinator, a selector combinator, constant combinator, power switch. I would assume arithmetic. Because the arithmetic combinator, I assume what would happen to be like is if normal quality plus like uncommon quality is over 20, then go. And decider combinator. I haven't used, like, I've used these in the past, but it's been a hot minute, so I'm trying to remember which ones are which. I believe the arithmetic would just do addition, subtraction, that kind of thing. I think that'll work for our purposes. And that didn't work. Surprise, surprise. Open fire. I actually did manage to fire when I only got 4 through. Okay. So the interesting thing there is that'll actually feed to have a bunch of those shells. Yeah, don't care what shell quality you bring in. Just bring it in. 0? I'll tell you 20? I can't tell it a minimum amount? Only a maximum amount? You know what? It's fine, just fill the box. And honestly, that'll probably work fine. The chances that this gets full of a whole range of boxes, or a whole range of stuff, is pretty slim. I'm also a little annoyed that this is ever so slightly outside the logistic bot network. It's fine. Does the hand size work with unstackable items? Can it just hold one item because the shells don't stack? It can only hold one because the shells don't stack. That was the reason why it didn't quite get through all of them before it managed to fire. That's okay, because now it's cleared that area, this gun will basically remain silent until such time that another nest moves into the area. Which, if we capitalize on this, we can plunk you down. We could slowly start creeping this stuff out here. And we'll do the same thing here. where you've got this giant area of coverage. So that one's going to do some heckin' blasting. It'll clear all that out. And then again, that'll be where we start creeping this wall out. And eventually what'll end up happening is we will start to, like this artillery gun will go away and we'll move it up. It really doesn't shine too much until you hit the point that you get the increased range. Because it only takes like 1 or 2 increased range to get the range out like that far. Because it's only like, I can't remember if it's like 10 or 20% per level. But once you get the range all the way out there, it ends up being a big thing. Oh, you also need a power tower there. You need a power tower on yours? No, you're fine. But yeah, so you get the idea. So basically, all of this is now in range. That will be able to gradually, like, cut across here. And then come across here, and then we can just bring them out. Square that off. Put the artillery down here and slowly work our way out. At least I can work on that remotely a little bit. And how are you doing over here? What do I got left? You have all the upgrade stuff in the one drone port. The good news is all that upgrade stuff is just iron, for the most part. That's not true, all those green inserters. And how goes the iron production? Terrible. How goes the bioflux? It's doing alright. We do have both those going at a higher speed than we used to. So you just need to churn is what you need to do. You just need time to cook. Are you getting any blue circuit boards at all made? No. And that's simply because all of the red circuit boards are being consumed. And I'd have where we manually make the red circuit boards, but the issue I run into with that is I don't have enough iron. That ultimately the iron production in itself is my bottleneck. And that's becoming a problem because of bioflux. And bioflux is probably ultimately getting to a problem now because of this. So I'm probably going to need to do, as I mentioned this earlier, most likely what we'll end up doing here is I'll probably go and get like 3 or 4 labs, put them up here for bioflux production, and then, you know, bring this, we'll reroute it up here to over there, just produce a ton of bioflux up here to then feed down the factory. The issue we run with that is our nutrient cycle here. The more I route that larger and larger around, the nutrient does not last very long. It's only like 2-3 minutes or something like that. 5 minutes. So it's only like 5 minutes for the nutrient's lifespan. So we definitely don't want it on the belt longer than possible. Getting these red belts down will help with a lot of that by able to have to travel it. So while they're working on that, I'm kind of in a situation where it doesn't do me any good to start trying to build the next thing until the current thing is done. Because if we get this inner area sped up, that should go a long way. So meanwhile, we can just work on Novus things. And blast it from afar. Oh, that is genuinely a problem. Let's go ahead and... How are you not connecting? There's power right here. It's literally right there. Yeah, so I don't think it's actually requesting these. I think because I have it set that way, it's just not smart enough. That feels kind of annoying that, like, if I choose the wild card, it takes away the minimum. You selected a filter that matches more than one quality. In this case, you can only select the trash. Okay, I understand. Okay, so that won't work. You're waiting for more artillery shells. Am I quality up the artillery shells? I probably might as well not bother for right now. But just create more of a pain for actually getting them to fire. Can you just above or equal? I probably can. No. You selected a thing that matches more than one quality. So it's literally saying, look, if it's got more than, like, if it's not one quality and one quality alone, I can only trash it. Which, again, is mildly frustrating. So I do think I'm going to do is I'm going to yoink the quality modules out of that. I will leave the quality modules for making the actual guns, though. And honestly, where we're at with this, go ahead and stop making more of those. I don't really have a need for more of those. They'll work at slowly blasting to clear that whole area out. And how goes the process here? What can I do to speed you up in the interim? That's kind of the big issue I have right now. For speeding it up right now, because you're churning away. We got 3 of these going. And they're mostly holding steady now. They're struggling a little bit on the bioflux, but not too much. And they are slowly losing ground on the copper as well. They are also slowly getting the conveyor belts. Alright, but there's a lot of these things like the machine gun turrets that they're slowly getting sorted. They're slowly getting the ammo sorted. These are mostly getting full. So the main draw on the iron plates is gradually getting filled. The motors are slowly getting sorted. The bots are slowly getting sorted. So a lot of that stuff, yeah, we're not making the, not making these anymore. Hey, Alana, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Alana Rama? Our fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team was doing some Timberborn earlier, and also thank you for the 5 stream streak. I'll go ahead and get the shout out here. Lanorama. There we go. Was doing some Timberborn earlier as well, so definitely good times there. Yeah, so we're kind of in this rough spot at the moment where I need more iron, but I need more iron to get my more iron, and to get to my more iron, I need more iron. So this is sorting that a lot of these things that are putting demand on my iron, a lot of those are going to go away, or are the things I need the iron for. So stuff like the pipe here. The pipe here is done. That's no longer taking iron. My machine guns are pretty close to being done. My bullets are done. The armor-piercing bullets are not done, but they're getting there. And so we are slowly winding that down. I've got more undergrounds and conveyor belts. It's the undergrounds and conveyor belts are the major ones right now. We also have another drone port we want to put up here for the concrete. That's not an urgent thing. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll work on making this area up here. Yeah, so I don't need to put any of this down here. Making that area up there. We'll put a bunch of the bio stuff up there to hopefully increase the overall throughput of our bioflux to stabilize it, which in turn should help our iron and our copper and our other production lines. And by also shifting that out there, we can potentially uncrowd this area a little bit to then let me have the Yamako and the jelly production be a little bit better. But that'll be another thing on the list of stuff to do, is to deal with that. What I think we'll end up needing to do is making like 5 or 6 labs, put like 2 or 3 up here for the Yamako and the jelly, then have like all the bioflux production and just feed it back in. And then we're going to have to expand the nutrient loop to include those. It'll be just more stuff to be dealt with. And meanwhile, we're researching atomic bombs, because, you know, that's what the world needs. On the bright side, I am seeing the Yamako fruit is just staying on the conveyor belt steadily now. So that's good. It looks like we've stabilized that for our current level of production. Now, the danger with all this is as I scale that up, you're noticing this cloud is getting bigger and bigger. That is going to become a real problem eventually. Because what that'll eventually do is it'll piss off the really big spiders out there, and I'll have to kill them. They'll come attacking, and we really don't have meaningful defenses, and I'm still packing the regular old bullets. Which, now that I think about it, for my own consideration, we can take these regular old bullets, shove them here, and go down here to one of these, and snag half a stack from each of you. So I've got at least a magazine full of armor piercing to be a little bit better situation. I'd obviously want a lot more than one stack of magazines, but beggars can't be choosers, and we're begging real hard. How do things go on Novus? So you're doing fine for the moment. You're waiting for ammo. You're waiting for ammo. That's probably because we're waiting for more of this to come through. Yeah, so we're officially getting enough of this now. No cap, just fill it. We're officially getting enough tungsten to have that. We got Traveler 2 sitting here. So we could probably cut the time down between the laps. Not really. No, we really can't. We're basically pretty much out of fuel here. It is working as hard as it can to process this fuel to get it topped off. I guess it'll be our new decision there, is instead of worrying about that, we can wait till the fuel tops off. We can do a couple of things here. So instead of using a timer, which just arbitrarily makes it wait, let's daisy chain this over to that belt. And let's see the entire belt. And yeah, we'll miss some of these areas with the splitters and all that. That's a fully saturated belt. So we'll add a weight condition. Item count. Machine gun ammo. I'm getting a 0 count on there. So we're reading that. It is wired over to the main building. There's something... Condition circuit? Sorry, condition? There we go. So it is more than 600 will be the condition. And then we can go down here and say condition circuit over bullets 600. And then the next thing I need to do is I'm going to tether these across. Alright, so basically we're going to have it so instead of just arbitrarily waiting a time, we're going to have it check its various supplies and be like, hey, do you have fuel? Hey, do you have oxidizer? Hey, do you have this? Alright, so this storage here is 25,000 on there. That's reading from 6.5. So we got that. So if you are more than and equal to 20,000, more than and equal to 20,000, those are your conditions now. You no longer care about time. You go there. Do I even care about having you wait for the delivery for science, even? We could have you wait a minimum time, because the rockets will definitely take a little while. Yeah, you'll wait no more than one. You're required to wait 1 minute. Is the only amount of time, which is enough for them to send up a rocket or two. And I honestly don't even care what they ship. But basically, you wait there for a minimum 60 seconds, and for your ammo and fuel to recover. Once that's all sorted, you're on your way. The circuit condition, fuel, oxidizer, greater than or equal to 20,000, 20,000, and then you're down to just 60 seconds. Okay, so now it's leaving based entirely on the actual ship's condition. Because you seem to be struggling on the fuel department, which is because, well, it says... In theory, we're struggling on the fuel department. I mean, I guess it's just not enough chem labs here. Because I've only got the 2 chem labs here going as hard as they can to replenish the fuel. And it is just taking time. Let's see, you could have and or on the other science time if science ever beats the timer. You can have an and or on the science time if the science ever beats the timer. I mean, either way, I'm imagining it's gonna always take more than 60 seconds to recover this, because we'll have just finished a journey and all that. And if it gets over there and it goes to launch something, there'll be another request queue, so they'll be able to get at least 2 rockets in real fast when we get there. The big problem is it's just taking too long time. We're not making enough science in 60 seconds, or it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that, because I also have, instead of the science, they could be sending up materials, and I still want to send the materials back and forth, even if I don't need the science. But yeah, the big thing here is we're just not making the fuel fast enough. Which the water's fine. That's good shape. And the input materials are fine. It's just literally I'm down to just the 2 chem labs trying their darndest. But unfortunately, 2 chem labs can only work so fast. I don't think I genuinely need these other ones. But I don't think I want to kind of retool these. And part of the reason I don't want to put too much effort into retooling these platforms, I just want them to kind of work, is because realistically what I'm going to do in the long run with these platforms oh, you know what we can probably do? Oh, that would be a mistake. Yeah, because I want you to go to different planets. Well, no, we can go like this. Grab you, paste you, switch you to... I said switch you. Can I not just switch the planet? Never mind. That's very annoying. So I pause the thrust. Unfortunately, it appears I can't just click on the planet even though it highlights to change it. So I can grab you, slide you up. Unfortunately, I can't copy that up. That's actually pretty annoying. Okay, let's just go wire it up. Okay, so time passed. 60 seconds. Condition. Ammo. It's greater than 600. And condition, and fuel, and stabilizer. It's greater than or equal to, greater than or equal to, greater than or equal to. 20, that's 2,000 is not enough. 20,000. 20,000. It does seem like it turned that off from being... That's not more than or equal to. Oh, it's going back to Novus. That's whatever. Okay. That's fine. So leave those the way they are. So now the platform will go back and forth again as it's got the resources to do it. But yeah, these platforms will need to be reworked to be better to just keep running forever. But unfortunately for this one, it is just taking a while to replenish that fuel. I think it was a matter of there was so much. I'm getting my materials so fast on Volcanus that genuinely it's just going back and forth constantly. Meanwhile, before we forget, so you've got 20 of each of these. Oh, right, because I told it to not put the buildings... No, actually, okay. So slight changes to your stuff. Oh, I've already taken the actual buildings off the list. That's fine. You cut down 2 engines, too? Yeah, and unfortunately, as I recall, I can't do logic stuff on the engines. So we could go up here, snip your line, snip your line, and that should have it run out of oxidizer. You've of course arrived at your destination. You can just snip the engine. This is also true. Either should... Oh, you've got multiple lines. I see. Hang on. So put that line back. Put that line back. Yoink the engine, yoink the engine. Yoink the engine, yoink the engine. Yoink the engine, yoink the engine, and we can deal with it on the other side. Yeah, that way the lines just don't go anywhere. Let's see about speed, but still. Yeah, the question is... The Gleba one you might want to keep up? Is that much of a difference? I figured Gleba was the same kind of range as Fulgora. The only exception is going Gleba to Fulgora would be a much longer journey, and then Aquillo is the big one. The catch with that is, like, if we click on this, it'll show you, like, the different materials and what you see. Once we go for the Aquillo one is substantially more dangerous. Yeah, so all those are 15,000. Oh, right. Gleba's the science rotting. Right. That's fair. Yeah. I see. Right. So you're more... Right, we're more concerned about the prompt delivery than the other way. So yeah, slam your engines back in. So I wonder what's going to be the best way to approach, like, the actual production of the science and all that for Gleba. Like, do we hold production of the science until, like, the craft is over top and then mass produce a bunch of science and just get it out the door? Yeah, so you're continuing to Feed that in. Why are you still... Why are you not connecting? It's right there. Look, I'll do it myself. That's so weird. It's so weird that that was just unwilling to automatically wire over. Okay, but they'll keep doing artillery shenanigans. You've got this going still. We're seeing a lot more of the belts filling in. They're unfortunately kind of all over the place. You'll see like gaps in here. How are we doing on some of the other stuff? So the sentry guns only got 9 more till it's full. The bullets are still working on a thing. We've got all of the red inserters maxed out. All the belt stuff is slowly working its way. The underground yellows are all done. The underground red ones are waiting on gears. Hey, Duchess, how's it going? How are the drones going? The drones, we have 33 logistic drones, and they're bottlenecked. Okay, so... I want to speed this up. So problem is, to speed that up, I gotta speed these up. To speed these up, I gotta speed these up. And all that's for space and iron. And we're getting those conveyors fixed one by one. How goes the ammo production? We can actually check down here. Okay, we're almost maxed out on the armor-piercing rounds. And then that'll be a major iron strain removed. It is just letting it cook. Because the alternatives, the only other thing I could think I could do to help with it, which is honestly not a bad thing, so I can run around and grab a bunch of this. Because that should give me some iron and stone and whatnot. That's actually something I can do to at least be actively speeding this up versus just kind of twiddling my thumbs going, oh dear, oh me, oh my. Please, factory, could you make the iron faster? Because at this point, my factory can produce its own iron. So if it ever gets backed up, I don't need the bacteria anymore. I can just make it. But this should jumpstart things a lot. The problem is this isn't a sustainable solution. Because once I pick these up, they're gone. There's a very large area of the map that does happen to have a lot of them that I'm clearing out. I'm basically going to my inventory is pretty much full. Alright, that would be a full inventory. Okay, so as you can see, we definitely got ourselves a little bit of iron. And for right now, I'm going to remove that, put you there. I'll tell you to lock back down to 5 stacks. And then all of this iron needs to go somewhere. We can just go right to this outbound box, chuck it in there, and let it cook. Okay. And you ran out of your stuff. Alright, well, that's going to make that kind of bind up for a minute, but we ran out of bioflux anyways. So, you know, it is what it is. Right, and you're not functioning because you need your conveyor belt to be allowed to do anything. Which I can happen to craft a single unit conveyor belt to unstick that for at least a 2. To kick aside here a little bit. Alright, so we basically imported enough iron that we can keep it running all of these smelters smoothly for a little while. I got a little bit of rot we can go ahead and get rid of. Everything's running fine over here. Yeah, so splitters are slowly getting maxed out. Yeah, it's just a regular attack. It wasn't... Alright, you're getting ready to open up on that nest. Yeah, so there's just a little attack there's patching the hole up. Yeah, it's also struggling because it's trying to bridge this whole gap. And it can't make it across that whole gap. It has to stop and recharge. Which that'll be a problem as well, though, as we beat these nests back and I start making more of this area. We'll end up filling in that area. It is one thing I've definitely in the past just gridded out the entire inside of my base in that way. It's very, very power wasteful, but at the same time, solar power is free power, so it's wasting an infinite resource. And we're continuing to get more and more of the good uranium. The bad stuff, I mean, and it's not bad, it's just the less awesome stuff. Why are you not running? Oh, right, the sulfuric acid's basically gone. That's right, because I gotta get more oil. And like I said, if we could beat this area back with the artillery, we could start expanding, and I can remotely get all this oil online. And we'll just keep kind of cutting across here. Oh, there it goes. Guns opening up. You should have 20 shots, unless they caught the tail end of it. Oh. I see a problem here. There's a...
Thank you LuxRay26 for subscribing for 34 months. 34 months, woo.
And thanks, LuxRay. I do appreciate the subs and all that stuff. Yeah, so we weren't properly logistics circuited over. So when it went to check the condition to be kicking this on, it just didn't do anything. It fired the one round, and I was like, okay, I don't have 20 in the box I'm sitting on. Yes, the next shell should kick that over and get it firing. But yeah, so thank you again for the tier 3 sub, LuxRay. That's very generous of you, and I do appreciate it. For 34 months you've been subbed to the channel. Thank you so much for that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. Alright, so getting pretty close to those artillery opening fire more. And this one is basically good to go. It's got a full complement of artillery. So if another nest tries to move into the area, we'll immediately open fire. Or the real fun one is when you increase the range. Does it tell me how much it increases the range by? 30%. So it'll go like out to here probably. Maybe closer around here. So the moment we increase the range, it's suddenly all of your artillery start kicking off that you've got built. Because there'll always be just a handful of nests just on the edge of their range. Nope, we got another shot going on here. And another. There we go. That's working correctly. We'll just hammer away at the nest. It doesn't shoot the individual biters, which I'm glad for because that'd be an utter waste. Oh, is that it? Okay. I'm honestly perfectly content if it wants to fire off 5-6 shells. The big reason why I have this thing with the 20 is I just don't want it to be like one drone drops in one shell, it fires the one shell, and then, you know, 5-6 minutes later, one drone drops one shell, because at that point, the biter nest could potentially fully heal up between your shell volleys, and you're just wasting your time then. Alright. Let me see if Tomb's home real quick. So I'll have to run downstairs really quick to just welcome my wife home and all that. And that'll be a whole thing. And is her car in the garage? It is. Okay. Alright, chat, so bear with me. I'm going to quickly run downstairs, welcome my wife home, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes and all that stuff. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and I'll see you in all a few. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in a few. Alright, and we are back. And thank you for the 165 stream streak. Luxray, I do appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Okay, so we've got the stuff going here. And like I said, this is kind of going slow right now. We're just trying to get these belts upgraded first of all. Once the belts are upgraded, I think the next move is to build an extra, like, 5 or 6 of the lab, or I keep calling the labs the chambers, so that we can move those up here. That way I can put, you know, however many of the iron chambers I need, or sorry, not the iron, the bioflux up here. We can move the Yamako and the stuff for making jelly down there, and route that all through. And that should allow us to massively increase the throughput. Now, eventually that'll run into the same problem of not having enough Yamako, not having enough of the other. Steam power is maxed, so we're good there. We'll also check our power to make sure. Yeah, we're honestly actually almost at the point where pretty soon I'm gonna have to build another turbine. Which we're iron starved is the problem. We're using the iron basically as fast as we're getting it. Which should hopefully resolve itself very, very soon. Yeah, we're done with the bullets. So when this gets its last set of stack of bullets here, this will shut off, and that's one more thing done there. We're done with the sentry guns, so that'll be another draw on our iron gone. We've got the full stack there. The full stack is ready. You're almost fully stacked. You're almost fully stacked. The conveyor belts are a struggle. You're fully stacked. You have a full stack. You have a full stack. You are getting there. Yeah, so the thing we're looking at here is we are starting to get most of the components in our mall are starting to get full stacks of them. It's going to be the gears that we're feeding into the stuff. The bots here are getting pretty close. There's up to 34 logistic bots. So it's going to be mostly just the conveyor belts consuming that. And the interesting thing there is with the bottleneck that is the one gear production, that should limit how much iron is being consumed by other stuff too. It'll be just the gear production that's holding things up. I am noticing we're only missing the 2 spots here. We're getting more red belts just randomly scattered in here. I even mentioned when I queued this up, I was like, this is probably a mistake to queue all this up. But it is one of those things I feel like with our loop here, if I don't get it up to at least the red belt, we're going to just be losing stuff to rot along the route, that I just need it to go faster to get the bioflux through, to get our goodies around and whatnot. Did you ever get the... Oh, you got the drone port done. Okay. So that's some good news. Eventually we would want to get all this on the bots as well. That's worrying me more and more, this one, because we keep building this up more and more. When those spores get up to that is a lot of awfulness up there. I don't think we take that awfulness and survive right now. I'm gonna need way more ammo. Let's also check, because we've got... Right now I've got the small stompers. So small stompers are strong against impact, laser, and projectile. And that's what I got on our abilities to use right now. I know we looked at the rockets earlier. What was the holdup with the rockets? That it went, hang on, we're not going to be able to take advantage of that yet. There was some material that wasn't readily available. We've got the explosives. It was coal. That's right. Right, and we need coal synthesis. And we don't get coal synthesis until you get the rocket turret. And you don't get the rocket turret until we're actually making the science and delivering it. Now, the alternative is, again, I could put a lab down here and go away and get a one of the cargo landing ports and have all of the science brought over here and dropped down here. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for me to do. just from the standpoint of then I don't have to deal with the molding of stuff and all that. The downside is, on the other end, I'd get a lot better stuff out of it. I'm kind of leaning towards just going that route. Just plunking down up here, or yeah, somewhere around here, just plunking down the cargo drop spot, and then just putting a bunch of labs here. And then we change it so all the routes with all the science, instead of going towards Novus, the science all starts coming to this location, and then we just do the research here. That would let me start Gleba's research before we leave the planet waiting on the rockets and all that. Because it is only 10 circuit boards I would need to do that. So maybe we keep an eye on the blue circuits here, and when I got 10 of them, we consider that path. Hey, Janicus, thank you so much for the 475 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. I think that might literally be what we do. Because I know people give a lot of pressure, like, oh, but the biolabs and Novus literally use only half the science, and that is a very valid justification to getting stuff over there. But then you lose value with the science from here due to it slowly going bad, and if it fully rots, it's just done. So that's kind of a whole thing. Okay. That would mean I'd want to add another building here to make science labs, which is fine. And I'm thinking about up here somewhere, because I believe this is all buildable terrain, and I don't need that much space for it. Like, eventually we could get, you know, ridiculous thousands upon thousands of science per second. At that point, obviously, we'd want to max out everything we can. But that's kind of, you know, your fairly late game, I'm min-maxing kind of stuff. Yes, I think that'll happen. Is once I can get the port, before we go and build the actual rocket silo, I'll get this set up, I'll get the labs. We'll start rerouting all the science here. Now, the catch with that is that, well, okay, so the negative about that is then I gotta launch all of the red and green science up on Novus, then bring it over and bring it back down. Which will be a lot of rockets. So it is the negative I'm not considering. Because that's a lot of blue circuits on a planet that's not particularly good at making blue circuits. And I think the way I got around that the last time I played is I was importing copious amounts of blue circuits from Volgora to Novus to make the rockets, to launch the rockets, to go over to Gleba to drop it back down. Which is definitely adding, like, a whole extra layer of complication to everything. I can drop off one of these not as good conveyor belts. And drop you off. And drop you off. Basically taking a lot of the stuff they're going to need for our things. Pop them into boxes so that when they need more, it's just already there. I'll end up wanting to make underground pipes, but let's wait until other stuff's done. Okay, let's go check out Novus's artillery barrage. See how that's going. Okay, so we did have a barrage down here that destroyed several of the nests. There's still plenty up. This area is all clear. We destroyed a bunch of the nests up here, but there's still more in range. That's fine. They'll just keep hammering away at this till the nests are done. And what's the atomic bomb being delayed on? Let's go, oh, it's gonna be oil. We already know that answer. It's gonna be oil. Yeah, because you got this one here. Yeah, it's the yellow science drop-off. And yellow science is over here. And you're waiting at whatever materials on this stop, which is the low-density structure. Okay. And you're here. And you're waiting on plastic. That makes sense. So that's oil still. Alright, yeah, so the answer is oil. That's our problem. So I've got a little bit of oil down here. That might mitigate things a little bit. This is the point now, piping that oil all the way back to our refineries. I think we've officially hit the point where it just wouldn't make sense to do that. But we also have this massive nest here. That's the whole issue. Or if I want to bring oil in, I need a new spot to do so. And this is already a very crowded area so far as stops. I don't really have a good solution for how I want to mitigate that. Like, it's a thing when this copper's gone, putting it right there would be easy. And the copper is mostly gone. Regardless of what it is, I do know one thing that is going to need to happen. Is I am going to need to start daisy chaining the bot ports out there as much as we can to get into that area so I can start dropping more construction stuff there. But then we can get to where we can exploit that oil. We don't need to worry about that stone anytime soon, but we'll have that daisy chained over. And it can't really push you farther. You'll get in range and start getting hammered by that. I don't want to put the wall here till those are starting to get killed. Maybe start expanding the wall here pretty soon. Like I said, we'll just build that out every so often, put a new artillery thing in, build it out, build a new artillery thing, close it off, pull up the old wall. This would be another place to do an artillery, because this would be an easy one to get set up for the iron. Because it could go very, very quickly. Artillery this down, just move the wall up here so that the iron's inside my perimeter and go from there. One thing we can do is all of this serves no purpose anymore. Okay. That would probably let us get the coal in there, because we have to deal with that in not too long. But yeah, I get the idea is that we keep expanding this base out more and more. And I've got all this solar and all that wired in there from where previous walls were. We'll eventually want to put artillery up here and hammer that back. This one doesn't have an immediate priority. There is oil up here as well. But if we're going to be expanding for oil, it's there. That's just an absolutely absurd amount of oil there. Okay, so all the construction bots are just zipping on over to collect everything. Of course, it landed directly on a cliff. Alright. Keep branching that out. You've got all the shells you need to deal with anything that expands there. And you're probably waiting still on Traveler 2. And Traveler's 2 problem was its fuel. Oh good, the good news here... Oh, that's good news. So Traveler... Okay, Traveler 2 is about to be in good shape. It's right on the edge of dealing with all that. This is doing fine here. I could probably add like a filter here that would check these three against each other, and then depending on what it is, turn on and off this to be having different filters. So like if this is under a certain or over a certain amount, the filter would go on to kick the ice out. If this is over a certain amount, kick the fuel out. Because these all have design flaws that need to be addressed. The reason I'm not bothering right now with addressing those design flaws is I'm kind of going by the strategy of we're about to have a big step forward in our technology where I'm going to be needing to make better platforms anyways for getting to Aquillo and all that. We can go and make those correctly then, and then circle back and try and do better later. Another thing I could probably do while we're going on with all this is we have up here somewhere... Oh, right, we were making the space stuff up here, and then I moved it down here. I do think it's worth it with these here. Oh, do we have the level 3? Yeah, we have the level 3 quality things now. Ah, they're superconductors. So what I might genuinely do is this will be a bit wasteful. I genuinely think it's time we start getting our recyclers and putting them to work. So let's plan to go and work on the quality side of things. Or what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get better grippers and all that kind of stuff. So what we're going to do here is have a requester chest. Yeah, this will be the recycling center. So here's the requester chest. And we can grab the recycler. And I believe what we could do from here is that. And then we can have a passive provider chest. And the idea here is we start requesting stuff that we want to get better versions of. So the little gripper buddy, the shredder thing. How much do I care about the engine? Increases consumption at higher qualities? Okay, so that one I'm... Alright, so going from normal to legendary basically is 2.5 that at a consumption of about 3 times. Well, 3 to 2 times. So it is slightly better consumption rate. That one I'm less concerned about. Versus these two feel like they're a big one. This gives me more inventory size, which there's certainly something to say about that. For a lot of this, we can also go in here for your regular old gun turret. Chuck you in there. We don't really care about the flamethrower. The walls I don't care about. All this armor and stuff I'm not super fussed with. Ammo I'm not super fussed with. The solar panels are going to be way less relevant for space travel things. We'll focus on just those for now. But as you can see, that's going to keep shredding these. And what we're aiming to do is try and get quality modules out of that. And what should ultimately happen is over time, we'll start getting more and more quality modules in here that we can then use to eventually start doing quality versions of those things. To guarantee ourselves the quality versions. So this is going to be one that's going to be fairly wasteful. And now we're just going to keep on shredding. But the goal here is to hopefully get ourselves with everything uncommon and then maybe push it to rare. And now I think about it, for that matter, let's go ahead and get our personal modules on here as well. So, like, this little solar panel, put it on the list. We'll put the personal battery 2s on the list. Put the exoskeletons on there, the drone port, because I want to say the drone port, you give me more bots by a very large margin. I guess that one's not as important to me, versus you gave me massive bonus to movement speed, you give me more capacity. We can go ahead and tell it to have the laser defense. I want to say that just gives you range. Still not a bad thing. Shield, I believe, gives you more shield. Faster recharge speeds. What would night vision even do? Nothing, so quality literally doesn't matter for it. But you get the ideas. I'm just putting in here stuff that we potentially want to get higher quality, that we're not trying to get large volumes of higher quality. We're just trying to get any amount of higher quality whatsoever. So you've already got quality modules and all your stuff up here, so that's good news. These already have higher quality stuff going on in them. But the goal here is we're trying to get as much as we can better quality of all these things, so that when we build our next platform, it'd have that. Another thing I'm going to want to start doing is we can go ahead and grab the quality modules here. Actually, I do have the stuff to make the quality 3 things on planet. We are importing it. So you'll be quality 3. Okay. So you'll be going for the quality 3 modules with no anything going on for it. You'll be going for the quality 3 modules of uncommon ingredients. And you'll be going for the quality 3 modules of rare quality ingredients. Because I'm aiming to get those upgraded as much as possible. But I should actually have the superconductors being shipped in here. If I recall correctly, we have those. Okay, don't have any spares in the boxes right now. But the Fulgora stuff should be bringing that over as able. We're probably just consuming it all. Yeah, so you get the idea. We got a bunch of the stuff going on here. So that's cool. That's cool. We just got a rare laser turret. But that's going to be a very wasteful production we're doing now, because we are just burning materials. And what we could do here temporarily is use filters. Can I tell you to move anything that is of... Okay, I can. Alright. So anything that ends up of rare quality gets moved into this box. Anything that's uncommon quality goes in this box. Anything that's just common quality goes there. That way we could do some filtering. This is, like I said, going to be an incredibly wasteful process. I also need to get the exoskeleton legs and the personal battery units going there. I believe I've actually got a spare assembler in here too that we're not using. So you would be for the exoskeleton legs. That's fine. And grab another one of these. And you will be for the better batteries. Alright. So it does mean for the not as good batteries, right now, stop doing that. Okay. Yep, so we're just going to keep feeding it these things to try and get better stuff. It is gradually going to build up a bunch of rare and uncommon materials. It's fine. We got Fulgora on its way. You're kind of just going back and forth. What's going on with Fulgora? Why didn't we get any science at all? Okay, you were just on the fence of getting that done. We do have this where it's no longer gridlocking, so that's good news. Yeah, it's a bit of a busy belt. And where I said it's no longer gridlocking. Okay. We are just continuing to get wire and copper on the line. And it is pulling this off and getting rid of it. It's just not doing so at a throughput that's keeping it from getting clean. That's kind of alright, though. I think that's okay. Because it is pulling off like 8 or 9 each and every pass and getting rid of them. So it's not actually going that bad of a speed. And it's not like this is gridlocking here either. It is cleaning it up. So I think we're alright. It's just a very busy belt because of the sheer amount of copper being handled right now. Alright, how goes your nonsense? Still seeing good progress on the belts and all that. Seeing more of these boxes getting completely full. It's still a very patched job of all this. How goes all that iron I toss in here? So the iron I toss in here is still working its way down. The iron reaction is still going at speed. We're still missing 2 tiles of better belts over here. And pretty close to all of the regular belts are topped off. So you're waiting on gears. Is iron still the bottleneck? We do actually have a couple hundred iron here. So I might be able to start getting the stuff moved over. Because that's been kind of the holdup right now. I'm going to go ahead and make 2 of these belts real fast there just to get that last smelter online. But it looks like you've had enough tuned down that I could finally get things running. Yeah, because at least that means you're contributing as well. So that's 1 more smelter online. Alright, and as I mentioned before, the plan here is I want to go over here. And we're going to go ahead and grab this real fast. So I want to go over here, and I'm going to do something like this, where we have 1, 2, 3 things making bioflux. Because the bioflux recipe is the Yamako and the jelly in. So I think the plan will be Yamako and jelly goes here. Well, actually, Yamako and jelly goes on this side, I think. That's right, Yamako, jelly, and nutrients in, and rot out, and final product out. So this will be where we actually put the bioplast. And that would be 3, which is a whole additional one more than I've got here. And then in addition to this, I would need, where we're producing the Yamako, which again, I need the nutrients. So this is my nutrient line. That's our nutrient line right there. So I would need like Yamako, Yamako, Yamako. jelly, jelly, would put jelly down here. It would pass all of the jelly across the way, the Mako across the way. Would bring these together in the middle. This would give me room to scale more of this if I need to. That would be there. And then if we did decide to scale, I'd go over here and do this kind of same thing, where we grab the Mako and the jelly and chuck the Bioflux on there. So I think this is going to be not a bad idea. And then I've already got the conveyors right here. I could literally split that off, put it on this line. That gets me 3 of these processing. And again, we've got the nutrient line here. Over the nutrient line, in, out, 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 out. And put power there, there, and there. Here and here. You'd have your fruit coming in on this side. And on this side. We need to apply all the filters. So you'd have the filter to get rid of the rot. And the filter to get rid of the jelly. Okay, and you'd be getting rid of the mash. Okay, and you would grab all of this, and then if there's rot, you'd chuck it out the other side. And you'd be getting the flux out of here. Okay, so we can let them work on that for a minute and get all that sorted, because that's all in range. But once they start getting these conveyor belts online and all that, you know, inserters in place and all that, that'd be a good setup, because what we can do here is this would be our flux. I should literally be able to take that flux and just plug it in here. These would come out, it would just plug in and be done. We would take the nutrient loop, I'd bring it up over, bring it through, and honestly, probably just bring it through and down here. Oh no, it had to go that way. So you can bring it through and down here, which will then bring it into the loop that's already on the rest of it. And nothing's taking it off of here. So this would get rid of this spot here and make it one wholesome loop that's no longer like splitting out and doing all sorts of stuff. So this area goes away. Yeah, so we can actually plan this out more. Yeah, so what we could do here is this is our nutrient loop. Yep, so that would go there. This gets yoinked up. This is our bioflux. And like I said, the bioflux, I don't want to plug it in here, even though we are bringing it there. I'm pretty sure the way I want to bring that is this is where that bioflux currently comes in. I think I literally just want to plug that in exactly there. All of the rest of this middle part we would start moving around. But I think that's a project that's just going to take a little while to cook. And I'm not going to worry about the bio chambers or anything like that until we get there. Why are you out of nutrients? You are full of rot. Why are you full of rot? Where's your rot output? There's no way you've been sitting here this whole time without a rot output. Huh. Alright, after all that time, that's been sitting there with no rot output in this entire duration. And so it did finally have enough rot inside of it that it jammed up. Okay. So let that keep cooking for a minute. I might need to do another run where I go around and just grab up a bunch more iron production. I'll see when we walk back over the iron chest to see how it's doing. To keep supplementing it. Because I'm trying to supplement the bioflux production. Because that, in turn, is one of the main needs for the iron production. So fixing that will help, you know, helping one helps the other. But we can get that built up. We can get the green circuits and gears and all that to be scaled up a lot more. You are literally empty. Yeah, you're still running your process. It's just between waves. Yep. And how are we doing in these? So we keep adding more belts, labs, and undergrounds and all that. Entity is missing a material for construction. Alright, so meanwhile, you just gotta cook. How are we doing on our spores? So the spores don't seem to be getting much more reach. Because one nice thing is, I want to say on Gleba, unlike Novus, on Novus as your pollution spreads, it kills the trees, which causes the pollution to be able to spread better. I don't think there's an equivalent on Gleba of it killing the nearby things. There are certain things that just absorb them at a certain rate. So it can kind of be a thing that if you limit how aggressive you go, the spread will only go so far. So how goes the shredder box? Okay. So we do have the laser turrets. I'm actually going to leave those there because we're going to keep building the defensive walls and all that. Okay, so we did clear the nest that was at that corner that was causing us grief. That one's gone, so that's good news. You're getting ready for another set of volleys. I probably will need one over here as well. I'm just going to keep needing to pound back all these areas until we can expand. Yeah, because I definitely think moving towards this oil is going to be kind of one of the first priorities. Because a lot of our stuff on Novus is stalled out while that's going on. Yeah, so you're consuming that as fast as you get it. Are you full now? Yeah, so all of our ammo's full, the turrets are full. They're still making circuit boards and all that, the gears are coming along. The electric motors are full. But that's because we've made all the construction drones that I've told it to make. So construction drones are completely shut off. The Logibots are almost there, it just needs more red circuits. Yeah, so it's almost, not quite exclusively our materials right now are going to conveyor belts. Not quite exclusive, but pretty close. Yeah, and we're seeing more and more of the gaps get filled in here. Yeah, so I'm kind of at a loss while we're waiting. Because I don't need to go out and grab the eggs. I don't really have the munitions to fight things. Nor do I think I can get the munitions I probably really should have to fight things in the near future. The power's absolutely fine. Okay, you're trying to reboot that process. Which is stalled because of the bioflux, which is stalled because... So this is getting in here from the looks of it. Not really backing up, but they're getting here. Just seeing them bring one conveyor belt over after another is the whole thing. I'm going to supplement them by just going ahead and chucking 15 belts into the box. It's something I could do in the meantime. Yeah, so you don't need too many undergrounds. The upgrade inserters are honestly probably not necessary, but I do have a lot of really slow inserters there that are still carryovers from when we first started up the planet. And it looks like our stone line is completely maxed out. Both my chests there have nothing more they need. And the bioflux is still the bottleneck there, so setting up another chamber to make bacteria would do literally nothing, because the material going into it's the problem. I did tell it to make labs. It already made its stack of labs. Then we changed our mind. They were probably going to be shipping stuff off-planet because I didn't think about how many rockets I was going to have to send. The other thing we could do... Oh, so you're on your way here. Yeah, so you're bringing a lot more tungsten and all that. That's good news. I also just realized, over time, where I'm importing all that stuff from the rocket, isn't going to work out because you're not going to be getting the tungsten itself. So they've got all three materials going in here. So let's take the tungsten off of there. And I can tell you that you only bring the tungsten here. You could take the carbide off of there, and only the carbide goes here. And the rest should all be fine. Because I'm not getting the rest of the, any of the other materials to matter. Because otherwise this will eventually fill up, as you can see, with this stuff. And we won't end up getting any of the tungsten plate here at all. So this way it'll also fill up those boxes. And then once that happens, it'll backlog here and it'll stop importing it. So that can help keep the artillery doing their thing. And then I'm guessing these aren't getting their materials to keep making the things because of oil. Alright. And then with the artillery shells, those require explosives, which require oil. Yeah, so I'm going to have to get back here and get out here and probably just hammer away at Nest till we can take more territory. That's going to be a whole ordeal. But that's okay. In the meantime, what I could do here is we'll keep daisy chaining the drone ports around so that I can get to where I can run a railroad track down this way over to this oil. And I have to decide how I even want to deal with that. Because while getting the oil regardless is going to matter, my refinery setup that was supposed to be temporary did what, temporary things do in Factorio. And it's grown to the point it's no longer temporary. And I don't have a good place to bring oil in. I mean, in theory, I could literally pipe this thing through with a bunch of pumps. I really don't want to go that strategy. I'd rather ship it around. and we've got fluid trucks that could, or fluid trains that could do it. The issue is just where I fit a place to drop said oil off. I didn't leave any room here. I mean, at this point, we could also just landfill that. Well, I mean, this is... It's in the way, but a lot of this in the way is not needed. It's like all this is unneeded. Those are unneeded, that's unneeded, those are unneeded. Okay. What I could potentially do here is we've got the landfill. I can make the railroad track come out here, make another stop over here for the oil drop-off, and then just chuck the oil over. I think that's what I'm probably going to have to do, just for that to be done in any type of sensible time. This also opens it up where I can run the rail over here to reach the other oil too. Okay, tell them they're building that the whole way across there. Obviously, I don't have the drone range yet. Okay, but that would give us the rails going all the way out here. You can also go, there's nothing more for you over on this side. Pull all that up. All of these are redundant over here now. That whole area over here serves no purpose. That one serves no purpose, I don't believe. But you get the idea here is we've got a copper mine here that's pretty close to done. Not quite there. It's got 182,000 still in there, so I don't want to just not exploit it. But I should be able to go in here, put a quick and dirty train spot down here, and that could just pipe the oil over. It won't be exactly elegant, because it'll still need to be piped over that whole distance. But that should be okay. What we could do here is go to one of our stops that takes in... Should have a stop here somewhere that takes in just like a fluid and almost nothing else. Did I have a stop that just brings in fluid? I mean, it might be one of these ones. It's alright. We can just go over here to one of our sulfuric acid stops. We just go like this. Grab all you. Oh, wait. Yeah, so what we can do here is first, just get our simple one-stop thing. I'll scooch it on over here. We'll learn our lesson for our previous problems that will replace that signal there, because that signal's always been a bane. And then what we want to do is go down here to this nonsense, and yoink all that up. You won't worry about the name on it yet. And with that, I can now go over here to one of my liquid drop-off stops. And that'll be our oil drop there. And I'm almost certainly... So I'm almost certainly going to need a pump somewhere along that route. Okay. So look at all that built. And I fully expect you to be like, no, you can't do that, that's too long. Or it's cool with it. Alright, so that's at least some good news there. And meanwhile, we can get the drones out here. Okay, and that should let them build that area. And then what I need to do there is your name would end up being... So you look for crude oil. Rename your stop to be crude oil drop off. So whenever you get sorted out, that'll be good. And then with that, we keep daisy chaining our way over here. And that'll allow us to start shipping oil. Okay, now connect it up to that end. I'm going to bring that over here. Why did I have you allowed to be there? Honestly, with these, just yoink those up. They're just in the way. Okay, so we got cliffs in the way. So I'm going to have to wiggle this track around here. This track is not going to be one I'm going to be happy with, because I'm going to have to wiggle around there, cut through there, and then get down here. I should go after the research for, other stuff. Actually, we could probably make that diagonal, and that'd be actually pretty okay. Okay, so we've got your track. Alright. So needless to say, that's going to be a lot more work. But it will be one of those things I'm going to have to just keep adding drone ports to get more of this into the grid. Until such time that the whole thing is covered. But that's okay. We're still waiting on more artillery. Looks like we just pounded these nests down again. This is getting, like, that nest just got pounded. So we are genuinely starting to clear out the nest that I will be able to continue to expand this. I do think I want to kind of keep pushing this way as best we can. And we did get the one over here, so I'll keep pushing down this way as we clear that out. Just started closing all that. Those are just things that are going to end up happening. And you're still on that fence. But it doesn't look like it, but we have, like, you know, chunks of this that are all filled in solid now. And the plastic is slowing down, which again is going to be the bioflux. Then you get a bunch of random belts getting built in here. Now for you, it's not ore coming through, is it? I guess it is ore coming through. Actually, it's... Oh, wait, why are... So I guess one thing that can help is let's grab you. Make it so they cycle it both directions. That might help. So that way if there's any bacteria to spare between these, they'll keep passing it back and forth just to try and keep things running. And they should have those. Because those are on the provider chests. We should just have them sitting around. Yeah, they're right here. And we shouldn't have all the construction bots busy. They're definitely not. So why are you not building that? Are you out of range? No, you're in range. Oh, I see. I see what's happened here. Alright, that's fine. We can correct that. So what I'll go ahead and do is I'm going to override what it wants to put there. Because I copied it, even though they are blue inserters now, they're queued to be upgraded to the green ones. And so it's not putting those in place because it's waiting for the green ones to be there. Hey, Whistler, how's it going? So get the blue ones in place, then just tell them to upgrade it. Yeah, so this way, either way, they'll just keep passing any and all bacteria they get back and forth between these, so it should keep them running constantly. And that should lead us to getting more and more of the bacteria in these boxes, which means more and more iron on the other side. Because like that one's about to rot. When they rot, it'll become a stack of iron. Which is then immediately gobbled out of the chest and tossed over here to keep production running. Alright, so this is actually looking like we got this whole area over here now. Like this entire area is already now upgraded. So we're getting there. Yeah, it's got almost 200 less red belts to be put down. Okay, will it be worth it? So I don't think it's worth it for me to go out and grab a bunch of it, because we've now got a stabilized point where it is starting to gradually increase. That we should be getting a steady output of iron again. Until our materials start running out. Okay, so I'll just keep working on Novice in the meantime. Because that is something that's just going to take time. I can't really do much to speed it up. Okay, so you don't have a power tower that reached you. Because of that cliff. Okay, and that should be enough to cover our railroad tracks there. Okay, and it looks like I got a pocket here that I need to expand our drones to. We'll bridge you there. And that's because I had the drones there, but just the way they're wiggled around the cliff wasn't very usable. Yeah, so now I have a main route that goes all the way out here for just the ore, or just the oil. This will also be good because I don't need to get down here. Realistically, for going for that iron, I could bring a route that goes down here, grabs the iron, and comes back up, which is probably what I will do, but we'll also potentially just want to blast these whole cliffs with explosives. Right now, the priority is get all the stuff here, build another place to pick up oil, and do that. We can work on finding... Where was an oil pickup location? So we got the fluid pickup here. Did I have a fluid pickup that was just not cursed? I don't think we do. That's fine. Yeah, so what I could do is I could work on just making... Well, basically make a oil drop-off spot here. And they'll take that oil drop-off spot and I'll nix the containers off of it, go back and grab the oil pickup. You can see the oil here, and like I said, that's 1,000% yield. That'll help us in the short term, not the long term. Is there something I could research in the meantime that doesn't require yellow science? Yeah, let's work on those things. Let's see. Things that don't require yellow. So we've got you. We put you on the list. Put you on the list. And let that churn away. We'll definitely want the advanced asteroid processing as well. But that should at least help in the short term. Okay, so that gives me enough coverage to be able to do this. So what we need to do now is I'll need the oil derricks. Okay, so there's 5 of them. Okay. That gives me a pipe that goes up here. That'll be fine for that part. Now I need to make an actual train stop. Put you there. And then we yoink all of this up. And this up so it's not a cargo stop. Then I'm going to go over here to where I've got the fluid pickup. Yoink your stuff. And you're going to check for crude oil. You've already got the right name. And you've got all that set up. So now I just need to plug these across and give them power. Okay. We happen to already have power like right here too, so that's perfect. Okay, so basically, as fast as they can get that train stop built, that should be all good there. The thing we need to catch is the same problem. I need to go through that blueprint and I need to fix it. I need to replace that signal. Let me go ahead and see if I can't go into my blueprint book. I was trying to see if there's an easy way to go in here and replace that signal. It's fine. Yeah, and I'm not going to mess with it. Because I could mess up the whole thing if I just do an upgrade without doing it. It's fine. We'll just leave it. It's okay. So we're getting that all hooked up. That'll get the oil production online here. And then if they get this all squared away, we should be good. And the train tracks are already practically done. Love to see it. Yeah, with our signals here, I'm not really doing anything special with that whole track. There's only 2 trains going way out here, and the distance between them is ridiculous. And then some of these trains probably won't run very much. So it shouldn't be too big of an issue. Short term, this oil train is probably going to be doing some serious laps. Long term, the oil train will stick around, and the stone train and that stone train will go away. And this will probably be a long thoroughfare to get me towards more ore. It'll just be an ore route where I want a couple of signals to separate out a couple of places. So put like a regular set of signals here somewhere as like a stop, wait for the next thing to go by. Maybe put an extra set of lanes for waiting it so like the trains can kind of pile up there. Okay, so the oil pumps are technically working. And we are filling up the containers now. It's basically how fast I can build the tracks. Then we should have a fluid train come here. Let's go check on our parking area. And I got 3 fluid trains ready to rock and roll. Because they can pick it up from there. They will drop it off here, which I'm observing does not have power. So that'll fix that problem. They'll drop it off here. That'll pipe it over to the rest of the system. Where's your pipe that's not unhappy with me? Yeah, no, it seems to be okay. I'm surprised. I was expecting us to have reached more than reached the limit there. Okay. So with that, we'll be able to pump oil in. Okay, access to the train station should be valid. So now we're just basically waiting on it to hit the 20,000 oil. And so when it hits the 20,000 oil, it should call a train over. And that should help out our oil process. Okay, so it's looking like we're probably over halfway on the conveyor belts sorted out. I'm starting to see that this belt is getting completely saturated. And so I think it's this line. Well, no. I'm actually surprised you're getting that level of saturation. So far as the nutrients going. And you're still waiting on red circuit boards. And red's waiting on... Right, red's waiting on plastic. And what's plastic's deal now? Well, plastic is out of nutrients now. Oh, the belt is hitting absolute max saturation. You shouldn't be making any until there's 20, less than 20 nutrients in storage. And then you produce. So what's the deal here? Why are you backing up so bad? Is it just overproducing? I think that's exactly what it is. I think we're overproducing the nutrients, and because of the slower belts here, it's just slamming this quiet, and then over here, once we're past the splitters and all that, it's good. But until this down the stream area, at least from here, this spot to this spot, unless that gets to the faster belts, it is just kind of choking the system out because the stuff's moving around, running into our slower belts. So that's a bit of a bummer, because it is particularly causing problems for the plastics right here. Which I can manually deal with that. Another potential fix would be doing an underground here and having this chuck the rot over. Except you're full of rot as well. For the same reason. Like I said, once I get this belt resolved, I think that'll fix it. It's just this hole where half the belts are faster and half of them aren't. How are you going? You running constantly now? That's good news. You're waiting on Bioflux a little bit here. There. Keep you running. I could also stand temporarily to have it go split it. Okay. Because then the hope would be by splitting it, where this is getting a little too dense with the nutrients, that might settle it out a little bit. Now the problem is then the nutrients wouldn't get up here as easily. Yeah, I don't think splitting it's going to actually help or splitting it's going to do anything to help. Because you're not rotting on the line. Or actually, you did get an instant rot. Alright, you're backed up from not being able to get rid of your rot either. Where is your rot output? I see. That answers that question is you do not have one. It does surprise me that while I was trying to be so careful about making sure there was always a rot output on everything, that I still managed to have multiple cases where I didn't handle the rot output at all. Okay. And get you done. Get you sorted. Okay, how goes the iron? Still struggling. That's because of bioflux. And those are coming along just fine. Like these are running. I've already got that plan to give me extras. Oh good, we got the first of the researches that we added onto the queue done. So we're just grabbing stuff that doesn't require yellow for the time being, since yellow's stalled out. Most of the later stuff we would be, so that's all yellow science down there. The drilling and all that's not. So those could be places we get efficiency gains that wouldn't cost me yellow science. Those are really expensive, though. Go ahead and put you on the list. Wasn't there advanced? Ah, that'll be off Gleba. That's right. Because that's the idea, is each one of the plants gives you at least one thing that's not strictly necessary, but is practically necessary to reach the other planets, I'm pretty sure. Okay, and let's go... What was the new thing we got? What was the new thing? Right. So we've got now where instead of we process this, and it just gives us that's still a thing we want. But we've got the metallic asteroid processing and all that, where if one thing gets to be too high, we can deliberately, like, break it up to get us the other things. Which ends up helpful because some of the routes have a heavier concentration of some of the others. The other one is... What was the other asteroid processing? Yeah, so you... Right, and that's where I can break it up, where you give me iron, copper in that, you give me sulfur, carbon in that, you give me ice, calcite in that. Right, and that's kind of where the magic can happen here, is where now we start getting some of those more advanced materials for a space platform. That'll be a thing we'll definitely want to have Novice working on at some point in the near future. There we go. We now have the train slowly filling up. Oh, do I not have pump jacks being produced? Okay, I'm pretty sure I saw that there was one of these not in use up here somewhere. Okay, so we're not making pump jacks, so it's only running on 2 pump jacks. Have we seen any progress here? Yeah, so you're continuing to shred stuff, but you are giving me some blue quality materials and all that. And how are we doing in these? So yeah, so you're starting to get some green qualities, some blue and green. You'll end up needing a 3rd spot. some green quality of these. You'll end up needing a third spot. We'll just go ahead and get all these marked to have a third spot. We're being very, very wasteful on materials with these. Do I not have the thrusters on here? You should be shredding thrusters, right? Hey. Low quality thrusters. Go ahead and torch them. If it isn't properly good stuff, put it in the furnace. Yeah, and then the other one I was thinking is going down here and getting the Chem Labs assemblers and all that. Let's also check on the science here. Stuff like you happen in the crushers. You happen in the Chem Labs. And for a higher quality Chem Lab, you get a much faster crafting speed. So I think what we're going to go ahead and do here... Are you getting the tier 3s yet? Oh no, because we didn't have the things here. That's fine. So what we'll go ahead and do is go to you. Drop you off there. Where are my assemblers? And my smelters. Oh, those might still be up in this nonsense. The drills. Actually, honestly, for the drills, don't bother with the drills ones. And then the solar panels. So the solar panels are used in other things, so I'm a little hesitant to put those up there. They would be good. Well, I mean, we can use the solar panels to make our personal things, and those will get shredded down and turned into this. My hesitation with wanting to do the solar panels themselves is those are crafting material for other things, and then those other things I probably won't want those to be there. We can go here. You can be added to the list. And I don't think I want to shred those going for the higher quality, because if I've already invested in the materials, that's fine. I think it'll just be one of those things that we use those, and eventually I will get, you know, higher quality ones in a decent enough amount to be willing to put effort into it. So do those. I don't care about the walls. You have that. So I'll let you go here. The smelters, I think we go ahead and get those both set up. You'll have your quality modules on those. So you can go here. So then we're going to put the low quality smelters on here, and the low quality assemblers on here, and the low quality chem labs in there. Because that's what we kind of do there, is start working on trying to up-tech those. Because over time, then we can work on that. You know, we got all this stuff being scooped up. Oh, hey. You are for rot. It's getting closer to done. This kind of just sucks because we're just sitting here being like, alright, get moving. Come on. We're consuming all the things here. So, alright. Change of plan. So if I shift-click that... Don't do that. What I was basically thinking is getting rid of where we're trying to make all the more advanced inserters, because those are costly to do. Yeah, you're really expensive, so I don't want to go that route. You've already got that going. We'll get the atomic bomb going on those in a second still. You've already got that. We can put the other belts here. Alright, and you're still running fine-ish. Alright, let me run up here and get another influx of iron, because I feel like I'm twiddling my thumbs here, because I'm waiting for things to get done, and I can't really speed things up much on here until those things get done. And I could cancel a whole bunch of that and redo it, but the canceling of it's also going to be a pain now. So I'm kind of just doubling down, being like, it'll unjam itself, don't worry about it. And as it gets the available resources, we can get the other ones going. And all that. Because I don't want to shut down what's operating now to improve it. Because then the whole thing shuts down. I've got to reboot all the reactions and all that. And you can honestly lose a lot of time that way. Because you keep finagling to give it like, okay, well now it's going to get, 50% more output. But the whole thing shuts down for a while. Well, there's a while before that output improves. And you do want the improved output. But it's trying to do the improved output without taking offline your existing stuff. And then when you get the better output, you go to your existing stuff, you yoink it out, and then you're good. Alright, so there's a bunch more iron ore coming in. So let's get back to smelting. Meanwhile, how's the copper doing? The copper's fine. And I don't have much iron ore nearby. Let's also check on the spores. Yes, the spores, they're closer to that than I'd like, but they do seem to be kind of in a nice balance. Eventually those will escalate. And I will definitely need to have way more military stuff going on for that. Okay. Yeah, no, I mentioned upgrading all the conveyor belts is something I need to do, but I'm gonna regret. The hindsight is, I probably shouldn't have been lazy about it. The way I should have approached it is instead of just upgrade the whole thing, I really should have gone in there and been like, alright, here's the main loop. Okay, it's about 100 belts. Upgrade the main loop. Okay, here's this thing. It's about 50 belts. Upgrade that thing. Like, it just go, like, part by part. You mentioned it recently that it may be fine to let the game run AFK, and you may confirm it. Even though it's unhealthy, as you have to scale anyways, it's inevitable. Oh yeah, no, that's, the problem is, like, especially with streaming and all that, if I just let the factory run, and then we have, like, the first of the attacks by the, not the biters, the first of the attacks by, like, the local things here, if we're not there, it ends up being one of those things like, oh yeah, while I was offline, half the base got destroyed, that kind of thing, and yeah, I can restore the save, no, it's Yeah, no, I've never had to run Factorio overnight. Like, this is a case where I kind of got myself in a little bit of a bind. I'm half tempted to mitigate the issue by sending my ship, just bring resources, just huck it all over here, versus just waiting for it, because this is working. It'll get me to the other side, but also it is one of those things that is just kind of bottlenecking the whole thing. Alright, so we kind of jammed that whole thing up. Okay, so let's see here. If I were to bring over a delivery to try to just be like, hey, the factory, like, the factory's working, you know, quote unquote, but, like, it's jam-packed. What are the things I could do to instantly kind of unstick things? Now, one thing... Ooh, actually, we're starting to get our first blue circuit boards. That's good news. One thing we could potentially do is go through and just be like, here's a delivery of, like, a bunch of red circuit boards. Because that's kind of the big bottleneck on the plastic and all that. And that would get all the green inserters and all that going. It could, like, because I don't feel like iron plates is a good one to send. Because a lot of those kind of materials, like iron plates and stone and copper, your kind of low value, quote unquote, materials, they tend to be in the camp of, like, we look at stone, it's 500 is a stack, or is a rocket's worth. You're dedicating a rocket to not a lot of material. Okay, now that'll be kind of what we can do with that. I could tell you to improve the throughput of the recyclers. That'd probably help on Fulgora. Okay, so I think what we'll do to start addressing that is first, Tantive 4, which is stopped at Gleba. Yeah, it's time for you to not be here anymore. Go to Novus. And you do your thing for a little bit. You're starting to get backed up here. So you're going to go, and we're going to probably send some supplies. So, the things we're going to consider. Red circuit boards would be a good one if we got. Actually, change of plans. You're not going to Novus. You are going to divert to Fulgora. Because that'll have circuit boards and spades. So we're going to go over here, and I think what I'm going to tell you to do is to get red circuit boards, blue circuit boards, green circuit boards, get like 1,000 of each. You import those from Fulgora. And is there anything else while we're there? I don't think we do the iron plates. Well, the iron plates is 1,000. That's only... I don't think we do that, though. But I think we get the circuit boards. Because it's, okay, so you get 2,000 here. That'd be 3 stacks. Yeah, so it'd be like 5 rockets we're asking for. But if we send that over, let it load up, what we can potentially do then is I just drop all that in here. Because the circuit board... Actually, green circuit boards are fine. We're full up on green. But I think that's because the red is backlogged because of the plastic. But if I just drop the red circuit boards themselves, that should help unstick a lot of these things. I know I'm going to regret putting this on here. Okay, so we've got dynamite. That requires calcite and all that. And we've got where I can liquefy coal. Yeah, I can liquefy coal to basically use a little bit of heavy oil and coal to make a better yield on the other oil. What is going on here? Oh, I see. Your metal supply was running out. But you're at Fulgora, so that's fine. You just keep doing your thing. You should have your gun supply slowly recover. Oh, and have that get sent. Because you started a railroad run, and it seems very even easier, you can learn the golden rule of chain signal in, rail signal out, thanks. And the invaders don't bother me. Yeah, no, like, it definitely, because I've done, my first factory I launched the rocket back in, before Space Age was a bus. Like, just a main bus where you had, like, the big thing of ribbons going on that you just kind of, like, split off 1 or 2 conveyor belts and then bring them on, you put it on the ribbon. And that works really well, but I kind of really didn't like having that giant ribbon going through the middle of the map everywhere it went. It works, like, it's really good. But yeah. So we're struggling a bit here on ammo, because unfortunately, I let this get jammed. And this is where I need to sit down, and when we get back to Novus, I am going to re-engineer our platform. Like, I'll make a brand new platform, and the new platform will be, you know, whatever I need it to be for handling going out to Aquillo and being able to go back and forth and be sustainable and all that. And once I get that built, I will then make duplicates of that to replace these. So that while I'm doing Aquillo things, I can slowly revamp this. Why are you not happening? Oh, you're still set here. I said to switch. There we go. I wasn't in the checkbox is my problem. Okay, so we're going to start sending up one rocket after another. And the idea is by importing those circuit boards, they'll reduce our burden on the plastic, it'll reduce our burden on the iron plates and all that, so it should jumpstart a bunch of this. Yeah, so we're getting all that stuff in. We can start working on the rocket silo, because it wouldn't take much to get the agricultural science online. And if we can at least get that online and able to deliver back home, then we can work on that. Because I think the plan is going to be figuring out what I need to do to be like, hey, when the ship gets here from Novus to get the agricultural science, you just put whatever's on there and you launch. Like, if it's only 20, that's what it is. You just get it on there, you launch, and it goes back over. That's going to be kind of the plan. Okay, so I've already got the red circuit boards on board. We got the green circuit boards on board. And they'll get the blue circuit boards, and we can just bring those back. Okay. And you are slowly recovering your ammo. Do you not have an incredible surplus of blue circuit boards? You do. Oh, you don't have a rocket ready. Right, because it had 2 back-to-back launches. Yeah, so you're working on getting a full load of oil on the train. We got those going. So let's slowly lose the amount of stuff we've got there. How are we doing at clearing the dust? So you're fully cleared in your range. You got one little pocket there. You got a little pocket here. That's going to be, a lot of that's going to be my limitation on explosives, I think. Oh no, radar dishes. Was I not making radar dishes up here somewhere? I'm pretty sure I'm making radar dishes over here somewhere. I don't think I shut that down at some point. Well, either way I don't see him, so... You can just go here. So I make sure we can keep those going. Yeah, you're getting so close to this not being at full saturation. The moment we get like the last belt going to this splitter sped up, this should fly around, and then because they're split and this collects so much after this point, it shouldn't be backing up there anymore. Because it is leading rot to back up. Because this belt here is at complete saturation. On the bright side, it's looking like we're getting more and more of the flux getting through here, which should be speeding that up, which I'm not sure what on that end. It must have just been the right inserter or the right belt got improved, that it's running more consistently. Okay, so let's go take a look at our ship that's picking up the circuit boards. Because you're all loaded up. No, you're not. Oh, right, because it's 100 per stack. Do we wait for the full... I don't think we wait for the full 1,000 of them. You do have available on the planet 4,000. Yeah, they're kind of launching those rockets as fast as they can. I think we let them send this stack of blue circuit boards. Okay. And then once that's received, we turn this off. Well, you're still waiting on ammo. I can't actually fly you out of here until we get this ammo sorted. Also, you're at that point, we can go ahead and turn you back to normal. They do have 500. Oh, is it 200? Oh no, it's 300 per rocket. Yeah, that's fine. And then they're also putting down the conveyor belt slowly for this area. They're not getting hardly any of the inserters done, which is not super surprising. That's red circuit boards. But it should be a thing that once we get those delivered, I can load up my inventory and all that junk. Just go to, we've got our chests here for our junk we're dropping off. And we can use that, just drop those in there, and it should feed this in there, get all the Logi bots on, any construction bots, it'll have more enough supply for there. We can get the rocket silo made, which I'm just going to chuck down here somewhere, I think. Because my intention is to put the agricultural science production here somewhere. To just, again, feed directly in and figure out how I have to set it up to go through there, because I'm going to be qualifying up the agricultural science just to give it as much of a shelf life as I can. Because its shelf life right now, it lasts 1 hour, And I want to say as it goes down, like it gets more rotten, I want to say you get less science out of it, if memory serves me correctly. I could be wrong about that. But, if we go and we get up here to, like, Legendary, you get 2.5 hours. Plus, it'll also give more total science, so I definitely see that as a win. The big thing that's going to take me a bit to figure out is how to load up. On the flip side, you can quality it and get more time. Right, that's exactly what I was going to say is, I'm not going to worry about qualitying anything in the process up to it, but that last step I'm going to slam in the quality things to try and buy as much time for delivery. Deliver it over, drop it in, and immediately try and have it available. That's going to be a catch, though, because I vaguely recall it consumes a decent amount of the eggs. Because you take how long to process? Recycling recipes. Agricultural science, pack recycling. So it takes a quarter of a second, and I only get 1 out of 4. Oh, you're telling me that if we start having these rot, we can technically put the agricultural science into a recycler to potentially effectively destroy, on average, 4 of them to get 1 back that might be fresh. I don't know how that works because I've never tried recycling rotting things. But see, the rocket will also only launch at a full load of 1,000. Getting a full 1,000 of a certain quality is going to take some time. Well, right. That's where I was going to say, Darava, what I want to do is I'm going to see what I can do to override the logic of the rocket and be like, I don't care if you're full. You know, the ship arrives, when it arrives, whatever you got. You know, don't do the requesting thing. Instead, approach it from the just shove it into the rocket. And when the rocket doesn't receive one, just launch. I have to figure out how I can set that up to just effectively going, I don't care how much you got, just go. Just go. If it's 20, that's fine. It's outie. But we'll figure it out. I'm sure there's a way to do something. I know there's limitations to it, but I should be able to make something happen with that. Yeah, because you just need... Right, so what I wanted to actually check is how long you take to craft is what I cared about. So you can make the science. 4 seconds. So that would be a pentapod egg every 4 seconds. Now with this, I've got 2 of these that are effectively just trading back and forth to 2 eggs. And it's every couple of cycles, they kick 1 extra egg off that goes into the furnace to keep the lights on. And so that's what we're going to ultimately be taking away. Meanwhile, let's move these guns to not be quite in the way. That'll do. Because every once in a while, you'll see 1 egg get hucked over the fence and go into the furnace. So I am going to have to potentially increase the amount of eggs we're producing, which is a massive increase in the amount of nutrients we need. I'm a little worried on that because that's another one of those things that this compact area might cause me grief. Because if I grab all the eggs going off here to try and make the science, it's not going to make it very fast. Plus, it's going to deny this its desired eggs. So that's going to need to scale up as well. On the bright side, if I do get this all set up, this area here gets mostly gutted and moved over there. And I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, because broadly speaking, this is going to be replaced up here and it's going to route down in there. So this whole area gets removed for the most part. Which will be fine. I could potentially leave you here still to make the lubricant. So I think that's the only thing that's going over here. No, we got those over there. Either way, we can get that fussed. The first thing is get the bioflux increased. Then we can route into the existing system, and we can go from there. Because then the bioflux stuff we can yoink out. Get this set up here to make the mash and the gel. We can definitely remove some of that out here. And it might just be I need to route some of those base materials down here as well. For, again, the same purposes. But that should still open up a bunch of space down here. And with that, I could potentially take this area here to expand the egg production. To continue to make more and more eggs. And then whatever surplus I can't use for the science, we immediately huck into the furnace. So just have like the science production up here, all the eggs roll on through, and every single extra egg just goes right into the furnace. Let's go check on our platform again. Because you should be about ready. Yeah, so you're about ready to go home. And you've got your whole thing. So you're going to stop being at Fulgora and you're going to go back to Gleba. And when you go back to Gleba, we're going to huck a whole lot of circuit boards down at the ground to hopefully kind of kick things over real fast. Because that should get the insert, like the main thing for the inserters that's holding them up. That should get that done. We'll still be hurting on the iron. It'll also help get the rocket silo ready. Which I guess I could put the rocket silo... I could put the rocket silo anywhere we want over here somewhere. And like I said, I'm thinking we make the eggs in this area, we make the science here, and then the silo will be right next to where we make the science, because I'm literally just going to chuck them into the rocket as fast as it lets me. But I want to get the silo down so I can see what the rules are around the rocket's instructions, just so I can see, hey, can I force you to launch with an incomplete load based on a timer or something? Or some other condition that you go up there, you see that the platform's up above, you launch the rocket, you know, and then there's some delay before we can launch the rocket again or whatever. Like some condition that I can have the platform arrive, send a rocket up immediately, and then the platform just nopes out again. Doesn't hang around, doesn't chill. Just get your science, get it home. And then it could stay on the Novus side for a while. Okay. And so I've got you having arrived here. We're stopped at Gleba. So start launching this at the ground. So those will probably all land over there. So let's go over there and grab them all. This should be over here somewhere. Because they'll have arrived where I had arrived, which was, I think, right up here. Not on that stone, but in this broad area. There they are. And I think that's all of it. Yeah, that's right, because you have 2,000. Yep. So we can take that back over, and we're just going to shove it in the storage chest and let the bots sort it out for me. That should jumpstart a lot of the inserters that I queued up. Give us some stuff for the rocket silo. Because we are producing all those things, we're just producing them very slowly. And it'd be fine if I could easily scale up my operation, but the things I need to scale up my operation are the things I'm waiting on. Boom. You only make 2 stacks. And boom. Only make 2 stacks. And boom. Only make 2 stacks. Yes, you're still waiting on more materials. That's okay. But yeah, so now you see how the bots are just literally scattering everywhere, desperately trying to catch up things. Alright, I had more junk in my inventory too. Inserters, those. Also drop that in there as well. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, so once we see that hit its required amount, where it doesn't turn blue anymore, stop requesting that. Put those in the trash slot. They're not being requested anymore. We just wanted enough to get that going. Looks like concrete is about to top off as well. And then what's that? Okay, so you've already got all the pipe you need, so stop requesting pipe. And then you're about to get the concrete, and you're pretty close to the electric motors, and then it's going to be steel plate, which boils down to iron again. Oh, you're waiting on iron ore. I forgot about that. There you go. That'll sort that out. So I guess changing you to be a requester chest would alleviate that if I need to deal with it. Okay, so I need just 10 more concrete and then that's done. And the reason I'm unqueuing these, I only ever really want one silo for right now. Maybe way later I'll end up needing more. Okay, so no more concrete. So then you are waiting on the electric motors, as well as the steel. Which unfortunately steel's just gonna be a bottleneck. Ooh. Actually, the good news is it does look like the iron is genuinely getting caught up now. Which means I can go in here myself and start crafting a big old stack of the conveyor belts to hopefully speed this up. Yeah, no, it looks like the conveyor belts... So we've already cut down the number of inserters by more than half. And they're still making them. The conveyor belts are down to like a third of what they were. So we're getting pretty close to the point where I'm just going to have spare materials and not have to worry about this whole thing just gobbling up everything. That'll be good. And the ones I craft in my pocket, I'm going to try and go through here and unjam this area. Because like I said, I think it's this handful here that's the problem. That once we speed those up going into this splitter, that it should, because we're dividing it by 2, it should go smoothly. And that should have this going at speed. I might have to go back and get all of these. But at least on this length, this will be a critical point. But yeah, so then, like I said, we're kind of readjusting this. We're going to rip out pieces of that, move them up here, rip out pieces here, move them up here. And like I said, I kind of want to have this functional, then move it out, so that this continues to operate until such time as I'm ready to flip it over to the new location. Which does mean I'm going to need to grab materials here. So let's grab some of the ground stuff here. I'll need nutrients at the time we're ready to build, and I'll need iron. So I can go to the iron box, grab a couple stacks. Okay, so once we're done with the belts, all I would need to do is grab a couple of eggs and some nutrients, which we are definitely not short of. We can start building these out to get them all hooked up, and then work on that. More than likely, another thing that's going to happen is I'm probably going to have to build more of these. I'm really dreading that, because right now it's in a nice safe situation where it's not going to cause those to come over. But it won't take very many more of these before I will potentially be facing threats. Because I don't think that these... I don't think that the ones here on the planet evolve the same way as the other ones. That's what I'm trying to remember. So if we go to you, they evolve. Sorry, they evolve. I don't think they expand like the other ones. And that's what I'm trying to remember. We've got the evolutionary factor is increasing, which is no shock there. They do expand, but their area is much more limited. That's still a bummer. Okay, so the main nutrients loop should be fully upgraded now. It is still having issues, unfortunately, which is just this, where they're introducing them back up to each other. Oh, I wanted... Input right should keep that flowing. I see. So if we input right it, it'll clear this area up. But then this area is going to back up, which means it's going to rot on the line. In the meantime, I'll chuck the rest of these in here so you can place them for me. Just remember where my... there's a storage box. Okay. Yeah, so with that, that middle row is just getting jam-packed. And they do slowly work through, but we don't really consume that much in the middle. So I honestly think we do just take off the priorities on that. So one thing that will actually help with this is the intent of increasing our nutrient consumption by doing more of the eggs and all that. That in itself will kind of alleviate that. So let me go ahead and we're looking at a good couple of these. I'm going to go up here, I'm going to grab a bunch of the eggs. So I got 4 eggs. I'll need 20 nutrients or so. Maybe add a belt between the merging splitter and the next splitter, the nutrients. That'll help here, but then it'll jam there, I think. I think what I'm going to do is I'm not going to worry about that. I'm about to completely change its route to go up here anyways. So I'm going to kind of just work with that for the moment. Here, you can add a bunch of nutrients. Yes, they do expand, so the answer is eventually they're going to get down here, and I'm going to have to deal with it. Which is no shocker. I'm going to need defenses up here. I'm going to need defenses everywhere. That's the thing that's going to get me in trouble, is that it's going to be such a long time before I genuinely need those defenses. It'll be really, really easy to just kind of miss that the problem is coming. I could craft those in assembler, right? Yeah. Oh, you're not going to get built, because I'm sure as heck not having you deliver drone eggs. Or, I'm not having you deliver the eggs over. Yeah, that's just 100% going to end up in a bunch of exploding creatures inside my base. That's fine, we can just chuck you two in there. The rest can just sit. Yeah, so just a couple more electric engines, and then we can turn that off from the rocket. And I have a lot of work to do with all this. Because then I also still need to get the, I'll still need to get where we can produce our rocket fuel. We have an actually fairly easy recipe to do that. It just depends on the flux, which is one of the things that we're trying to resolve. Okay, so to start with, I've got those two in there. And you here. So you're going to be Bioflux. Cool. You're going to be the mash. You're going to be the jelly. Alright. So the idea here is that that would be diverted to this area. And now it'd get that stuff going. Meanwhile, the idea down here is this would be diverted to there. Same idea. So then that would bring these materials in here, it would get fed in, they become the respective things, go into here, become a bunch of the flux. The flux has a very long shelf life, so we could then pass the flux down the line here. And so this would be the nutrient loop, it'll go in and twist that way, whereas the nutrient loop here would end up going and, we'd probably bring it under, over, and through here, kind of deal. Then go ahead and just plan for where that's going to be. So this would be the nutrient. Oh, that's not where I wanted this ultimately. Yeah, so put the nutrient loop, switch it up to go through here. So that'd be the nutrient loop. A lot of this won't need to go this way anymore. Right, because I just remembered. So you're going to have to go here. But you also will need the seed output. Okay, so that would work for this area. So then the seeds would get chucked over here, go back into the existing loop over there. You would need the same thing over here. Where you'd remove your seeds. Okay. Because then this should also be scalable where if I needed more of these, I can just chuck them farther up here and just keep on going till, you know, we just move the loop out farther. So that'd be a lot more scalable up here. A lot cleaner, all that stuff. We're still waiting on conveyor belts, unfortunately. Another thing that's ultimately going to need to happen here is I am going to need more drone ports. There you go. That way we can keep building out here. We'll work on slowly upgrading this belt. Because that'll be necessary eventually. Yeah, so almost all of the belt inside the main part of the factory is now upgraded. For whatever reason, they just don't want to put this one spot of belt down. Yeah, this'll be the tricky part. Because I think the way we're going to handle this in the short term... Oh, you drop off right there, don't you? Okay. Yeah, so what I end up doing is I just divert that this way, run this belt that way. All of this becomes not meaningful or useful anymore. Okay, yeah, no, I'm shrimping. But yeah, no, we'd go and get that pulled up there. That'd connect the mash. And we would be able to pull up all this extra conveyor belt down here. That would give us what we need to hook these two up here and make it so we go through there. We would lose the lubricant, we'd lose the lubricant, the plastic production, and the sulfur production temporarily. But then we get all that sorted out. And then I can either move those up, or I can genuinely just take the line that's bringing the two of these together, put a split off here, and then just have any surplus chucked over there. These have a shorter shelf life. So I kind of partly want to lean towards having logic with it, where I can kind of turn it off. So we could check for example, like the lubricant. We could check to see if the lubricant is full, which it is, so let's go ahead and yeah, what we could do is we could have these have logic to them, where if they're not full, we can turn off the conveyor belt. That I could turn off the conveyor belt up here somewhere or whatever, or where the splitter is, and just be like, don't route any of the jelly or the mash down this line to run these things, unless I need it. I mean, honestly, with you just needing these two, we probably move the plastic up here ultimately, where I end up putting just the plastic over here somewhere, because this will be that going through, and then we'd have the Yamako right there, so I can put the plastic production here, and the lubricant there, and like I said, I could make it where it does the inventory check, and if I don't need any, it just shuts the conveyor belt off there, so that just pokes right here. We will need to have a rot off ramp though. So we'll need that. So we'll go here and rot. That way if stuff rots on the line, it doesn't jam it up. So the good news is those inserters... Yes, we've got almost all the inserters built. Things are still taking their time with the belts. I'm going to go ahead and supplement them again. Start putting down the belts myself for where we need. Right, so this is the out, that's the in. So this would be another one of those ones that the way we'd handle this. Okay, so those two could just plug into each other there. These two would go away. So then I wouldn't need to under or over anything. Those two go away. These two slam into each other. I put another one of these right here. You go there. That doesn't extend. Well, actually, that would extend to maybe one tile. All of that down there goes away. This whole area goes away. This whole extent going over here goes away. This all goes away. That goes away. And then the conveyor bringing the flux in, which is there. This belt we would just take from up here. Yeah, so there's where that belt comes in. Where's the first time it does something? It does something, it splits here. So what we could do here, because that's a splitter, this works out pretty well. So that would be where we plug that in. That'd work great. The thing is, so it'd be on this side. So it'd be on the wrong side of what we're aiming for. Yes, that put it on the inside here, which puts on the right. I actually would want it on the other side. Which the way we can achieve that is by doing... this. There's better ways to do that. But that put on this side, so it matches up what we have. And the reason that matters, you can see I'm putting the nutrients on the other side of the belt with it. But that would be good there. We've got more of that. We want to make... Oh, put those back. I'm not ready for these yet. Okay. I forgot I'm making a pile of conveyor belts. Alright. Because, yeah, that'll let us plug into there. Once that's done, and we've got it where I can route that in, so we'll get this routed over. This will all be hooked up and ready. And so then the next move I think it'd be is to reroute these to get them piling in on this. And then we connect the nutrient loop. And so like I said, with the nutrient loop, I would change the routing to go over in this way. It would go up, around, it connect into this loop here, which takes it through that pass. And then the challenge I run through there is all the stuff here that's feeding off of it, which would be the bacteria and this. This isn't going to be here anymore. And you. So it'd be the bacteria, the gel making this, which is likely not to stick around, and the thing to reboot the bacteria when it's down. There's a really good chance... These are simple recipes. I think what ultimately happens is these don't stay here. So we got all of that. And that stuff would just be moved up here as well. Yeah, that'd be another thing that what would probably do is move that up here and do that. Because I think ultimately once I get this all wired up and that gets cleaned out, this could even come out farther. Like, we'll probably have to shift things around a little bit once it's all set up. Because I am trying to move it while it is actively running. Alright, so let's see here. We can increase steel production. It's honestly looking like we're getting pretty close to the point where we'll be on to just like Gleba science kind of things. Alright, pretty soon we're going to have that all sorted out. Okay, so you've got you all sorted. Alright, so I made a bunch of them. Progress is progress. Let's go into one of these boxes here. Grab 2 sacks of those. Let's check on you. Yeah, so you just need to make spare gears, and they'll spit out another 81 conveyor belts. Yeah, so like where I'm wiggling this, I'll ultimately just take that and turn it. I'm going to deliberately tell these to basically don't bother making nutrients till you're pretty much tapped. That should help with doing that. No good posture? Yeah. Because I also don't need to make that many more of the bio chambers, because as we turn these on, I'm going to be pulling those up, which is going to give them back. So I will have spares. We probably don't need to be worried about that right now. Alright. And with the point where we're starting to get ourselves some spare ammo and all that, I do think we're reaching that point where I am going to have to start prioritizing getting some kind of defenses going on. Because the earlier attacks or two shouldn't be too bad, but very quickly it can escalate. And so I'm going to need to go through and set up some type of defense. I'm not sure how I even want to approach that, because the laser turrets are fairly useless on Gleba. So I'm going to need to either use like the Gatling guns, like the sentry guns or whatever, or I'm going to need to go through and build the rocket turrets, which I can't get those till we start getting the actual Gleba science out of here. So none of those particularly help. Yeah, so those are all 1,000. While we're waiting for those to pocket craft, how's Novus doing? So no enemy nests there. This area has been cleared of all enemy nests. This area's got one nest right in the middle. Okay, so I think that's good enough. Then go over here. Alright, so we're liable to get some drones killed as they cross that spot. And same here. We start building out this wall, because we should be able to have this area cleared out a little bit farther. Oh, and actually, I totally forgot that you're over here. So yeah, in two more, we'll have shots that they'll hopefully hammer this nest down. To get overlapping areas of fire. Alright, so we're starting to get our next belts all figured out. So it's a nutrient belt. That's your output. Alright, we're getting pretty close to when we're going to be able to, like, turn this thing on. So get a little patch of belts there. Get a little patch of belts here. All the inserters and power towers and all that are already in place. So we are going to have like a little bit of a painful moment when I flip it all over and things start to all jam up and all that because, you know, the nutrients hasn't arrived, but the other stuff hasn't gotten out there. I might end up having to manually carry one or two things over to like boot a building up or whatever. But the hope is that first I set the nutrient line to be diverted over there. And what I could do is I'm trying to think of the best way to feed this line. What I could potentially do, because there's a nutrient line. Oh, right. I just remembered. The reason I can't plug into here is you're a mixed line. You're not a nutrient line. I can bring you down here. We can just move it over one tile and have plug in here. And then I can reverse the direction on that. Oh no, that's the output. That's going to be the one that's right over here. So this spot goes away, which is fine because all that's getting ripped out, so we don't care about this. It's this line that I'm worried about. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we can have this line continue this way. This little nonsense over here gets moved up there. So that you can continue operating. No, I'm gonna make it a lower effort. Because I'm looking at that, realizing it's gonna have a bunch of problems. A lot of this is gonna get moved around. Probably more than once. So go here. So ultimately, you're just... That's not how much far I want to go. You're going to go right down here. And then when I go through, this is going to be routed that way, so this line goes away. This will plug into here, continuing that circle there. And then the only thing to fix is going to be the nutrients getting to these two buildings. Which, like I said, those two I can also just see moving. It definitely feels like this, and the bacteria, and all this junk, everything here except maybe the rot lines and the eggs, all of this goes up here. You know, they might need their own space, like dedicated slightly over whatever, but it gets moved up here. This becomes an area of just producing lots and lots of eggs, which sounds terrible. And then we do our labs over here for our research area over here for producing the science using the eggs, and then we have the rocket silo over there. Speaking of which, how's the rocket silo coming along? Because you were just waiting on steel, if I remember correctly. Okay, so you got a ways to go on the steel. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so step one, connect the nutrient line. Step two, start relocating where everything's going. You'll also need that to be connected because that's what produces the nutrients down this way. Yeah, so nutrient line goes first. This line goes second. These lines go third. Once we're there, all of this is going to seize up because it's not getting its materials, and we'll start moving it all around and getting it sorted. This whole middle area starts to open up. And that should be good, because that's already two more of these, or sorry, another one of these that I need, and I can scale it out probably two more before I have a problem. And I'll have two more of these going as well, which again, I can add one more onto each side really easily if I need to scale it out a bit more. The lubricant all can be moved easy enough. If I do run into a problem, we can tear down this, and that'll give me a bunch more space to work with. realistically, that's what's going to happen is every once in a while I'm going to have to be like, okay, I need more iron bacteria. You go up here now, reroute it all. The only thing that gets dangerous is when this nutrient line starts to get really long. Then I can run into some significant problems about stuff rotting. Artillery shell range. If you don't mind. And you just finished firing off a bunch of rounds. All right. So we are trying to slowly build this out because I want to get this inside the perimeter. So I think the idea is going to be slowly expanding out, bringing this across. That'll put a very large coal mine in there. It'll give me a ton of oil. It also doesn't need to be one I need to get all one and done. Because I already have the back wall, if necessary, I could keep firing that till there's like nothing here, and then move the artillery out to this spot and let it keep firing until there's nothing there. Realistically, I'm just going to get the range research, and then suddenly all of this is going to come into range. Yeah, so these will be potentially vulnerable to biter attack. It's fine. I forgot I had the artillery here. So it's just going to keep doing its thing. How goes our oil situation, by the way? I'm assuming it's still really bad. Yeah, you're basically done. And you've already gone down almost 100% production rate on the oil. Okay, so we've got 40... $40 going on there. So that's got that where we'll be all connected. So you're all good here, you're all good there. All right. Let's fix you so you get unjammed. Okay, so this creates a situation of unjamming this whole thing and start flipping it over. And this is where we start making a mess. I'm going to let this load up what it's got right now, and then we're going to remove that splitter. That splitter is going to go away. Because then I'm going to rip all this out so that I can switch the nutrient line over this way. What is your line and what do you do? You are the rot line. This line will be going away here. Oh no, you're not. You're the seed line. Either way, you're also still going to be going away here. So as soon as we get a gap in here, I'm going to plunk this out. We're going to tear this out. This will get torn out. Start moving it all over, and we're going to start rerouting everything around. Why are you suddenly maintaining a perfectly spaced thing? Because this is where everything starts breaking, and then I gotta fix stuff as we're going, and it's gonna be a whole situation. Alright, so as soon as they're out of there, okay, so that's disconnected. I'm gonna yoink your stuff here. That's the other one with seeds. Time to reroute you. Of course you're on that one. So all of that logic's gone. That's fine, we can fix you. So you'll go here. It's fine, whatever. Alright, so that's your stuff gone, so this conveyor belt serves no purpose now. I'll leave that for a moment. You're the new nutrient line, so let's go ahead and grab you. Take you out of here. And then this should be the nutrient line all hooked up. So that's going to loop around here. You're all good there. So now you get yoinked. And with all this, this is all shut down. Okay, and we can go ahead and grab you and you. Do this nonsense. Grab your junk. Plunk it there. Grab your junk. Plunk it there. Because now the whole thing is going to be shutting down and causing problems, so we need to get the fix. You're rerouted around there. So now it's time to divert your junk up here. Yoink you. Turn you that way. Yoink you. That should be diverting up here now. So you're producing all that, you've got all this, so now the next thing I need to do is you've got your output here, it's already wired up. So in theory, all of that stuff should be in good order now. So start grabbing all the stuff for making the jelly and all that. Ooh, I gotta remember that that was a overload there. That I was set up to feed this in if I had a surplus that needed to be used for something. Or I guess rather if I had a deficit that needed to be used for something. Okay, so we've got all your stuff. And as mentioned before, you're not doing anything anymore. Those aren't doing anything anymore. You're not doing anything anymore. So you can clean this up to be less cursed. Okay, so let's get up here and fill in gaps. And they're feeding that all through, so that's all good. Okay, so the copper and the iron, like, rebooting thing are offline. We have this belt going past here. This doesn't serve a purpose anymore. That's fine. So you can just honestly cut on right on through. Here you can have that, please. You got the rot. Yeah, so they're cutting across there and getting themselves killed. Shocker. Where are they going that they're getting themselves in trouble? Because you're all built down here. Ah, there was an attack that damaged the wall down there. That's fair. Okay. So we've got all that set up. So where we disconnected the nutrients here, so we have stopped plastic, lubricant, and like I said, these are just for rebooting. When we have these reactions go offline, which I will need to have set up. But this is looking already much better than we had it before. These things are going kind of solid, the three of them. And keeping... Yeah, look at that. It's properly backlogged here. So I can go ahead and yoink all you up. And with that, we don't need you anymore. I don't even remember what you're about. Oh yeah, this is the line for feeding the iron bacteria reset. That's fine. We don't need that underground, so there you go. What is your deal here? Oh, right, you feed up to that. That's fine. The nutrient stuff can stay for the moment. Oh yeah, that's what you love to see. This whole thing is completely filling. That's good news. Now we can put that to use to, like, as we go and get more of the eggs and all that on here. I'm gonna get that all sorted. We have the lubricant thing here. I'm gonna yoink it up as well. We'll need to get lubricant back on the network. That's less urgent, though. Alright, so we got all that area. That was kind of the point, is now we've gutted all that, we've gutted all this. This is accomplishing that task. The two things I think we need to prioritize next is effectively getting the reboot set up back in shape. Okay, we can get those out of our inventory so they don't just sit there and rot. For right now, just have those. Okay. So now the big things are going to be... I've got the horrific egg cycle here. We need to scale that up. We're going to scale our nutrients up and all that. But before I do that, let's go over here. I am going to want the copper reboot and the iron reboot. And I think the way I'm going to handle that for right now is that'll be the copper reboot. That'll be the iron reboot. So I can toss the jelly over from this one into here. And same here. So what I'm debating here is having it go underneath. Because we can get those over there for the rebooting. I'm still short. No, I'm not short on labs. So we would need... We need stuff, because for... What do you need for the sulfur? So sulfur's fine. Sulfur's getting what it's needed. It can stay right where it is. Those are fine. They can stay right where they're at. The things I would need now is... We will want the rebooting things. We would need the jelly for that. And then the plastic. So we need the plastic and the flux. Or we need this and the flux. So that shouldn't be too hard to pull off. I could duck that underneath here. And that would give access to both of those right here for the plastic. And I could go right there for the liquid. Put you there. Put you here. So you're going to be for the liquid. You're for the plastic. We'll have an underground here. I'm going to copy you and just reverse your direction. That way, if it rots here, we chuck it over the other side. Alright. So that would get all of that in place. Oh, you'd also need the stuff here. Means we'd need a filter for the plastic going out. Your passive provider. So plaster's back online. Our lubricant goes over there. Unfortunately, nowhere that's convenient to really get at from where I'm at. Pick up that end. Let's get that all set up. Oh, our iron production has shut down. Shocker. So let's fix that. We already knew that was going to happen. I just hope I was going to have more time to get the reboot set up. So yeah, so you just need the jelly. The jelly's over here. Let's actually move these farther up. I wasn't going to do that. But then I can yoink all of your belt. Because there's the copper in there, and then the iron in there. So I can fish this underneath here again. Needs a new off-ramp. Do the exact same thing I just did. I can go one tile farther. No, of course not. Oh, no, there we go. So that's again to get the rod off when it happens. And we will want to go over here. So copper. One second. Copper and iron. So there's your nutrients. That'll be for your mold. And then for you, you'll have the copper bacteria out. We can finagle this route to not require this extra dip. Then allows me to feed you directly in here. Oh, I see. 1 second. I can't put it right there. Use filters for copper bacteria, and it should never happen, but we'll put copper ore in there as well as a filtered thing. Okay, that'll be the copper situation sorted. That's fine. And same deal here. You'll use bacteria and iron. Well, okay, so the iron won't work on this one because this is going into the actual building, not a box. So that'd potentially jam up if they ever rot on the line, which they shouldn't. So I'd say you to be iron, you to be copper. Oh, and you need nutrients and nutrients. Alright, so what we'll end up wanting to do with this is going to need a whole bunch of logic to check the boxes. So I could go like this. It's not going to work the way I want it to. I'm basically trying to make it so I can huck the iron ore off the side here and get it down into this system. But this is pretty... Oh, no, actually, I can get that to work. What we can do is do this. There we go. That's not at all accomplishing what my goal was. Always the danger when you make things way too compact. It's real hard to fix later. So I can now worm that down here, which gets me closer to where I want to be. Alright, well, one thing I need to do is I need to stop this from just running forever. So you... Ultimately, we'll want to grab you. And we're going to turn both of these off. Enable if the iron bacteria is less than 10. And then same thing if the iron bacteria is less than 10. So basically, if you run out of iron bacteria, huck it over the fence. And then same thing here, grab you. You need a daisy chain on over here. What I'm trying to do is have Adonium pass the nutrients over. Oh no, less than 5, I guess. So basically, if it hits a critically low amount of the bacteria, start grabbing resources to make it happen. So those should all keep the rot off of there, so that's all good news. This is all fine. The one and only thing that can go wrong here right now is if at any point we have this get stuck here, we run the risk of that jamming up. The way I'm going to work around this is going to be the lazy way. I'm going to tell this to request that, because I can't really worm it around, and it shouldn't happen. But in the event... Oh, I have a provider chest there. Well, that's not what I want. Yeah, stop that. But basically, if we ever have a situation where iron ore gets onto this line, instead of jam packing, it'll shove it onto that box, which will then have it rerouted over there. Alright, so Novus, we're starting to have our area attack. That must have been another artillery strike. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to step away to use the restroom real fast, then I'll get right back to it. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright. And we're back. So we've got this all expanding. Okay. So this should all be in relatively good place. So for here, before I forget about it, you're gonna yoink that. And that gives you your stuff. And then you're going to yoink from here to get your nutrients. And then you're going to chuck your rot back over the fence over there. Because Spot's getting murdered along the way. Okay, so that should be all good. We've got the reboot process set up here. That should be working fine. We've got these set up here. So all of that should be in good shape. We were producing all the things we were before, but now all of this open space is available to us. So this is where the next piece of our absolute disaster comes in. I need to take where we're making these eggs, and I need to scale this up. Because we have a need for way more spider eggs in our life. A sentence that no human being should ever have to say ever, because why? In the meantime, you remember those limitations I put on you? About, like, don't harvest if it's under a certain amount? You can forget about those. So it's definitely looking like we're hitting a throughput on the actual fruit here. That I'm going to need to get more of those made. I don't know where I'm putting them, so... Sure. Yes, I got the rot loop here. Or the nutrient loop. Honestly, with the nutrient loop, if I wanted to take the time, I could certainly go this way and make it go faster. Okay, so for this, let's go get the next lab going. Ah, so we're using that as our balancer, that's right. Okay, so what I think I need to do here... What would be my best way of handling this? Because I need it to be repeatable. The loop here certainly works. The big downside with this loop is there's always the risk that one egg keeps going around and keeps being missed until it hatches. That's the big concern on the loop. Now, one way I could alleviate that is keep the number of eggs on the loop very low. And then if any point this loop has more than a certain number of eggs, then they get shunted off to go into the furnace. And that's how we could handle it. Keep like 4 or 5 eggs just going on the entire loop. Just enough that these things keep getting their eggs refilled. And anytime there's more than that, it would go past. It could also be a thing that we have the whole loop, and at the end of this direction, because I'll probably reverse this direction to go like this, so when it gets to this corner, that's where we have a splitter that then is the thing designed to shunt them off. That way, it goes through here, it goes up, you hit 5, get them off. That it has a chance to go past all of the buildings first, and then we pull it off. I think that's the way we're going with it. But I am going to want to rearrange this, because this zigzag pattern is not going to work. Take most leaf spoiled? Yeah, but, I assume that's only while it's directly underneath it. So, like, say I have on here, I've got 2 of them in good shape and 3 of them in bad shape. If the 2 in good shape, yeah, it'd be from the box. Right, and that's the problem, is I'm planning on making, like, 4 or 5 of these. I don't have a good way I can put a box in there. Because, like, right now, we're already doing that with our box that's surrounded. I do think I would need to work around that issue. That's what I'm looking at, is going, okay, it's time to scale you. Can you calm down? Oh, yeah, so we're artillerying this, and they're not happy about it. Which I guess is a fair response. That if you start obliterating someone with artillery, they get kind of salty about it. I guess that's fair. Yeah, so basically I'm waiting till we artillery this down, and once we artillery this down, I could go ahead and build that wall out to around where that water is. And then somewhere around here, we can use like that water as a block point. Okay. You'll just surround it with laser turrets? Yeah. Oh, you mean this area? I thought they had a really, really high durability against lasers. Maybe I'm thinking the wrong ones. Because the ones that come out are these ones here, the Wrigglers. Yeah, so 50% laser resistance. Okay, so they do get 50% laser resistance, and they do only get up to 400 health, so it's actually not that bad. Not as much as I thought it was going to be. It is slightly concerning that you can up quality the eggs, and then that results in a more nightmarish thing there. You don't defend Gleb with lasers. Well, the idea would be inside here putting the lasers just for the rare egg hatch. That you do half damage, but half damage on... Yes, it'd be half damage... Yeah, because it'd be like 66 damage, half damage, so it'd be like 33 damage per second per turret, which means if you put something like 10 turrets, you'd instantly vaporize whatever popped out. I think that might be the route we go, is we set it up, make it work, because we are making plenty of surplus eggs. Alright, so let's go ahead, and for right now, I'm just going to scooch this out of the way. Because we'll worry about the laser turrets when we get there, but for right now, scooch you up here, have a magazine. So you are going to make eggs. Oh, you have iron and free copper too, so either or. Yeah, no, it's fine. That was the big thing, is I just remember you had to keep defenses there that, yes, in an ideal world, you'd have everything set up. Yeah, no, definitely. That's one thing I'm really starting to worry about, is we don't have defenses set up. And we are starting to hit the point where we're like, oh yeah, we're actually starting to scale. And scaling without the laser, like scaling without that's kind of a risky business. So I think what we do here, there's going to be a little bit of this. So I think the plan is going to be something like this. So we could chuck the eggs out. Actually, you know what I could do to make this a little bit better? So what I could do here is, then the idea would be I'd flip it like that. So as you can see, we have that on either side. And then put the pipe down here. We could bring the water in here, leaving plenty of room to work. And we do the same kind of thing here, where we'd pull eggs in here. Eggs out on the other side. Where are you at? There you are. So we can yoink these. And put them there. Yeah, and that's the reasons I'm thinking we'll have a splitter over here. And I'll split it down and bring it across this way. And then it'll merge up here, but I'm expecting all of it to be consumed along the way. And I'm honestly thinking this whole area here will get ripped up. I'm going to get this set up here. Then we can work on that. Oh, I don't have a thing making the undergrounds. Let's go ahead and get that on the network, because again, someday I will leave this place, and if I can't make the building remotely, then we don't get to have it. Can you even fit there? Okay, so get an underground pipe on the list. And you're almost to the point of being able to be produced. Oh, I have a ridiculous number of conveyor belts here. Let's go ahead. And do this stuff here. The reason I want to do this is that way when I go and I put a couple down and have the bots do it, they don't start manufacturing them again immediately and gobbling up all of the expensive resources. Alright, so we're producing steel, we're getting that all sorted, that's all good news. So I think what needs to happen here please drop that off quickly. Want to see how bad this is going to be. Okay. I think that's alright. Yeah, it is falling behind. That should be alright. Because especially, again, we're going to be absolutely consuming copious amounts of nutrients off of it. Alright, so the plan will be we'll have the splitter here. It'll run on over there. And then we'll have this. Then there's going to be a splitter there. And a splitter there. And I guess in the meantime, just in case, let you go that way. And what should happen is most of the stuff on this line is going to get consumed to the point that might actually not see hardly anything go through. And I guess we'll focus on the output being on that side. Alright, so what would happen here is nutrients in, rot out, nutrients in, rot out. Okay, we can put the stuff here. Alright, and then this would be the egg loop. Let's start working on getting the egg loop set up. You can get moved down here for a minute. Have some rot. Someone. There you go. Yeah, this way 50% of the nutrition always goes around. And this we just burn as much that we can on here. Okay, so with all that in mind, this should be fine the way it's set up here. So the next move here get that built fast. We actively have eggs on the line. Alright, so with that one added, let's go ahead And where's your input for your eggs? Do you not have an input for eggs anymore? Ah, it's down here. So we're going to take that up, let you churn, grab that off, you get moved over here, and I'm going to continue this process here, because then we can open up this space, and this can be where we ultimately turn those eggs into science. Okay, you're all done here, so yoink you, grab you and grab you, grab you. Go ahead and give me that. Have all that. We just plunk you right down in there, you're good to go. No eggs or any deeply concerning things in my inventory, so that's lovely. Alright. So right now, that's going to endlessly stack. Obviously, we don't want to keep that. So that's the there. So turn that off. Let that do its thing. So what I want to ultimately do here is then we've got this belt. And what we'll do is we'll have this belt. We will yoink the eggs off this belt based on the number of stuff here. And I want to hurry because we are producing a terrifying number of eggs. The other thing that'll happen is we could probably reroute all of these belts and then just cut this across a bit better. Okay, so you're all done here. Have a bunch of eggs. And grab all of your stuff. Do this. Cool. And you'll get that all hooked up. Alright, so now comes where we got to adjust things. So you are all done here. So we've got this stuff. This madness needs to be dealt with hurriedly. For right now, we're just going to go like this. Grab you up. You're going to filter to grab eggs, or if somehow rot ever gets on there, we'll go ahead and just do that as well. But you're going to have logic that is going to check this belt. And you are going to check for eggs. And if there are more eggs... Oh, hey. If there are more than 10 eggs on here, chuck them in here. We'll set them to grab the most spoiled first. And into the furnace the spider eggs go. Alright. And you're gonna honestly have to move. That's fine. You have your drones back. Okay. We can yoink you. And let's run up here real fast. I'm a little concerned with us yoinking all that stuff with the drones. Where's my storage? Just in the off chance. Okay, I was just making sure they didn't accidentally grab an egg and chuck it in the, You think most spoiled only works with boxes? Oh, I mean, yeah, that's what I was figuring as well. It's fine. The point being, anytime the number of eggs hits 10, just chuck it over the fence. And it could be possible I just put a box along the route here, So where this is, I put a box here, everything hands it into the box and then to the other side. Could also be another strategy. Okay, so what's going to happen here is you're going to be put there. We're going to do the same kind of thing here. We just grab all this, do that. So for that, let's grab an egg. I've got the platform. So for the lab, I need 5 nutrients. Needless to say, the plan here is to basically have this grabbing so much that it is just no nutrient survives to the other side for the most part. And just keep this reaction going. But I do want to make sure at least enough nutrients is getting there where occasionally this thing runs. That's where I potentially can get myself into some proper trouble. And that whole thing's going around. We definitely don't want to steal more off of that if we don't have to. Yeah, the question is, do you get enough nutrients to run that like every 5 minutes or so? It looks like it. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Okay, so I think we've got that set up about as good as it's going to get. And we do have a thing to evacuate surplus eggs. There is the potential flaw with this design where eventually I might get unlucky and just happen to have the one egg that manages to dodge being grabbed every single cycle. It's pretty unlikely that would occur. That it manages to survive all of the grabbing arms again and again. But then we can put our like research labs over here. Like they could be here, they could be over there. It doesn't really matter. They could be on here somewhere to deal with all that stuff. All right, so we've scaled that up a lot. And if I need more, we can continue to scale this. Yeah, so your problem here right now is that I need more fruit production to keep that going. But if I can get more fruit production here, we can get more of the stuff going there. It's mostly the mash that's not getting enough. So I could build another one up here, have it pass through, just make the loop a little bit wider around. Alright. So all in all, I think this would be perfectly good. So, that leaves us on, we are waiting to build the rocket launch thing. Because once I have that, I should be able to there make the science. Because I want to say the science is just that and the flux, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so it's just flux in the eggs. So yeah, so what we could easily do is over here we're putting the flux on the line. I could put another splitter here somewhere to just carry some flux over here, make this into the science. Wherever the heck we put the rocket silo is fine, and we could tinker with that. So the idea is I want to pull it directly off this loop, which is lots of ways I can do it. I can make this go underground, put the chambers here, grab the stuff off the chambers, and then again, wherever we fit the rocket, we could just deal with that. But that's just waiting on steel. We have everything else for it. And steel is under production. I got 3 smelters doing it. That's not a lot. I do think, realistically, for this thing to stabilize, I need more of this stuff. Oh, actually, you're still holding off. filling up that belt. I don't think we had any more room on this area up here to add more plants. And I also don't think I was able to put more down in this area. Yes, this is all the area. Yeah, you've already got your stuff. Yeah, so don't worry about that. If you got them, throw them out there. Alright, so realistically, if I want more, I gotta go clean out enemies. Which I'm not feeling great about trying to use the armor-piercing rounds in small quantities to do it. That feels like that's not the play to make any kind of progress there. I'm gonna grab some more ammo and hope for the best. Okay, now if I wanted to make the ground, you require nutrients and a lot of it, and landfill. We can worry about that when we get there. I could give you logic where you don't grab... Is it 30 nutrients to make that run? Okay. So one thing I think we'll do is we'll tell you... read ingredients. Yeah, read crafting and read contents. And we're going to set you to not run unless you have over 30 fuel. So basically, once you hit 30 fuel, you'll like grab a new egg. But to not run if there's not fuel in there. And that won't solve it, but it'll give it a little bit of a mitigation where if we start to consistently get off there, maybe one egg hatches, but at least we won't be putting new eggs in here. Alright, so... Like, I need to clear that, but that looks like a bad time. That is straight up an awful time. That's a pretty awful time. I think we'd experiment with one of these mid-range areas. But I definitely feel like this is one of those cases where I just need a lot of bullets. And ideally we get the rockets, but I don't have coal handy until we get these better science. Once we get the science, I can make rockets here using coal liquid, or the thing where I make, where you can create coal and all that for the explosive, whatever. You get the idea. I'm missing science to be able to make rockets. I need just a little bit of the agricultural science, so we can make the rocket defenses. And the rocket defenses should be able to do a decent number on the enemies. Because then what I can do is I can tell the rockets to target the bigger ones, the more dangerous ones. And then all the, like, regular old bullet turrets, we can tell them to shoot all the little ones as the priority. So that way we hammer the big ones with the big stuff and not waste rockets on the little ones. And so these ones I'd probably use the single target rockets, not the area of effect rockets, to just hammer an individual tanky thing, you know, as hard as we possibly can. Alright, so I've got about 250 rounds. let's take a peek at if I poke one of these beehives, what I'm actually looking at. We're going to go ahead, it's one of the medium ones, because we've killed all the others. You don't seem like you're that much. So you're a small stomper, so you have 3,500 health at a 50% reduction to damage. You do 16 damage, so we're going to do 8 damage per shot against 3,500 health. Dear God, we're not killing that thing. Dear goodness, we're not killing that thing with that. 3,500 health. Just some quick napkin math. If it's 8 damage per shot, it would require around 450 shots? Somewhere in the area of 450 shots to kill one of them. Now granted, these are magazines. These are magazines. So we get 10 shots per magazine. So that does represent 1,000 shots. Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. And for the record, this isn't my first time doing Space Age. I've gotten to the point where we get the big stompies. We're just not ready for the big stompies. And frankly, when it comes to the small stompies, are we ready? No. All right. We're gonna have to poke a beehive and learn a lesson. Let's just check. Is it just the 2 of them and nothing else? Yes, it's the 2 of them and the nest they're protecting. And I aggro just 1. Hey, you smell funny. You look stupid. Come on. Oh, we do jack all to them. Nope. Nope. All of that shooting. Oh no, that's not what you want. They're just beelining to my... Oh, no. No. I've goofed up in a big way. They are just running along the conveyor belt, destroying it. Oh, wait. Did you lose interest? Okay. I was worried they're just gonna beeline straight into my base and destroy everything. They must have leashed back to, They must have leashed back to their nest. Okay. Be chill. And I never, ever want to use the pistol. Yeah, so the good news is they just trashed a bunch of conveyor belt. You do have a rocket launcher? Question. So if we look at our rockets here, and we look at making explosives here, and it requires coal here, and the means of making coal to be produced is coal synthesis, and coal synthesis... Oh, actually, wait. Oh yeah, no, coal synthesis is locked behind the rocket turret. You see the problem? I got the rocket, but I got no shooty things. I can't do the pew-pews. I can just angrily wave the rocket at them and, you know, all that. Because I don't have a means of getting coal on this planet that I've seen so far until we get coal synthesis, which is locked behind the agricultural science. Now, sure, I could do something like import a stack of rockets, or import a stack of coal, or import a stack of explosives, or something like that. But, you know. Yeah, so the lesson I learned, and I'm pretty sure I did the exact same thing the last time I played, was that stompy friends do the stompy. Or import atomic bombs, because spiders. I'm actually still struggling to do the atomic bombs because we've run low on oil and everything. Your power poles are broken? Oh, did I miss broken power poles? Okay. Yeah, so that was the science. We need to do that. So I got it down about 20% when they got on top of me. And the moment they got on top of me, like, it was very clearly a lost fight that I just folded. Okay. So, we got some options on how I could potentially deal with this. So one option is we can use the classic, I get a bunch of sentry guns, I fill them up with a ridiculous amount of ammo, I go and I poke the stompy thing, and I run towards my guns, and then let them get absolutely murdered. Now the problem I've run into is I'm not sure I'll be able to get close enough to the nest to see this. Those nests do respawn those things. And that's actually one of the things that got myself into trouble previously. It was the ones that strafe around you and spit things. And I was handling them okay, but it was taking me too long to actually kill them. Yeah, so where's the actual eggs? Yeah, so we look at this. Attacking nearby will potentially cause all of these things. But they do respawn rapidly. So yeah, enemy spawn rate. Yeah, so we're gonna get less small wrigglers. We're gonna get less small stompers. We're gonna start getting medium wrigglers and medium stompers, and then eventually we get big wrigglers and big stompers. So that's gonna be a whole nightmare. That's not actually the nest I need to be worried about. The nest I need to be worried about is this garbage up here, but that's also the nest that is just absolutely nightmare fuel. Because if I want to get more of this, my next closest area to go is there, which is going to absolutely just feed into them. Otherwise, I've got a spot way down there. I would rather wait than run a whole run down there. Or directly into another one, and that's the problem we've got right now. Is to increase the yield, I need to expand, and to expand, I gotta go and fight my way in. So what's your deal? Oh, you're waiting for yellow science. I missed that. And that's waiting for oil back home. Yeah, so keep working on whatever. Yeah, and you're gonna be waiting for yellow as well. Let's take a peek back home and see what we got going on there. Okay, so we have hammered down almost all the nests. That nest might be destroyed there at this stage. This one, it looks like you got one more nest here. But regardless, it does look like we actually knocked down the next segment. So you work on that. Because I'm just trying to get down to this stage. Once we get that sorted, I think we move the artillery gun from there. We move it up down here and start bringing that over. Because I'm actually okay if we get the nests inside there, as long as they're in artillery range. We could just hammer them with artillery and be done with it. Because yeah, so this area, it's killed everything in range. This area, I can't tell. That might actually just be loose biters, and we've already killed everything there. That's loose biters. that we just don't have eyes on it. There is clearly one nest still sitting here. But one more shot, it'll light back up. So we can see what it does next. Yeah, so as you can see, that artillery just keeps cleaning up the nests. I think that's all the rounds we got there. But yeah, so as you can see, with those continuing to be in range, that's what's going to happen, is we'll just keep hammering away at the nests along there, and it'll just move the artillery up. And then as we get to the point where we can make the ammo faster, they do more damage, they have more range, I won't have to move stuff nearly as much. Okay, so you only need about 200 more steel. Is there an edge of the map? Yes, technically. It's kind of like Vintage Story has an edge of the map, where it does technically exist in the sense that your game will only let you go so far in any direction, but the size of the map is of such an absolutely absurd scale, it might as well not have an edge, if that makes sense. So it's more like, it's not literally a computational limit kind of thing, but it's in that ballpark of like, hey, this is... Just keep generating the map as you move out. Yeah, it'll keep generating... So, like, you've got your seed, and it does chunks, and you'll keep generating it as you go farther and farther and farther and farther. There is a limit before you finally do run into there. Yeah, there are YouTube videos where people reach it. It's something you have to really try to achieve. Yeah, no, I remember, and this is, like, really old information, but I remember it was someone, I think they had used, like, the nuclear fuel in a train to, like, get to the edge of the map, that they had built a, like, they had built a railway just going there kind of thing. And I think they said it took, I think it was, like, several hours with, like, a nuclear-powered train to just get to the edge. Yeah. Fastest vanilla vehicle takes over 3 hours to get from the middle. That's exactly what I was thinking, is I wanted to say it was a train using, like I said, I can't remember if it was, like, nuclear fuel at the time, but whatever was the best at the time. And it was something like several real-life hours of just the train going full speed down the track to reach the edge of the map. And that's just absolutely full bore, no anything else. You're just sending it. I think 2.0 doubled the map size, but you could be wrong. Yeah, no, yeah, that's the thing. Like, even if you doubled it, if you doubled the ridiculous size of the map, it wouldn't matter. Alright, so we're keeping this thing, like, maxed out temperature-wise. So you're saying there's a chance you could take over all the map? No, because your computer catches fire before then. Your CPU screams for forgiveness for whatever sin it must have occurred to be put under such unreasonable expectations and behavior. Yeah, because if I can just get that silo built, like I said, I could just plunk down a couple things. It would take terabytes of RAM for the entire map. Yeah, because with what they do with Factorio, it's not like a lot of other games where you could completely unload the chunks and just let them sit there. Like Terraria, that's what Terraria does. If you think of Terraria, you'll have like the chunk you're in, and then next chunk over, there's a transition thing. Like once you start getting close to the edge of the next chunk, it starts to preload the chunk. So it's like you're in your chunk and the next chunk starts loading. But you're really only ever looking at, I think it's up to 4 chunks is the absolute maximum you can load so far as, like, big areas. It might be the wrong term for chunks or whatever. like when you get to the bottom corner or the top corner or whatever, to load those ones. But it's only actively running those ones. Otherwise, it has a thing that runs in the background that goes, okay, you know, we're dealing with the spread of hollow. It's not like the entire world map is loaded at any time it's doing the calculations to do that. It kind of just periodically goes, go to this chunk, do the calculation pass of where the hollow and grass and everything else should be done. Okay, close that chunk, open the next chunk, do your pass. So while you're sitting there, you're only worried about that one, but it's kind of going through by that. With Factorio, they can't really do that. If I have this type of my factory and it's shut off or whatever, you know, I come back and it can't just do a quick catch-up calculation. There's probably some, you know, serious optimization they do around that, but like a lot of games, that's how you'd work it around, is you'd unload the entire thing, and then when the player gets close enough, you're like, okay, do a catch-up calculation of what should have happened while they were away. And there's some slick stuff you see with that, but I don't think Factorio could pull it off with the level of things going on. Because usually the way you get around that is effectively you isolate the area. So like we would isolate this area and go, okay, this whole area has, you know, a couple of things that it is producing, you know, something X number a second, it's using something X number a second, it's just those final numbers. And then it just does a quick calculation and does that. Factorio doesn't do that, to my knowledge. But a lot of games do that because keeping everything loaded in memory so that it can continue doing all its processes is a whole thing. I'd actually be curious to dig into some of that and see how they do it, because I know I've read about like stuff about how they handle conveyor belts and all these kind of things. Same problem with Satisfactory? Yep. Yeah, no, once you get to that scale, like, you can certainly do optimization, and they do tons of it to make the game not grind to a screeching halt. But also, with that optimization, there's a lot of limitations around it. Alright, so what I'm going to want to do is make at least 2 more of you. And so I'm just missing eggs and nutrients. So let's go over here. 1 more than I wanted, but that's fine. I'll just make the extra. Okay, you need more iron plates. Ooh, would you look at that? We have that whole thing backed up. Let's see. Clustorio is a mod where one instant runs a subset of the map and passes in for between instances. So you could essentially run the entire thing across the server cluster. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's definitely approximations and all that they have to do with that. So the interesting thing here is I am running into a problem now where these are all backed up. We are hitting saturation on this. So I don't actually want these running because these are eating up resources to make bacteria to put into, put into boxes. Oh, I mean, they're not full. But the catch is I also don't want it to endlessly be feeding this in because the reboot functionality is horrifically inefficient. Like this is a very inefficient process. I think it's fine because that reboot happens after everything else. But yeah. So we did make 3 labs. So if we were to make you into a lab to make science, so that's Bioflux and the pods. We got a couple of options of how I could do this. One is I could put them on the bottom side, where what I would ultimately do is go underground, space, lab, space, underground, repeat it across here. That way I can grab the nutrients and then chuck the rod on the other side. Because that should keep openings going, and I'd be able to grab those off the belt, and then we would chuck those down here, and then pass them over to wherever we put the rocket silo over there. The only thing I need to do is get this this bioflux from up here down there, which that could be easy enough as put another splitter over here, worm it down, drop it underneath here, and either run it along the side here or run it along the bottom side there, which I think is probably what we're going to do. And I do have 3 of them. Okay. So just move the sentry guns around a little bit so I'd be able to work below there. Your work is starting to get that all in place. So for right now, chuck you in here. How are you coming along in that? You should be getting pretty close. I expect 900. Ah, you only need 41 more steel. And then we shut that thing down. We'll have a rocket silo. And then it'll be a matter of actually getting things made there. Alright, so you could go here. So let's get her underground in place. That's not where you go. You'd go up. No, yeah, you go down there. That's right. So let's get a couple of undergrounds here to keep that process looping. Alright. We'll start with all these ones I got extras of. Okay. Ah, nosy. Nosy itchy. Alright, so we would end up putting you here. And one of the things I would need for the logic here is we're going to use the same logic as that to say, hey, pull these off of here only if you've got enough to make it worthwhile. Yeah, so you can go there. Alright, so it didn't quite move it far enough. Cool. So you get the idea here. You would make science. We want the quality modules in here. We really want the quality modules in there. Because we can get better quality and makes it last longer and all that good stuff. Okay. And then what we do here is we go boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's the next one. I'll run over here. Have a bit of extra down there. Unplug you. Okay. So that's our science production now. Like I said, I do not want to hook this up quite yet. We want the rocket silo first. What I can do is plunk you all down there. You get rid of rot. And then from here, the rock would likely be down here. Cool, so I can tell at any quality, chuck it over. And go here, and again, make sure that you have the quality modules. Because with the quality modules, like I said, it'll just make it so we get more science out of them and that they take longer to rot. So we want that. Okay, so the next thing we need is I do need to have our materials get down here. Because that'll be for our flux. We have the flux up here. Okay, and the science here will be another one of these ones that's a lower priority. We're going to wait to hook that up. So you'll be here. So then the last thing I need... Oh, we've already got the rot kicking off of here. I will need a way to get the rot off of this line. And I believe when you rot to rot as well. That's fine. So we'll worry about that in a minute. So once I get the rocket silo down here somewhere, we'll just have a way to get the rot out of here. But once I get the rocket silo, then it's a matter of making it so we can get the rockets. Okay, we got the rocket silo, so it's time to cancel that. Okay. So you are going to go down there wherever I can fit you. Okay, and we've got you here. Alright. So, what we do here... Let's actually use our quester chest. That way, if for any reason we ever end up with some of the science just getting away from us, that's handled. And then meanwhile, we'll have you go here, that if you see rotten, you'll check it over. I should put this on the other side. And if anything goes rotten here, you chuck it over. If anything goes rotten here, you chuck it over. There should be next to nothing in this side, so it shouldn't ever really have that much to deal with. Okay, so that should be all wired up for that. Now the big thing is, I will need to be able to bring these materials in. So that's blue circuits, low density, and rocket fuel. This is going to be a thing that's going to be a pain in the butt. I will go ahead and queue up for you. Let's actually give you your own chest just as a precaution. Okay, so here is your rocket fuel. Here is your low density. Here's this. Alright. So with that, I am producing the blue circuit boards horrifically inefficiently. I am not producing any of the other stuff. So, let's go in here. We can make the rocket fuel locally. I just need to remember what the materials are. So you are the jelly. The jelly, the water, and all that. So we can go ahead and up here. I've got the jelly and all that right here. So literally where that is, I can kind of do this whole same thing. So I don't have a great place of doing it. Because we got the jelly, it's the nutrients where I'm not in a position to grab both. Because like this area we were grabbing... I'm grabbing the stuff for making lubricant there. We can put it someplace like... You know what? That's what I could do. This is kind of the lazy solution, but I'll build another biolab right there. Okay, so you just need nutrients. Because then I could grab from there, there, and there. And that's one to just chuck on the network. Low effort it, just let them run it down there as they're able. Okay, so easy enough. You check this over here. You do that. You do this. You do this. And then make rocket fuel. Oh, that's not the right recipe. I was like, wait a second, hang on, this isn't right. That's the recipe. So you do need water. I do have water up there that's probably going to be easier to get at than to bring it all the way up. Okay. Oh, so that gets water. And so with that, we're making the rocket fuel. And tell it to only grab rocket fuel. Okay. You can burn that pretty fast, which does worry me. How about we override your stack size to doing just one? That way you're not eating it all up. And I forgot to say you, so at least I know plastic's locked in. Well, that's one thing to say things are going well, that thing was producing basically limitless plastic, and things are going fine. Alright. So that's fine. That'll keep a nice consistent flow of rocket fuel. So that brings up the next thing, which is our low-density frames. Now, I want to say there was a low-density frame recipe down here, wasn't there? Am I just not remembering that correctly? There was a special one there. I might be just misremembering. I thought there was a low-density frame here. We can go ahead and look at from the low-density frame side. So, yeah, so it's either we use this or we use that. That's going to be one of those ones I'm just going to be shoving down one of these. It's not going to be efficient, but it will do the job. So low-density frames. Alright, so with all that, we have everything to make the science and the rockets badly. The big negatives we would run into is the bottlenecking on production. I'm going to let this just make blue circuits. If you ever find yourself with extra time and capacity, just make blue circuits. Don't care. Sky's the limit. Blue circuits it up, friend. Probably the same thing with the low density frames. If you got the capacity, just make low density frames. Let you go to like a full bar. Alright, so that gives it to where literally all I have to do is plug this in, and we should start getting agricultural science. In the meantime, we are beginning to make our rocket very slowly. Now, I kind of want to wait with a lot of this. What are the odds? So you're 2% on each of these. So that would ultimately mean we have an 8% chance of getting a higher quality. And I want to say, if we look at this, these will last for 1 hour before they rot. And that's 1 hour to manufacture it, load it on the rocket, send it up, go over to home, well actually make sure the platform's in the way, send it up, go home, drop it down, and feed it into the factory on the other side. Which is certainly a whole thing. So let's make sure our science is all ready for it over here. So you are set to request the science. When it arrives, it'll get chucked over here onto there, and it'll feed directly into the labs. But all that's wired up and ready. Let's see, read contents. So I'm wondering if I can read if the rocket is ready. Because this is one of those ones I don't want to have it do anything unless the rocket's ready to roll. The other curiosity is I wonder if there's a way to tell it, hey, don't make this unless, maybe if I put down one lab here, I could be like, hey, check the recipe in the lab, or ingredients in the lab, if the ingredients include, if the ingredients required include the agricultural science, start making it. That way it's just not sitting in a box rotting. Oh, I can't connect to it. That, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. You can just sit there anyways. Yeah, because I don't think we can check the current technology or anything like that. That's fine. Yeah, so thinking we could do is we could check to see if there's a rocket ready, and if there's a rocket ready, start ramping it up. You can check for the orbital requests. We can check for the orbital requests. But, I'm curious if I can look at this and say, hey, with read contents, it's probably the rocket inventory it's going to give me. That's the sum of unsatisfied requests. Yeah, I don't think we can get the status of the rocket, unfortunately. Because my thought was, wait until the rocket's ready, just start churning out agricultural science as fast as you can. And try and have it come over here to grab it. Yeah, so we're getting this all sorted. To be fair, isn't everything in Gleba Science renewable anyways? It is. It's more about having tons and tons and tons of rot show up on Nova's side and not actually getting the research there. Okay, so the next big thing we need to go is I am going to need to start coming up with defenses and all that, because as time goes on, these enemies will continue to expand and become more and more of a problem. They're going to get stronger. I am going to need to have the means of defending myself. And most likely for the time being, that's going to be lots of armor-piercing rounds, which is ultimately going to be lots and lots of steel, which is unfortunately the same thing I do need for the assembling machine. Most likely what I'm going to need to do here is expand our steel production. I think we can actually get that relatively easy. Let me go ahead and bump you up here. And rotate you like this and this. Alright, we just bumped up steel production considerably. Oh, right. And you check to see... Huh? If steel is less than plate... Oh, I see a problem. There we go. And I have it set that way if my plate is running out, it's not consuming all of it for steel, so it'll toggle on and off as needs arise. Okay, so definitely going to need to do something about the iron production. Yeah, because I could easily set this to ramp up or down. Hey, Zidian, how's it going? Where what we could do is that there's over a certain amount of iron ore in here that we don't run these. But I want to deal with that on the inserter side. So let's go ahead. Okay. So set you in the event the iron ore is over 1,000 or under 1,000, you'll turn that on. I'll do the same thing, iron ore. Actually, we don't care about the process here, do we? Well, no, we care about that. Yeah, so don't consume the materials, don't consume the materials. You can bring that across. Because if something goes there, that means we're dealing with it. Yeah, so basically, all of these will be designed to shut down the process so far as bringing in nutrients and all that, in the event that that's getting too high. And then you've already got it where you shut this off if I have the iron bacteria. I think they'll have to just be okay. Like, I can add combinators and all that to make that work better. But then the idea here is there's so much iron here between those boxes that the whole process is seized up. So we're just going to let that shut off for right now and just wait until it catches up. That's going to waste a little bit of jelly up here because it is going to keep trying to reboot this process when there's not really anything to be done with it. But I don't want that continuing to consume nutrients when it's just gonna lock up anyways. I'm gonna have to use a combinator. We did make those at some point. So let's go ahead and get that sorted out. So we can get a combinator over here. There you are. Arithmetic combinator should... Well, actually... Yeah, arithmetic combinator. If that one doesn't work, we'll use the decider combinator. One of the two of them should cover our need. That what I could do is I could check here and see what we can go on with that. So we'll try the arithmetic combinator. So the arithmetic combinator, red network, green network, constant number, red network, green network. Right. So if we were to grab you, yeah, so we have our signals of the bacteria and the iron ore. We don't want to add those together. Actually, that might work. Because what we could do is we could have that put out the signal as if it's the bacteria. We've got the input of red and green. So we can go ahead and do that number plus... Yeah, so that's gonna lie to it and be like, oh yeah, we got way too much iron in here. Oh, don't let those through. That'll be a real problem, that one. Alright, so we can go ahead then and we'll snip your line. What did I just do to you? Don't do any of that stuff. I'm gonna use a filter. That's the nutrients? Yes.
Bubby hasn't eaten his Gouda,
I have not yet.
but it was super.
I will definitely be eating of the Gouda.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm heading to Betty Vice.
Okay. You sleep well.
You sleep well.
Yeah,
Remember
bro.
how much I love you.
I think I love you more.
Us.
It is what it is. Alright. Love. So what I need to do here is I gotta remember how I disconnect the wire. I can always do this. Then go here. So connect those. And this should work. So what I can do here is make you have the decision-making progress that says, hey, if you're less than 5, I'll make it 10. If you're less than 10, kick this thing on. So what we've done is we've used this, that we're just lying to it. We took the combination of the bacteria and this. Oh, it's red wired the whole way across. And because of that, both sides of it are reading that. It's fine. It's lying to itself. All that matters is we're combining the numbers for the bacteria and the iron ore. So that does mean if the reaction ends, it will wait till we deplete the iron ore to kick it back in. But I feel like I'm okay with that. Because that means we backed up this whole thing that my inventory is full here. we can afford to just let that thing turn off for a long while before we're going to have a problem. So that should be okay. Meanwhile, what is your holdup on this? So your holdup is ultimately the low density frames, shocking absolutely no one. Yeah, and that's a throughput on here. And then meanwhile we have the rocket fuel. That's fine. Alright, so defense considerations. So there's a couple ways we can approach defense. One of those ways is I vaguely remember walls not being super great on this planet in the first place. Their spiders just kind of walk right over them. Especially the stompers and all that. But does it actually do anything as it is? Isn't it just iron ore plus 0 is the output? No. So if we go back over to here, if I snip the other thing, is if you're looking at it, it says 1.1 iron ore. It's actually giving us a 1.2 for the bacteria. So it is because we don't have 1.2 thousand bacteria there. Basically, I feel like I'm just lying to it, telling it, saying, hey, convert the iron ore number into an iron bacteria number. So that both the iron bacteria and the iron ore count as iron bacteria. As far as the signals go. So that way, when the iron ore is above 0, it should just keep everything going. And that's just for the boxes here. Because that's all it cares. These are to reboot the iron bacteria and copper bacteria. I don't want it to reboot them unless there is like literally no bacteria or ore left. Which does make me think I should really do the exact same thing up here. That we check these boxes, because you can see those are starting to stall out, and this is going to keep trying to reboot that as well. And we don't want that, because the thing to make the initial bacteria is extremely cost inefficient. I don't want that way, I want it over here. So we only want to reboot the setup in the event it does genuinely need rebooting. Okay, so grab here, so red, 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 green, green, green. So we will check, yeah, so right now it's putting that down, so we're going to tell it, hey, copper ore? Yeah, copper ore. That's bacteria. Oh, interestingly enough, it combines the signals. Okay, that's amusing. Yeah. So, even though there's like only 50 here, we're gonna pretend there's more than that. So do that for the nutrients and for you. Yeah, so now it lies to it and says there's a bajillion there. So I'm actually not using the combinator correctly, like where we add these together. I'm literally just basically saying, hey, just convert copper ore into copper bacteria as far as the reporting goes. It doesn't actually do that, it just says that they're the same thing. Alright, so what signals do we get to work with off of the rocket? So we're reading the contents here. Will the contents say anything about rocket parts? That's what I'm trying to see. Environment. Not going to be under the bugs. I don't think any of these are relevant to it. I'm just curious if there's a way for me to see the status of the rocket. Needless to say, the rocket silo does not contain a rocket silo. Oh, wait, rocket part? Okay, so it doesn't have itself as containing any rocket parts when the rocket is built. I'm just curious if there's a way I can detect that the rocket is ready to go. And I don't think there is. Not that I'm seeing, at least. Like, the moment I start putting stuff in, I'd be able to detect that. Let's see, highlight the connected to at the top right, and it'll tell you what's there. Highlight the connected to. Yeah, so that's nothing in the network. Yeah, so it is connected to this building, but there's nothing to read because it doesn't have anything in it. Yeah, so unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to use that. Like, I can read for the orbital requests. We can potentially use that. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll check the Tantive 4. So you now have the orbital requests to get agricultural science. We do not care the quality. So the problem with that is that does mean I can't put in a request for any quality. Because I can put that as higher, and it won't work. But what I can do here is I could still have it have the request there and not worry about it. So we can go there and say 1,000. So we can go ahead and do that. And I could choose to ignore this. Because that should detect the orbital request. And with the orbital request there, yeah, so if the orbital request is greater than 0, you would enable that building. So the orbital request says, turn it on, get to work. And from there, we would go ahead and do these kind of things. You can request a fish to detect it. Yeah, now my plan here, though, is we make the science, or qualitying it up. None of these are going to discern what it is. I'm not actually worried about them using requests. What I'm planning on doing here is having it just shove the science in the side of it, regardless of the quality, and just send it on its way. And then on the other side, on Novus, we can go in here. Can I tell you anything? Please tell me. Why are you this way? Because going in here, I'm not going to be able to go into this and say, hey, I wonder if you do it this way. All right. I understand. This is very annoying. I have to do it this way. But this will work. Yeah, because it puts you wild card, it doesn't like it. Okay, so with that, I'll request all the different qualities of that. And then meanwhile, your inserter here, with this, you don't care. If it's an agricultural science, you yoink it, you shove it in the side. Alright, so this side will request it just fine. We're good there. We can go to Gleba. On this side, we've got the rocket ready. We've got the requests here. Because we definitely don't want to base this on the request. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong ones, like, how do you have science? Okay. Yeah, so we have the request here. This request is going to be meaningless. Because the intention here is that we load up what science we can, and we leave. I'm not worried about it actually having sufficient science or whatever to do that. Alright. So what's going to happen here is I want to copy you for a minute. Remove the rot from consideration. So what would happen here is we can start making, like, all I have to do is rotate these to make this work. I think it also set it so the spaceship will trash everything when it reaches Novus. We probably can. You're probably right. So pause thrust, Novus. Allow unloading of cargo. Yeah, so what we could do is we can go to Novus, we'll drop all that off. Yeah, I'll worry about that when we get there. Because it should request it, so it should just dump whatever it's got. So that's going to be its this thing. So, what we can then do here is the weight condition on this. Let's see, set the logic's request to 0 and trash all. Right, but I'm going to need it to do that on the Novus side. Oh, you mean over here? Yeah, I'm not sure how I set it to do one side or the other. Oh, right. So you put this here, put it 0, switch it to Novus. So it'll want to get rid of this. And actually we'll go here and say 0. Yeah, so what'll happen there is you'll do that. Yeah, so go to Novus and it'll just eject it out. So request 1,000 and then ejects it on the other side. I can't imagine we get over 1,000 on any regularity. I'll set it to 2,000, but I doubt we'll ever hit that. Okay, and what we'll do here is if item count is over 0 for you, so a rocket has arrived, you just leave. You just go. You don't wait for another rocket, you get out of there. And then what we can do here is this is where we're going to have to go and look at this and say, okay, you'll need to have the logic that goes, how is my ammo? Am I ready for another trip? How is my... like, how is my fuel? You know, basically, we'll do the status check on the Novus side to, like, wait until everything's in good condition. So, circuit... you're going to check for the ammo, which is here somewhere. Oh, right, I need to go to the belt and say, hold that. Make sure I got enough ammo to make the trip. Make sure we've got enough fuel, enough oxidizer. Okay, so we check for all this stuff, and we also check to make sure item count for you. I can't set you to any quality here, it's fine. Is 0. That'll be good enough, because we're always going to have at least the regular quality, I assume. Alright, so when we get there and everything's set up, and we've gotten rid of all of our agricultural science, we go there. So if we get any agricultural science, we go. We leave. We don't wait for anything. We just book it out of there. Because if another rocket were to queue up, it would hold us until the rocket arrived, and then we would leave. Alright. So, with that said, How am I feeling about leaving Gleba? Gleba has no defenses worth mentioning. That has to change. This is all functional where all I have to do is rotate these and make sure they have the right permissions. Oh, you're not wired up. 1 second. Yeah, so you'll check for 10. So these will be able to grab all of those off, and then they can feed those in. And you'll check for 10 on each of those. I've also realized I never did route you around. And I've also realized that those are low now for some reason. Which I'm not really loving. Why is all my bioflux suddenly not good? Yeah, so you only run when there's less than... Ah, you aren't... Yeah, so you've got the logic to not run unless there's 1,000. Okay, so you'll stop running that process, which will reduce your consumption of the bioflux. Why did our bioflux processing suddenly drop off? You're all good here. Oh, we're hitting belt saturation. Okay. So it's literally the slime that's the problem. There we go. There's our problem there. Okay, so we figured out the issue. I was one conveyor belt short, so is trying to get the jelly out, and that's all fixed. Alright. So as I mentioned before, I am going to have to address defense. I think the stopgap way of dealing with defense is going to be... Oh, I see what you're saying about requesting a fish over here. It might just be I let the science dump in there and hope for the best, and just accept a bunch of it's gonna rot. So do you keep your requests here? If I request 100 ammo, do you stay topped off? I don't think you do. I think you run out, and then you stop working. Because what I'm thinking about doing is setting up like a little... Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's just setting up like little pods of guns with ammo, and then just going with that for the time being. It won't work long term, but short term, it might be fine. Because long term, I'm going to want the rocket turrets and a whole bunch of everything, but we need the science over there. Okay. I Apparently, we're out of the drone range. Just barely. Okay. Yeah, so I'm honestly thinking something like that, where it just feeds in the bullets into a box, covers the belt, and then just kind of hoping for the best. It's not a good system. That's fine for now. Okay, so it's at least something. It's definitely inadequate. Most likely what'll happen is we'll get an attack way up by where we're doing our farming that'll break everything. The good news is that won't be too hard to deal with, but it will ultimately need to bring stuff over there. But in the meantime, I'm not producing that much ammo. So what I think I was going to do is, originally I was going to have this just wait until the request is in. I don't think I'm doing that. I think we're just going to get rid of this logic, don't care about it. You'll just take what you can get and you'll roll with it. Why are you still waiting on 2 more of those? I would have expected those to have been done a long time ago. Oh, right. I queued up the tier 3 ones. And that's fine. As I mentioned before, we definitely want the quality here. Alright. Yeah, so I can continue working on that. We'll slowly expand that more and more. So what's the last thing you need? You need tier 1 ones, which require red circuits. Which is a problem. That's another thing we can work on real fast. Before we go... let's switch you over to the cargo bay recipe. Actually, wait, it's not cargo bay. It is cargo landing recipe. We get the cargo landing recipe, and what we can potentially do then is give the one that goes to Fulgora instructions to occasionally do a drop off of blue circuit boards. And that can just be how we handle that. So every once in a while, I can be like, bring me the blue circuit boards, pump them right directly into the network, and just be on our way. Honestly, same with the frames. I could genuinely just basically import a rocket. Every once in a while. So have Fulgora... So have, like, the Fulgora ship go over there and grab it. And whatnot. Yeah, so 10 more concrete, and then we can get that thing. Yeah, because what we could potentially do is I could potentially put an interrupt on you that basically, when we are at this area, make sure it's still paused. Visit Fulgora. So we'd go to Fulgora. An item count. Blue circuit is greater than or equal to 1,000. And then we can put all the other stuff in there. But the question is, any planet import 0, all requests 0, any request 0. What I'm basically trying to see, requests not satisfied. So that's our request here is not satisfied. So what we could have this do is it would request the blue circuits. Well, that's your stuff there. Can we be attacked in space? No. There are asteroids that hit you, so you have to defend yourself against that, but there's not like some pirate faction or anything that goes with that. Yeah, so basically what I'm looking at is the ability to check the situation on the ground. And it'd be like, hey, there's no there. Let's try approaching this from the other side. If we go to Gleba, we go to you. Yeah, that won't do anything. Let's automatically do requests. When we get the port here, I could probably make something happen with this. Okay, so in the meantime, stop giving me things. That's not what I want. Don't do that. Okay, that's fine. What I'm going to do here. So you can request blue circuits. You request to have 1,000 of them. You can request the sublight frames. You can request 1,000 of them. You can request rocket fuel. Say 100 of those. You request all this stuff, which will then get passed over here to do your things here. So rocket is 5 stacks. And you would need... Oh no, they stack to 5. How many rocket parts do you need? Is it like 20 as I recall? It doesn't matter. But the point is, you request all this stuff. So we can build lots of manufacturing in space and just have materials delivered. Or is there some cost adding things delivered to space? Yes. So delivering stuff to space requires processing units, low density frames, and rocket fuel, which are all relatively high cost. So that's a whole thing. And in space, you have a lot of materials that just aren't available. Like stone is just simply non-existent in space and stuff like that. So there isn't the idea that you can just move for free. Now, granted, there is reasons to just go back and forth to move stuff where one planet can get resources very easily that another planet can't. That you can load up your ship, take that over the airplanes, but you are going to be paying a pretty high premium in those rocket part stuff to move it. The thing is, Fulgora gives you almost all that stuff for relatively cheap. So at least moving stuff from Fulgora is pretty good. Alright. Let's see, 50 of each for a full rocket. Ignoring productivity or whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're saying 50 of each for a full rocket? So plan to say, hey, you request 100 of each of these. So that's 2 rockets worth. And it'll have it there. People have done things like making circuits while in space, while the ship travels. Yeah, no, you can do some pretty cool things. Alright, so you'd have here. Yeah, no, the only reason I just have those queued up there to begin with. I don't actually expect to bring it down here. This is just, basically I want a group assigned that we can then go to the Fulgora Flotilla. That's not the right one, the Tantive 4. That we can go to the Tantive 4 here. And I'm hoping I could do something like have an interrupt here that when I don't see what I'm looking for at Gleba, we can divert to go there. So circuit condition, I'm assuming we won't be able to do anything with that because that's probably on the ship itself. So the thing I'm not sure is whether request satisfied and not satisfied. Any planet import 0. Okay, that doesn't give me what I want. Any planet import 0. Oh! Oh, so it's saying, like, I want to import one of the materials, and I can't get it. Then we could set it to then go to Fulgora. And then we would have all the other conditions met. So any planet import 0 would probably check all my imports. You can read moving to figure out where you're at. Well, it's not so much moving to Burning Sun. The thing I'm trying to figure out is what I ultimately want to do is I want to check on Gleba if they have blue circuits. And if they have blue circuits, everything's fine. If we don't have blue circuits, I want to divert over to Fulgora to go get blue circuits to bring it over to Gleba. Is kind of the way I'm looking at it. And so my hope was by putting a request on the planet, I could have it go to the planet, it could see the request isn't fulfilled. Yeah, just keep blue circuits in the inventory. If you have 0 in inventory, go get some. Oh yeah, that's easy enough. Yeah, item count, blue circuits, equals 0. Then you will go to Fulgora. And you will wait until item count blue circuits equals 1,000. We'll say greater than equals, even though it should never be a problem. Greater than equals 1,000. We'll then check to make sure that all of our stuff on our ship is in good shape, so ammo and all that is over 600. We could go here to circuit condition. We are looking for the fuel, circuit condition, and the oxidizer. And this is probably something I should assign to a different ship to like be the one responsible for bringing these over. Not the one that needs to be rushing around to make sure science doesn't rot. Okay. Yeah, so basically, in the event that we run out of blue circuit boards on Gleba, you go to the other planet, you go get some blue circuit boards. And then you come back. And then when we get here, I don't care about the red circuit boards or green circuit boards. So I'll have the request here to get the blue circuit boards when we arrive. So that's good news. And I'm not going to have it jettison all of it out when we get to Gleba. Make sure Novus doesn't have instructions to request circuit boards. Don't do that. Okay. Because we are not doing that anymore. So what should happen here is it'll grab blue it'll see it has no blue circuit boards. It'll go to Fulgora. It'll get blue circuit boards. When it's ready, it'll come back to Gleba. And then on Gleba, this thing will request a stack of 100 circuit boards. No problem. So request 100 circuit boards. Cool. So that's 1/10 of it drops. And so it'll keep doing that each time to request to, like, top this thing off again. And so, like, every however many it takes to use that up, what'll end up happening is it'll derail and go there. The other thing we're going to go ahead and request is you are going to request the frames. So that's 200 per rocket. It won't come back until it won't come back. It'll go to its next stop, Novus. Yeah, I mean, if that's fine. If it goes to Novus and then, you know, it finds as 0 science, it'll go there. So it'll have an extra stop, but that's okay. I don't mind if it goes there, but we already took the request of this from Novus. And we'll tell it to take a stack of these. You can request up to 500. Let's see, you can add another stop to the interrupt to go back to Gleba. Oh, I see what you're saying. We can make it a rule to go specifically to Gleba. And then you will check for the item count of the science to be over 0. Alright, so I think we've got this set up where I think it's configured. It'll probably have a problem that we will almost certainly run into immediately and have issues. But we'll worry about that when we get there. In the meantime, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to tell you to get out of here. The interrupt should kick in. Because you have no blue circuit boards. I don't understand. You have no blue circuit boards, so the interrupt should be applying. It might be that it needs to finish the current stop. Yeah, because its condition hasn't been met. So let's go ahead and delete that condition. All right. And an item count. Okay, so in theory, that should work. Okay. So you're going to go get supplies. And then when you get back, we should have 2 rockets ready. I can ride one of those rockets up to greet you. And we could deal with that. We have a bunch of things assigning gears saying, hey, you're missing stuff. Power poles. Right, because I did copy-paste that. And you're expecting wood power poles, which I don't make for really good reasons, honestly. Okay. So, the next thing I'm going to want to do here is run this up here. So that way we can get the drone network up here, because this is where I'm expecting the attack. There we go. All right. I'm gonna leave that all up there. That's good news. Cool. Alright, so that's not going to be a great defense. But hopefully if one thing attacks it, it'll get killed. And, you know, it'll probably take a lot of damage or whatever. The defenses and all that. And it'll know to come back and deal with it. In the meantime, I don't actually want this blueprint, so let's just go ahead and delete that from existence. And the rest of this is going to go happily in my trash slots. And then with this, let's make decisions. Oh, you're still not hooked up yet. 1 second. Alright, so with that, we've got Tantive. So Tanta's over there, it's getting its blue circuit boards. Oh, wait, you should be requesting those from Fogora as well. I always forget to actually hit the OK button. Kind of wish when you double-clicked it, it just accepted that. Alright. Yep, so you're going to replenish your supplies and all that before you come back. Meanwhile, you are doing perfectly fine for right now. Eventually, your stuff is going to start choking, that you're going to have problems. In fact, let's go ahead and do that now. We definitely need to get all these things sorted. Same issue. Yours is going to start choking soon, so let's go ahead and start discarding. Yeah, so basically what's going to happen is you're going to get your 1,000 blue circuits and potentially some low density frame, or the like low whatever frames. Meanwhile, here on the surface, oh, we should probably also... Okay, just those are being defended. Alright, so it's loading up the agricultural science. The freshness is declining fast. But surprisingly, it's actually making that at a pretty decent clip. Oh, and I gave you a way to remove rot? Yeah, I did. So one problem I'm noticing here that we're going to run into is... Well, I mean, occasionally there's one getting out of there. I do fear eventually this is going to cool off too much and our power's going to start shutting down. We can worry about that later. That said, we're doing a pretty good job of making these. We're getting them all at different freshness levels because of the ingredients going in freshness. But it's actually making a relatively good rate. Now one side is, that's in the way. So you should be getting in here soon. Yeah, you're right about to get your last load of blue circuits. Oh, you're getting backed up now, so we need to change that off. That's definitely a thing I'm going to need to deal with. Is at some point I'm just going to need a thing that just like pulls stuff off the belts gradually. Like I said, this design we're going to end up needing to scrap anyways, because we are unlocking the advanced processing and all that, which makes all of this, you know, just not right. So what we'll end up doing is making a new version of it that uses the advanced stuff that we can go ahead and make it work a lot better. And then once that's done, we can start, you know, we'll end up decommissioning these ones. Which the way I'll probably do that is disassemble everything but the middle part, stamp out the new blueprint, and go from there. Okay, so we've got our cargo there. As soon as the fuel is topped off, we'll be ready to rock and roll. The thing that we're running into is we have science on here. It is actively rotting. So I just need the Tantive 4 to get back. Okay, the ammo is up where it needs to be. And we're almost to the point of getting the fuel where it needs to be. And the reason why we have it go out of its way to deal with that on the other end is just I want it to get to Gleba, receive the rocket, and go as fast as it can. And then with it going to Novus most of the time to wait it over, at Novus, we should be in good shape to not have to worry about the ammo struggling to keep capped off. I'm not loving that I'm seeing these flicker constantly. Alright, come on. You're right about to kick over and be ready to rock and roll. It's just taking time because eventually the carbon gets to be too much. Okay. But that'll be a big thing we want to do, is take our thing. Is something to tell you about Papa Strider? Okay. That'll be the one thing we want to deal with here, is like getting a design here where I don't have this whole running around the whole circle belt nonsense. Okay, so we did get some of the frames in. And we're outie. It did get what it's needed. So it's going to arrive where we're at. We're going to want to ride the rocket up the moment it gets here. I guess one thing we can do is, just as a precaution, let's go here, add a condition, time passed. 30 seconds is not long. He was dreaming about a set being in essentially a Western movie. Okay. Yeah, we'll do the 30 seconds. That gives me at least enough time to hopefully about out loud. Oh yeah, talking in the sleep kind of thing. Okay. All right. So you should be getting here shortly. I'm just waiting for when it updates the thing to be like orbiting Gleba. Oh, you burn an actual decent amount of fuel with each pass. Alright, we're riding it up. You told him to tell Doc Holliday, he says, hi, you own $5. Alright. So we're riding that up so we can get off Gleba. That way when the rocket arrives, it's like, here's your science, and it immediately takes off, that we're on board. Because I got stuff back on Novus we gotta take care of. Yeah, so it's a little worrisome that that burned about 10,000 fuel. Cool, so we got about that. Yeah, and this is the key thing that I was like, I don't know what I could do about. I can adjust the amount it'll launch with. We're not that dire of a situation. It's at 40 minutes till it rots. We definitely don't want to go for the full capacity. So what I think we could potentially do, I don't want to manually deal with the rocket. Like that's the key here. Is I want to be able to tell it just fire the rocket when when you've got something in there and going. I don't have a good way of doing that. I don't see there being a programmable button to be like read orbital requests. But I can't have you do something based on that logic. Because the orbital request for that, and it can manually tell you to deliver the cargo. And you are producing the science fast enough, you will realistically fill the rocket before it all rots. But not by a whole lot. You can request by less? This is fair. My concern is if I don't have this automatically do the requests, we'll be down to the point where we'll try and split that up again. That's kind of my worry here. Because right now, if we look at the requests, I have a request for 2,000. And if we use the requests as the solution, it'll only grab these ones, and if I set to 500, unless I could shove these in here using the inserter, and it'll just do it. Automatically request supplies from the logistic. Let's go ahead and just see what happens if I hit it up here. So I've got you. Customize minimum payload. Minimum payload is now 400. Make that 5. If we go down here, do you launch? Hey, and Itor, thank you for the 180 stream streak. I do really appreciate that. It did. It did launch at 500. Oh no, it kicked the other ones out. That's what I was afraid of. So I kicked all the higher quality stuff out. I don't really know where it went. So with that, didn't it launch the higher quality stuff? I don't believe so. When I looked at the rocket's inventory... Yeah, no, we got just the lower quality stuff. And now it's put that in there. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to change you to not override that. And that's fine. We did get to have 500 coming across. It's okay. But what we can do is just let that fill. Because like I said, it did seem we were making those fast enough that it should load up where we have somewhere in the area of 20 minutes left on our most spoiled regular stuff. And if we keep just inserting those, as long as we keep this process running smoothly, it should eventually get enough to fill up a full rocket. Alright, so with that, we'll have our first Gleba science. So we don't need the yellow stuff, we just need... not tree seeding, not those. Where's the important one? There you are. So you're yellow. Man, a lot of that's locked behind yellow. Captivity. That is not locked behind the yellow. We can boost our health. We can boost rocket fuel production. We can put that in the lead to at least use that science. And now the challenge we're going to run into is the fact that when we're dealing with all this, I am going to have the need of trying to handle a bunch of this other stuff. Okay, so we can put you back onto your normal, keep looping to the right. We can do the same thing here. And same thing there. Alright. Oh, and we can go ahead and we need to get off the ship. Alright. So we brought some of the agricultural science with us. Now, this creates a new problem because now I have stuff rotting on this planet. More than just fish. So with all this, I got a couple things I need to do. One thing we could do that I don't really need for any power or anything like that, we can go ahead and get that set up to make a heating tower, and any rot we get, just chuck it in the heating tower and call it a day. Let's go ahead and get a heating tower built. Wait, was that where I was doing the satellite dish? Did I put the satellite dish over top of the other satellite dish? I think I did. I think I built here a satellite dish production. No, because there's nothing there. Never mind. You were making the satellite dish, which is why you had your stuff there, and why that's there. So I accidentally unset you. Meanwhile, you, I want you to be doing the heating tower, which does mean I need another one of you to make the heating pipe. And while we're doing that, even though I'm not sure we'll end up using it anytime soon, we get the heat exchanger. Yeah, no, I think it's one of those things that, I believe if you fully fill the rocket, it launches automatically. So I think that's about the best we can do. Is just fully fill it, and then it goes. And if that doesn't work, then I'm just salty. Because that's just a frustrating thing to deal with then. Right, so I need to get rot off the end of this, because that is going to absolutely happen. So, for you, you'll check for rot. And if you get rot, just chuck it off. But how do I get rot off of you? On auto, it sends one item type. Well, that's very frustrating. And the other problem is these will end up getting the science in there and rotting as well. So you'll need multiple silos sending partially empty loads or an alarm to always launch manually. Yeah. So, if we look at Gleba, the alternate thing I can do here is, on the other hand, just go, you know what, never mind, forget it. While getting the higher quality ones would be really, really nice, it's going to make launching the rocket an absolute god-awful nightmare. Because it's just going to keep leaving stuff behind. I mean, you're 200% though. It's fine. It's 200 and 300%. It's worth doing it. I'm pretty annoyed on how that works. But that's okay. So what we could do then is we could take the Tantive 4. We can go to your groups. And I'm going to have to do this nonsense where we add a section here for you. That is the uncommon group. That's fine. We're going to have to add a section here for the rare group. That's fine. Got the section here. The epic group. That's fine. We got the section here for the legendary group. That's fine. And those are all set to the correct planet. You go ahead and also mark to dump all the spoilage out if any happens here, because it will. Okay. So it ended up needing the custom minimum payload, which I believe it can put out more than that. So custom minimum payload for you will be 500. Custom minimum payload for you. I was going to do it for all of them. As an idea, you just tuned in, and you may be mentioning to gather all science packs in a chest and use new combinator to read the stack size. The problem is when it comes to launching the rocket will only take one type at a time. That's the issue we're running into. If we mix it, it kicks out everything that isn't that. You're not going to have 500 legend. Yeah, and this is fair. Even 100's ambitious. So I'll go 100, 250, 250, 500. We're probably not going to hit those. I can't even get these bottom two yet. But yeah. Regardless of any of that, what needs to happen here is the rot will get there. Okay, so you've run yourself out of the agricultural science. So what needs to happen here is I need to get a way that I can get the rot off of this spot of this line is the issue. Yeah, no, we could do multiple rockets and all that kind of stuff. So what I could do here is I could put you here, twist you, yoink you up, shove you in there, bring you here, grab an inserter, grab rod off the end of the line there, and then shove it in a box. That handles it there. Now, the other issue is when they rot inside the building. When they rot inside the building, that'll be another pain point I'm not ready for. And I didn't leave space to deal with it. I don't think they'll pass the rot through their buildings. Do you plan to switch to the other labs? Maybe eventually, we'll see. But first we got this to deal with. Alright, so you're going to run out of that. Because, yeah, to switch to the other labs, obviously I've got all this queued up already. I gotta remember what the rules are with the other labs. Like, the size and all that. It's a capture thing. And then after that, we get the biter eggs. And the biter eggs eventually let you get the captive biter spawner. And the captive biter spawner, you feed it food. And what was the thing you needed that for? Yeah, so you can craft those. Oh, right. You use it in making, like, the really fancy stuff. And then you have the bio lab. And the bio lab, it just requires the eggs. I remember this being a whole big thing. That you kind of go out of your way to make the one captive biter thing because you need it for stuff. And then you're like, you know what? Do I want to deal with this? Man, I don't know if I want to deal with this. Alright, so let's run up here. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Yeah, so you're getting all that built. Make sure you have your limiter set on. Alright. So ultimately the plan here is any rot we get over here, it goes in the oven. Yeah, so any of the stuff we get that rots, it goes in the oven. The big challenge is going to be this lab here. We don't have a way of getting the rot out of. I don't think we can pass the rot in here. I think this is strictly you can take things out of it, but you can't put things in it from the ground, if I remember correctly. All the other ones, too, I don't have a good means. I think the way we work around this is I yoink this, let this continue feeding the way it is. I have an idea on how we deal with this. Okay. So then what the plan will be here is that's the spoilage line. You don't need your big power tower. A regular power tower will do. And then we can take the rest of the labs. I've got 5 in my inventory. Skip that spot. Okay, so the idea here is pretty straightforward. We're going to go ahead and have all of this running along here. Now, obviously, I've got the science being passed onto both ends here. So, what I'm going to go ahead and do here is you'll go underground over here, be pulled into that set. Fair enough. So that gives me the orange and the agriculture up here. Oh, right. I did take you off there. Hang on. We can fix that easy enough. Okay. So yeah, so this will be able to pull the stuff off that line into both of those. Cool beans. The next problem we have is... Actually, this is all fine, because those go past the other. So they can pass the whole way down there, and these are available to both of them. So now what we do is we take you, we set you over to spoilage. You do this. Just same deal. If anything rots in them, just shove it into the furnace. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is... Can you reach? You're gonna have to move. I didn't want to move the drone port, but it's gonna have to move. And grab you, shove you down here, pick you up, and shove you there. Plug you in, bridge it across, bridge it across. Alright. And grab you. Grab all you. Okay. So that should help with all that. We can shove the little bit of science I grabbed an accident out of there. Have those all given to the network. Alright, so I think that'll do. So basically we added a whole bunch of, we had a whole bunch more labs onto it. We have it now where they're just kind of in line. We're probably reaching the point where we're going to have issues with the inserters being able to pass them fast enough. But then we also do have a line for if anything rots in any of them, they chuck it on here, loops around, goes into being just torched. And that should be good. I believe we are making science labs up here somewhere. I actually don't think we are. There's always room for more. Okay. Now bear with me, chat. I need to use a restroom here for a minute. But it looks like things are good. We've got stuff going back and forth on the route to Gleba, which that's working. You're chilling here, and the reason it's chilling here is it is resupplying its fuel and all that, which is just going to take time, unfortunately. We'll need to get all these set up. The good news here is that is getting maxed out. Honestly, we're probably going to be okay with this. We'll see how this goes. A lot of that's probably just going to go into rot. But with that said, I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, we're back. Little Guardsman is such a great game. I really need to go back and replay that. I always meant to go through and do all the achievements and just... You know, there's always a new game. Oh, right. The thing I was thinking about when we ran off to the bathroom. Are you not importing these things to grind up? Oh, you're just actively grinding them out as best you can. That's fine. Okay, so what I wanted to do is down here, my armor has some real crap modules in it that have been there since the beginning. Oh yeah, give me that sweet rare quality. Yeah, so we got a rare quality there. We got some uncommon qualities here, some uncommon qualities there. Where's the legs? I think they're down here, actually. You have failed to make a single good quality one. Cool. Oh, right, I remember. That's fine. Yeah, because you need more electric motors. I'm really surprised you haven't managed to make any. That's fine. We can just go up here for a moment. Do we have the drone port down there? Where's the drone port? Drone port should be around here somewhere. Here. Give me the higher quality drone port. You got the laser defense. Give me the better laser defense. Yeah, so I've got one grinder here who's just destroying everything. Being shoved in there. Ah, and I see. So it's backed up because it's got all the low-quality materials. Have I played Going Medieval yet? I have played it in the past. I haven't played it in a very long time. I know they had their update. I mentioned earlier on the stream, I found personally for me with Going Medieval is when I played it, ultimately I found myself in kind of the situation where it sort of gives you some kind of RimWorld-like mechanics, but also gives you some, like, Banish-style gameplay. And I always found for myself, when I played Going Medieval, that I ultimately ended up wanting either it to be more RimWorld or, like, more Banished. That, for me personally, kind of the combination of the two just really didn't do it for me. Like, it's not a bad game or anything like that. It's just kind of ultimately where it's sat. I always found myself being like, you know, if I was in the mood for a RimWorld-like game, I'd want more, you know, something a bit more RimWorld than it was. But if I was in the mood for a more, like, survival city builder kind of game, I wanted something that was more of a proper survivor city builder. And I never did find myself in a situation where I really wanted it in that situation. I'm not against playing it again. I haven't played in a while. But the other day, watching some of the other people playing the new version kind of just reinforced that same feeling. Yeah, so getting some better material and all that. Yeah, so realistically, this armor's going to need a lot more stiff. I'm kind of just shoving the batteries and all that in there because it's like, I got empty space. That space does literally nothing if I don't use it. I might as well shove stuff in there. This is not at all holistic layout. Okay. So, in the interim, how are things going so far as clearing all this stuff out? They have been doing a relatively good job of artillerying. I'm seeing, like, nothing else in range here. So, let's go over here. We're gonna get involved ourselves, because this needs to be a thing that gets taken care of. Actually, is that what I should be working on myself? Yeah, because you're still sitting here resupplying your fuel. That's fine. You're sitting here waiting your turn. You've already got a full payload just waiting. So unfortunately, it's just taking way too long to deal with your fuel. So let's see down here. Yeah, so you've got all those sorted out. Yeah, and you basically all have a full complement of artillery shells. So we want to continue to expand. It is going to be a thing of grabbing more artillery shells. We'll set you down there. And that should open up this area and start hammering them back. They can start building that across. In the interim, though, what I could probably do is I'll run down over here. I should have rockets in this area. We can grab a bunch of rockets so we can speed up the clearing. There we go. I was trying to remember what button it was to switch. Okay. So we can clear speed up the clearing. So we can grab that. I will need to grab a handful of the sentry guns. Your science is still broken, isn't it? The science should be fine. It's just waiting on the other type of science. We're waiting on the agricultural. And as far as the agricultural going, I did set the request to have all the different types. So it should just be a matter of whenever it gets there. Let's see, your green and red can't get to the top? Oh, right. Right. Yes. So you're grabbing, so you don't need to have two of these, I don't think. So what I could do is pick you two up, put a splitter here, twist you up this way. That would get up there. There you go. Why not bot fed science up? You mean the setup with a normal lab is temporary anyways? Now blue-green? Okay, so I think I have a way we can deal with that. I can put this to go underneath, like I did with this. So I'd be able to bring it here. Need to move you, grab you, put you there. But power here. You'd go underground there. You do 3 lanes per side using red inserters. Yeah, no, I've got the 3 lanes. Oh, I see what you're saying. So I could actually go and scooch the red inserter another tile back to grab this. Right. So you do 3 lanes per side there. I'm already committed this far. I think we're just gonna do it. It's a little cursed, but, you know, it works. Okay. Yeah, so we saw the science pass over. That's good. Alright. That's basically waiting until the Gleba stuff goes back over. What do I need to... What is your prereq? So your prereq is the rocket turret, the carbon fiber, and the advanced asteroid. So let's go ahead here and let's take these later ones off for right now. Because you're working on that. Let's get the carbon fiber on here. I'm sure I'll regret that. We're going to get the rocket turret. I'm sure I'll regret that. the Spider-Tron to be real nice, and I do think we will get there, but not yet. So let's get the stuff for Aquillo sorted out, because this is also stuff we need for general purpose stuff anyways. So I got all that going, and then from there, I would love to get the epic quality available. That's 5,000 though, so that's gonna take a hot minute. Now queue up some other stuff there. That's fine. So next thing I want to do is I'm going to run on down here, because I should have a bunch of bullets stashed down here. I also meant to grab sentry guns, so I want to run back up there and grab those. That's unfortunate that I already got my way down here. It's okay. But yeah, because we want to clean up these nests so that I can capture some more iron, because our iron mines are all looking like this, where 2/3 of the iron mine is depleted, and that's not great. Okay, new plan. You're allowed to carry that much. So it's not really as much ammo as I was hoping for. Honestly, at this stage of the game, it's iron and that. Just get it. Oh, good. We have turrets right here. There's where we're going to get our ammo or sentry guns from. There. So now we got 1,000 rounds and 17 sentry guns. So that'll do good. Alright, so I think first priority is continuing to clear this area out so we can hopefully continue to expand this defense. We want to get that oil. Then after that, we've got a bunch of areas of iron over here. So that iron, this iron, and this iron. We're going to go ahead and need to get those queued up as well. So we can go ahead and run over here and deal with that. Pretty soon we're going to be dealing with the headache of having ourselves more... Sorry, we're going to have the headache of having ourselves some more meaningful threats to deal with. Okay, so you're close enough I could just run over here and just slam you. One thing I should also do is queue up getting a higher quality rocket launcher. So how does my laser defenses work here? They're actually not bad. Yeah, so it looks like for the time being, until we get the yellow bugs, I can just roll around with just the rocket launcher and handle these on my own. Not needing to rely on backup or anything like that. Or just a walking tank. Okay. Now, downside is we go through some rockets. All right. Yeah, so I think what I honestly do is we just start working on building out the outer wall so far as queuing it up. And just as I get materials, we just clean up. All right. The amount of damage I could do and how fast is something else. I'll definitely say the armor-piercing rounds have fallen off entirely to a point of near useless. Okay. It's surprisingly even because I was thinking we'd get to nighttime, and because I'm using the solar panels, my energy would just drop off completely. But I think with how many batteries I put on, it's just not an issue. Okay. And that's one of the reasons why, generally speaking, I'm a big fan of like having the artillery and all that later, and nukes and all that. Is because you get to the point where, even if they were to escalate the biters, all they really could do is be like, make them tankier. They could do stuff to like expand the type of that, but then we need to get all sorts of tech to countermeasure, and there's definitely room for that kind of expansion and interesting stuff. But I feel like that kind of becomes more, you're now playing an RTS and you're not playing a factory automation game, even if it's still heavily factory automation. Like, your focus would change. Okay. And we're just knocking all this out. They're about to run out of rockets. I've got... That's it. No more rockets. Okay, cool. So now we just run back. I cleared out a whole bunch. We will go ahead and add to our things for the bots to deliver. Rockets. It'll tell them to deliver 500 of them. Alright, so from here... and sit here and start considering building that out more. The question I've got for myself is, do I want to go and, like, capture all of that area? So we have all this ore and all that in here and I don't have to worry about it for a very, very long time? Or do I not do that and move on from there? So that's one thing, though, is this artillery cannon doesn't need to be here anymore. It serves no purpose. I've already cleared that whole area. It's fine. And then this one here, tucked in the corner, I now have 2 artillery cannons that overlap it. It doesn't need to be there anymore. And so the idea is we just want to move that artillery forward. And so we can do here is I got you down here. So grab your logic. I'm going to shove you here. That should cover that whole area, and I don't care about working this whole area right now. And I think... put another one up there. That's kind of what we do, is we're going to move those artillery around as I need. They can kind of pound down whatever's over there while I wait for ammunition and whatnot. Then the goal will be to continue to expand the territory. Because this is what we're here for right now, is I need all of this oil. Because we look at our oil production, what's happened over here is these... oh, actually, they have some in there. I take that back. I'm not in immediate need of oil. I was, but apparently that the smaller node I took care of got that solved. But the point being, we want to expand this territory out kind of to the edges. I am going to need to capture a bunch of these iron nodes. That's actually why I put the one up here, is I wanted to start knocking down all these nests so I can then move the defensive line out to include the iron inside my borders. Because if we get the iron inside my borders, then I can go ahead and deal with that there. And you can see I started working on getting this railway over here. So that with this railway going across the water, I can then, you know, bring it over here, have it drop down here, get the oil. I can go up here and get the iron. Start getting out more into the extremities of the area. Let's go ahead and hide that. And the power. How is our power? I have not checked the power on this planet in forever. That's an interesting, weird spike we see here. Huh. Oh, I see. So it's getting to nighttime, and it's actually not even dropping by that much. We'll still want to keep an eye on it, but that's fine. Okay. And then what's been happening here is this copper is very quickly running out. I do have 2 other... I have other copper? Oh, right. That's right. I've got this copper that's being tapped. And then this copper we didn't even bother. Like, I put the drills on it, but then I left it alone. So let's fix that. The solar is maxed out recharging accumulators until they start dropping to half. Yeah. Actually, for this matter, don't do this. We're not short on materials. Sorry about that. Okay, so the far left lane is probably the least full of stuff lane we have. So let the far left lane take up its own thing here. Gonna have you come over here. So it's not doing anything yet, but you get the idea what's going to happen here. Is that as these start running dry... Have you been sitting here this whole time like that? But as these start running dry, you can start bringing the lanes over here to fill in where they're missing. That's fine. So I'll take care of the iron for now. Meanwhile, you don't need any of this here. Alright. We are starting to receive some of these. So I guess I really have no need for a lot of this. Like, I'll carry some around to help out. Yeah, so it's just gonna take time to get rockets and all that. It's fine. Okay. So we're working on trying to get ourselves some more oil and all that. How is our... Hantiv, how are you doing? So you're waiting on cargo from Gleba. So looking at Gleba, you have a full rocket here. So we're going to change you to use logistics. I didn't really want to do it that way, but it is fine. And that's because it's just, we literally have almost enough already there. Oh, you're going to have that spoil. What is going on here? No, the eggs rotted inside the machines at some point. Why did that happen? Why is everything rotten? Why is this entire system rotten? What happened when I stepped away for 2 seconds? Okay. Alright. We need to reboot Gleba. And the worst thing is, that means I have to go back to Gleba and get a new egg. But why did it all go rotten? Why are you not... What? Why are you not... Why did... Oh, did you run... You ran out of power. Right, so you ran out of power, and by running out of power, it caused this whole thing to shut down. And when this shut down, it all backed up. We're actually really lucky we didn't get a whole bunch of eggs hatching on this whole thing. Well, crap. Alright. So I need a ride. You happen to be right above my head. So congratulations, we are going to be commandeering the Fulgora thing. Why is the spoilers being burnt? Because the inserter can't put it in. The inserter doesn't have the power to put it in. Oh, no, the RoboPorts had blinking batteries. Stop it. Oh, I see. It's... Yeah, so it went down. Yeah, so like I said, the power went out, which I think was what happened is we were taking too many of the eggs away that it wasn't getting enough to feed the fuel, and so then the power went offline. And unfortunately, because we ran out of eggs, I have to go back to get the eggs. So whatever you were doing, you're not doing it anymore. Instead, what you're doing is you're paused. Gleba, go. Now, one thing I could do as a workaround is I could put a solar panel right next to where we've got the heater and have it on its own circuit with just the one inserter, in addition to the one that's already there. And so it could have that one just handle kind of passing over the stuff little by little. Because, yeah, honestly, the worst part is the fact they have to go get a new egg. Because that means I gotta find an area with the local things on Gleba to go fight. And that's kind of where we're at with the problem, is they don't really have a good setup for fighting them. Your failsafe for Gleba dying and needing more eggs is a stack of biochambers in a box next. Oh! That's fair. So that you could recycle them back and hopefully get an egg out of them. Not a terrible idea. That's it. We just go over here and we can grab one. It's fine. I was wondering, is like we had almost 1,000. We had almost 1,000 science like ready to go, and just unfortunately it all rotted, or it's all rotting, because it turned off power at like 950 something science, which was just enough to get the shut down. In the meantime, we're not going to get you anytime soon, so put you back on the priority. Speaking of which, how is Novice's... Yes, that's the yellow science production. You're waiting on low-density frames. And low-density frame was another one who was waiting on oil stuff. Which we got the oil stuff unstuck. Yeah, oil's... interestingly got two very different amounts. You know, all of our oil stuff is maxed out now. So that's all fine. Oh. I understand. Our coal's hit the point where the coal is no longer sufficient to deal with it. So yeah, so what we need to do here... we need to tell it to delete that. That's what's going on. Not the oil anymore, it's I ran so low on coal. We're just using the coal. Well, I've been meaning to put these to use. One second, cuz... yeah, you're still... wait a second. No automatic. Go back to Gleba. I took you off automatic. Go back to Gleba. You just stay here. Let me out. Drop the planet Gleba. Right. Yeah, no, it's okay. We'll just go right here. You're going up the speed. You should start slowing down. And that's all I wanted. I just want it off. You can go about your business now. Okay, so the very first thing is we need to reboot the factory. What I should be able to do is just go right here, get all this rot, chuck it in the furnace. That should give us a little bit of power. And that starts bringing all of this back online. Okay. So you ran out of power is what happened here. And that's because it's taking too many of the eggs off of here to do science. So what would be my best solution for this? So what we can do for solution is if this starts to get too cold, we can divert some of these things off of it. So I can go and do this. And your temperature is T. So if T is less than 550, you start hucking those over. That is not an elegant solution, but it's at least a solution. Okay, so this is all kicking over. Start chucking you in here. Start making some nutrients to get you two online. All right. I need something with a little bit more substance to it. You've got a nice long lane of these. We can go ahead and chuck you in here. That should start rebooting things. I'm gonna need turbines. Alright. Okay, so the bots are back alive. Okay, so it should start feeding those in, so that should get it to be sustainable on that end. Yeah, so basically it'll just inject one stack of these to bring up the temperature. And this is all rebooting, which is good to see. It honestly does look like the whole system set up that all I have to do is get that initial kick over, and the moment I've got that, it should keep it all running. Let's also consider putting one up here, even though it doesn't need 2 fuel sources. I'm worried about taking all of the fuel from one place and having that cause its own problems. I'll turn that off for just a minute. Okay. And again, temperature T. Yeah, so what should happen is they'll just chuck a couple over of each. So it'll be enable, disable. If T is less than 550, you chuck it over. You should not still be doing that. T is less... Oh. If T is less than 550? It is T, right? Yeah, T 550. So you're not getting T. Let's pause you for a moment. So red signal, red signal, red signal. Ah, I see. There we go. Cool. Yep, so in the event it drops below 550, that's the emergency, kick it back in, feed it some fruit. That'll be fine. Alright, so let's go over here and add one more thing onto your list of all the different buildings you do in the mall. Which is you build a turbine to expand power. Okay, so everything rebooted except the spider eggs because, you know, you gotta have spider eggs to do spider egg things. Factory's going well. We did accidentally have this whole thing come offline here a moment ago. Okay, so where is, like, are most likely to be able to, snag an egg from target? So let's run over here to the left. Did they streak? I'm also considerably faster. I don't think we can run away from the stompers, though. Strike? No, it was, we lost power for just a second, and the whole thing shut down because I was using the... Oh, is there literally nothing here? Give me your eggs. Early leaving me alone. It's all good. So that ended up being a very easy one. I was expecting that to be way worse, where I'd have to take out a stomper or something like that. Okay. So, you go ahead and have fun. That's where I took most of the ammo from. Alright. So I can go over here now. You're still purging all of the rot out of here. Okay, so you should be getting a decent amount of the nutrition through. Yeah, because we've got these running. They're just choking up because of the sheer volume of rot on the line. But as they get that emptied out of all the existing chambers, it'll just improve more and more. There shouldn't be that much rot left in the system. Oh, you managed to run the process and get the next one up. There's so much rot still being emptied. Yeah, it's this here. It's got that there has like 50 rot just sitting in it. You got tons of rot and you got tons of rot. It's literally solid rot there. And so much is on right on the edge of... Yeah, so much of it's like right on the fence of rotting. That's gonna take a minute to get all sorted. Because so much of the fruit over here, because that's why it's going so bad, is I think a lot of the fruit here, yeah, you can see a bunch of this is mostly not good. So as it processes, it'll already be partly rotten, and as it goes here, it'll be partly rotten. It'll eventually start clearing out all the old junk and getting that all sorted and whatnot. But can we get a shout out for Azrael, another fantastic content creator on the platform and everything, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Does a lot of simulation, but doing a lot of Timberborn as well and all that. Okay, so you've got rot to get rid of. It's also interesting to me because literally this filters out any and all rot once it gets down to this part of the loop. That's just how much rot it is. That's how long it's taking to get by. I guess in this case, we can add something to help out here. Well, I mean, okay. We can tell it to not bother putting the rot here so it can churn all that out. It'll dump all the rot out into the furnace to hopefully effectively purge the line. Probably do some farm sim soon. New pack of releases next week. Yeah, I mean, the pack's nothing special. A lot of the packs have always been kind of just, oh, here's some equipment. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so hopefully pretty soon... Yeah, so pretty soon we'll see all this get sorted. We're literally just emptying all this out. This has to stop. That's going to cause us problems. At least that's kicking this over so those eggs don't hatch in here. Hey, Sal! Thank you so much for the raid note stuff. Why do you have spoilage here? Why are you not emptying the spoilage? But hey, Sal, thank you so much for the raid note stuff. Can we get a shout out for Sal Berry, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform and everything. Someone I highly recommend checking out. But how was your stream and all that good stuff? That's fine, super great. Take your berries. It's your fate. But, here, I can get a shout out here. But we got Salberry popping in here, playing Going Medieval. I hope you had a good time with Going Medieval. Things were going great in our run in here, and then all of our stuff, like our power went out and all our stuff rotted, and now I'm rebooting my factory. How goes the factory? It's going good. We're on a planet where we fill our pockets with spider eggs, and everything rots. It's great. We had just left because everything was looking good. It was stabilized and everything. And then I very barely ran out of steam because I wasn't feeding enough spider eggs into the oven. So our power went out because we were burning spider eggs for fuel. And I had to come back to unstick it. But now that should be sorted. You hate that sentence? I mean, right here we got ourselves, let's go right here. Pentapod eggs. They're gross spider things. We can show you, like, it's not spider, they're just like long-legged things. But yeah. It's been fun. I hope you had a good stream with Going Medieval. Yeah, so there's one right up there. Yep, those are not friends. Those are the stompy spiders. So we just took their eggs and we used them for fuel. Oh, you hate that? Yeah. Yeah, Gleba is for Factorio Space Age, Gleba is easily the most divisive planet. Because everything rots, you have to use literal insectoid egg things as a material. And, you know, it's just a whole basket of a whole basket. Okay, so let's go through here and kind of clear this off. Because what's happening here is most of these, we had some of those that are near rotten, which is why a thing. Okay, you have a good one, and thank you. And you have fun feeding the puppers and all that good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual, Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and today we are playing some Factorio Space Age, where we're definitely not doing anything that's nightmare fuel. But what I'm trying to do right now is get all this rotten material off my conveyor belts so that we can get our conveyor belts processing things we actually want. So where is all the rot coming from right now? So you're dropping all my rot. Stop dropping rot. Okay. Yeah, so this is mostly looking good here. Oh, you're trying to reboot the bacteria on here. Right. And what's going on here that you're not rebooting? Did I have that backwards that whole time? Oh. I see. There. So we also raise bacteria that are iron-based to get iron on this planet. Yeah, so you weren't configured right. you should tell me... Why am I not seeing how much iron's in any of this? Oh, because we don't have any actual iron. It's all staying in the bacteria because we're still cycling. Okay, so all the rot was coming from this process generates rot as its byproduct. And it's what you do to make bacteria when you run out. It's just very wasteful of a process. So you kind of use it to boot up this. Like, this is used to make a little bit of bacteria, and then you put it in here and you feed the bacteria to make more bacteria. So this is a self-replicating loop that just needs food to be put into it. But creating bacteria from nothing is very costly. Yeah, so if we have less than 1,000 iron, we run this. And then this should only run if I have less than 10. Like anything over there. Okay, so that should fix that. So that was the second problem we had. Hey, Trio, it's all good. Spiders are nightmares and their eggs are fuel. Sounds right to me. That's sometimes just the way you operate. You're like, this thing is terrible, and so I'm going to burn it. There shouldn't be 10 on there, right? Okay, and you're waiting for your own things. Alright. So the good news is our science is back into production. This is all unjamming. We are slowly seeing these belts go more and more and more to having nutrients on it and other goodies, and not just an endless series of rot. So that's a big plus. Yeah, and so we got the science on here. It's all slowly rotting away. Yeah, a lot of that science is not going to last long enough. Alright, well that's rebooted. We also have it now where if this gets too cold, we just shunt some of our fruit into there to give us a new fuel source. I might be able to get this sorted out down here. It'd honestly be a bit of a chore to expand your stuff, because you're already covered as much as I think you can be. I would be entirely wrong. You have a lot of room you can have. Alright, so let's deal with that. So I can go in here, grab a couple stacks of the seeds. I'll need some landfill. I'll need some other awful things. Yeah, so for that I need seeds, I need landfill, and I need a lot of nutrients. The landfill's the easiest part because I just got hundreds of it sitting around. The nutrients, I just got to go over here and swipe it real fast. Okay. Okay, that's probably overkill. Let's run down here, and this should allow me to make way more of the fruit, so that we can keep feeding the system, so that hopefully we don't have to deal with that again the moment we go to leave. Why are you not planting any of those? They're all green. You don't have any rules. You've got the seeds. Ah, there you go. You just needed a minute. That's reasonable. And I still have more. I can't really put that to use right now, but that's okay. What I'll do is I've got storage boxes over here. That's when I don't know what I can do with something. I chuck it in a box. Yeah, and that's a bunch of science that got chucked in there and a ton of rot that got chucked in there. So what we can go ahead and do to help with the rot situation is honestly what I could probably do is go into our boxes here. Because that rot's just going to continue to build up over time. We'll definitely need a place to request rot to just chuck into the proverbial stove. So same deal here. Go like that. Drop you all in. You request any rot that gets out in the network. And then that just gets chucked into the furnace to keep the steam rolling. Okay, how are you doing on your science? Cool, so science production is back online. Like I said, unfortunately, some of this, because the ingredients we were using were already mostly gone. They're just really rotten. That, unfortunately, the science it produced was also fairly rotten. But that's not a me problem. That is another time problem. Traveler 2... Traveler 2 does not have enough storage. Okay, so let's go deal with that. So Traveler 2 is up here. It does now have enough storage. So first of all, just get that out of the inventory. Let's tell you to request less of that. How much can you carry? So it's 500, so you're still going to take 500. You're going to take 500. You're going to take 250. We can stop requesting the drills and all that. We have you bringing 2,000. Honestly, that's probably more than I need, so only take 1,000 going forward. Okay, so how am I dealing with Traveler 2's issue? So one thing is it should just leave on its own the moment its fuel's topped off, and it'll drop things off and that'll help solve its own problem. Yeah, so this does seem to be improving. It is just a thing we got a bunch of rotten in there. Okay. Yeah, so we definitely have some of the nutrients are getting through. Honestly, for this case, I'm probably better off putting it over here to have what little supplement nutrients these are making go down here onto this belt. But I also don't feel like dealing with it. Everything's back to the way it was when I left the last time. So we can get out of here. Travel to space platform, the Tantive 4. Yeah, because the steam is continuing to climb. Anytime that cools off, we're just chucking fruit into it, so that should keep it from breaking again. And then meanwhile, we can check on you. How's your stuff going? You're good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you to just go ahead and leave for the novice. I am going to tell you to deal with that. I've got to fix this design. I keep putting it off because I know I'm rebuilding a bunch of these. But that design just keeps causing me grief. Meanwhile, say drop to planet novice, so that the moment we get there, we just hop on out. It'll turn around and go home as soon as it's got fuel and ammo. Let's go ahead and take a look at how we're doing over on these. You're ready to not have that going on. Actually, does that matter? Because you are keeping those all supplied. So you keep splitting that off, that's totally fine. Traveler 2. You need to be outputting your stuff. The Tantive. Yeah, because what happens is we end up having these get filled up. And then we end up with like everything out of balance for one thing over it does. We've got the more advanced stuff, so if we were to reset up a brand new one, what I could do here is I'd have my paths, and if one of my paths has more than the other thing, we can then process this material to get some of the other material. And Epoch is just sitting there doing its science. Alright, so what we were doing on Novice is I was actively working on fixing my coal problem. Oh, I was like, why did I lose focus? We've arrived at Novice, so it's kicking me out because I told it to let me land. Because we're about to run out of coal, and that's caused us to not get plastic, which is causing our factory back home to break down. Okay. So let's go ahead and... the coal is over here. If I was smart, I would have copied it with that, so I don't have to just redo this all. Okay, so I've got all those set up, and the train track's down here. So let's go ahead and reverse these conveyor belts to point down instead of up. And then we can go ahead and check our blueprints we've made, and we'll grab a output-only blueprint. We can just chuck you right there and fix the one fatal flaw in the design there, which is you need to be a chain signal. So I am going to need to grab roboports and daisy chain them out here so they can actually reach that water. Boom, done. And that'll cover everything. Alright, so from here... we'll probably end up wanting to make a better design for like a belt balancer. Right now I haven't been using enough coal to justify putting much effort into it. Okay. So with all that, once they wire up those telephone poles and they get these train tracks, this will just be on the network. We change your name over to cargo pickup and change your thing you check to coal. And that'll put more coal into our system. We have been working on dealing with the biters to keep pushing them back so they can start claiming more territory so they get more oil. Well, actually, do we need the more oil? Because that was the thing, as I was looking at going, oh no, our oil's low, but it's actually, well, I mean, This is topped off, but this area is fairly low. So I actually don't really know if we need more oil or not. Either way, we can claim all this oil over here. There's more coal and uranium and more coal, copper. But I also need to get iron, either that patch, or this is probably the patch I should go for where our artillery is already firing. Because we got artillery coming in, we just... Every time it comes up off cooldown... Or not cooldown, every time we restock. What are you? I don't care about that. Alright. So they're doing fine here. So let's go run up here to where we dropped all our junk off when we had to scramble to go fix Gleba. And deal with that. This is all doing its fancy things, and we're slowly shredding stuff. Did you already fill up again? That's fine. But up here I have a box that's kind of the, I'm leaving, let me just drop stuff off. The important thing is, there's a lot of rockets in that box. I'll also grab the stack, I'll just grab the ammo. It's a little concerning that I have you in there. Oh, I can just chuck you in here. That'll do the same thing. Alright. So let's go run over here. I've got myself almost 1,000 rockets. Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why we're getting stuff like the stone online. You see all those blinking red things? That's our stone running out. Which is the reason I'm putting some time in, is I need to expand and knock back the nest so I can move up my defensive line to go capture more resources. We're not really out of anything, but we're getting low enough on some stuff that things aren't running the way they should be. That was the big thing with the coal. Oh, I almost forgot, pin you. Because if I pin it, then we can... Oh, I had it pinned already. We can keep an eye on it for when it gets low. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to move this defensive position out. It looks like our artillery's already done the job of clearing it out, which is perfect. So what I'm going to do here is put down the roboports enough that we can access all this. And I'll run around and just kind of have them set up the defensive line. That'll be good enough. Cool. So with that, they should be able to cover that whole thing. We don't need to worry about getting the iron now. It's just having the defensive line get put up there just means when it is time that I need the iron, it's already inside my perimeter. I don't have to worry about clearing out the bugs and all that. We can tear up the old wall when it's done. So let's see where else we need to go. We don't care about this stuff over here. We have been working on trying to clear out these nests down here and whatnot. And you're getting pretty close to opening fire to start clearing those nests. Yeah, so I think we get this area over here, and I want to clean this area out so that their bots don't cut across here and get themselves killed as they try and repair different areas. Okay. We had one worm trying to build there and was immediately murdered. Okay, and let's see what's going on with our science and why some science isn't getting done. It's probably still yellow science that's the one getting stuck. It is. And it's waiting on the low density structure. And the low density structure is being made here, which is waiting on plastic. And then plastic was the one waiting on the coal. Because we had this coal stop here, was feeding the low density plastic and the other stuff. Is this the coal pickup or drop off? So you're a cargo pickup here. So that's a little bit of a snag in that we are setting up on this, on getting this coal all figured out. No, you're missing power. We're getting all this coal figured out, but I'm coming to realize this is a pickup location, not a drop-off location, so that's an issue. So one thing we could do to help out with this for the immediate is likely going to be just turn off this station entirely. This station is just for continuing to keep the plastic, and then later on we can flip you over. So I'm going to say, hey, you only show up here after you get a billion, or a jillion, or a Google, or whatever, coal. Which, needless to say, is never going to happen because the box can't carry that much. Yes, these will all sit there and wire all these together. They'll start building the defense. Pairing that up. Okay, so I've got a lot of rockets, and I can go through and clean out a lot of nests down here while we wait. Ultimately, what we want is, if we watch over... Are you only now going? Okay, I guess. How's it going at Gleba? It all appears to be running smoothly. The steam is still going up. We are getting plenty more science. Yeah, the science is looking really good now. Now that we got all the old rotten stuff out of here, everything's running smoothly. So we should be able to get Gleba's science going back here. So we're going to slide all this forward again and put the atomic bomb at the end here. Because we need to get all those things for getting Aquillo, which is one of our next major projects. That's all fine, I don't care about that. Alright, so the plan here is we're trying to expand our territory so that way I can get more oil and I get a bunch of other good things that I need. So we're just going to go ahead and run out here. I don't care about going out to the west more, but down here there's this big open area here. I want to clear out just a ton of nests in this area. So I can hopefully move our defensive line out, and we can continue to expand the enclosure or whatever. I'm actually okay if we get biters inside our territory. As long as wherever they're at isn't a problem. Alright, so just draw them back to the laser guns. Alright. Ooh! Ow! The reason I almost died there is these rockets do area of effect. And because I didn't have a valid target nearby me anymore, because I killed all of the ones that were far enough away to be safe, I started shooting rockets at my feet. Yep, so we're just kind of running through here. I'm trying to kill up as many of these nests out of the middle as possible. And we're going to try and move this defensive line up. Okay. Cool. We got a bunch over here. One thing I'll do first. So just keep expanding, because what I can also do is once I get enough of those built, I can move my artillery out to the end to let it keep pushing while I'm not here. Okay. Interesting, there's a big group of you just sitting here. I think they're trying to do an expansion, but, you know. That's literally what they're doing. They just build the nest. You don't often, like, see them actually in the act of building a new nest. It's gonna sit in a spot for a little bit, and then the new nest appears. Okay. And you still get about 500 rockets left. But I do like the idea of continuing to queue up building the line out here. I'm going to have to go through and clean up once in a while. Okay, so these all have to get built, you know, torn up out here. But you get the idea here is I'm just kind of expanding again and again. And we're just going to need to clean the nests that are anywhere nearby. So, like, this nest has to go because they'll end up shooting at the drones and the walls and all that. Okay. Oh, I didn't hold shift on the last one, so it didn't place a bunch of this. Okay. Alright. So we got all those cleaned up. Ow. Honestly, the spit you just stand in is the thing that hurts the most because it just keeps ticking damage. Alright, so that's probably pushing our limit on how far down we can go. There's more iron over here. We're down to about 400 rockets. Now, before I go and clear those nests way down there, we need to backfill all these. But that's a very, very ambitious expansion. Alright. Still doing good in the ammo department. Okay, next I shot myself some more rockets, but that's okay, we barely survived. Alright. Yeah, so you can see all the bots just racing around out here, just building the wall as fast as they can. Which is what the hope has been. Is that they're just filling in all that area, getting that all sorted. And that what we can do is any resources captured inside, so the copper, the iron, the multiple coal nodes, the uranium, all of that's available. The big two here is the oil. But I feel like if I get this expansion, I've got a railway already up here I could just bring on down right through the middle of the oil. All of this could be exposed to it down there. We can work on that while I got research going on. Okay. And just a couple hundred more shots. You're just cutting across here and just knocking all the biter nests out we can. Okay, we got another nest built behind us. Okay, so let's check our ammo. We are down to 137 rounds left. Okay. So yeah, so we have solidly cut a path through them. Oh, okay. That was a little dirty of them. Aha! So if you missed what happened, I pulled up my menu thinking I was in the clear, and two of the extra tanky spitters just spit on the ground where I was standing, so I just basically stood in a hurdy circle until I died. So that's not the way to go. So hopefully they'll run off, because I'm not killing the green ones with this equipment. They're pretty close to my wall, so worst case I aggro them and I just run for my wall. Okay, so I got a gap right down here I can cut through. Basically got jump scared because I wasn't looking at him. Yeah, it looks like they ran off. So never, ever want the pistol. Or the regular bullets. Okay. And probably knock down that single node nest that's down here. Then I've only got... Oh no, I got 137 rockets. So I can take out a little bit more. I need to thin out these numbers so I can actually... Yeah, unfortunately our armor-piercing rounds are pretty worthless. Okay. And with that, all out of rockets. Okay, so now we just leave. We have killed a whole lot of the nests. We burned through a rather substantial number of the rockets. So at this stage, we can back off, see where we can move our defensive lines up to a little bit more. Alright. Yeah, so we've got this all filling in. Obviously, this isn't far enough that I'm going to be able to avoid all that. We did kill a whole lot. We do have that artillery there. So I'm leaning towards we go and do one of these. And tell it to rip that up. They'll start moving there because they'll have the artillery. Yeah, because we can start moving the artillery and then start clearing all that. Yeah, so this should be good. We'll get this wall put up. They'll hit it from both sides, so we're going to occasionally lose bots like this one here. Maybe we might lose because they'll cut across this area. That is what it is. I'm not going to fuss about it. As we get more rockets, I'll go over, and any nests that are causing me grief, I'll kill them. In the meantime, we can go to your logistics here. I would like ammo, rockets. If you go ahead and keep me supplied with 600 of those, that'd be great. There's 350 of them. Yeah, so your oil's doing fine for right now. Okay, so hopefully... Yeah, hopefully we're getting plenty of plastic now. So that should hopefully unstick things. How is the Gleba science going? Because you're chilling over here. You don't have the science up here yet. Gleba should be producing that science frantically. You have 1,000. You should be able to launch that. That's 1,000. You're set to accept that. Tantive4 is requesting it. Not enough to fill one rocket. Yeah, it's 1,000. What do you mean there's not enough? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is... Oh, that's a requester chest. Hold up. You need to be a provider chest. That's your problem. So there's like... No, but you have it. It's right there. You have almost exactly 1,000. You do have exactly 1,000. Okay, so with that on the network, now they can get that all moved to the rocket. The rocket can get here. And very quickly we can load that all up. Granted, some of this is going to rot before we get home. I'm actually not that worried about it. It's fine. We are handling the rot. Okay. How do you handle rot on another location? The same way as here. You just put it on a belt, feed it into a furnace, something like that. Like anything of that nature. Alright, that should be enough. Alright, with that, the Tantive4 should have everything it needs. It's interesting that the metal's not going through any meaningful speed. Alright, so that arrives here. And now that goes home. Still no rocket. It just takes a minute to arrive. Okay, so you're good here for right now. And that should help me continue to teach captivity. And captivity is a thing where what you can do with that is these biter nests that I've got down here. I can capture one and I can get the biter eggs. And we can use those for things. I believe you end up needing that as a prereq for things. Actually, do I even need that? I think you're an optional thing. Let's go ahead and scoot you over here. So I can delay worrying about that. I want to get these other ones that we're going to need. Yeah, I want to get all these other things that we're going to need for purpose of hitting Aquillo. Because what all is locked behind the captivity? We've got the overgrown thing. And a bunch of other goodies. Yeah, so it's the biolab, which is better for research. A captive biter spawner. That's just what that used for. The overgrowth soil. So this will let us have way more on let's do way more on Gleba. The productive module 3, which is nice. And it is a requirement for Promethean science. Forgot about Promethean science. And Promethean science increases the amount of research progress per consumed there. So it basically makes every one of your science pack have more science. Which is what's amazing about that. That's not a thing I worry about at any time in the near future. The Promethean science, that's your very late game thing. Yeah, you'd unlock Promethean science and you get that right at the end. But that's genuinely like the very last thing you kind of worry about is the Promethean science. Because it just makes it so your science goes farther. And you're still giving me rockets. That's good. That's the I beat the game but more. Yeah, that is I beat the game, but I am not yet satisfied. But yeah, because we're going to need the carbon fiber and all that for Aquillo. Which I'll have to go to Gleba and get that resolved, but that's fine. I mean, actually, I won't need to necessarily go to Gleba. I will likely need to just set up Gleba. Okay, and I got about 300 more rockets, so let's just keep knocking these nests down. Alright, so let's get back away from here. Got a couple of nests down here to deal with. Alright, we can just zip on through, use little lasers to knock off a bunch of them. Alright. Okay. We still have plenty of rockets. Right, and like I said, what I should do... Yeah, because you can... We'll deal with this one next. What I should do is probably take the time to upgrade my rocket launcher. Because that'll give me a significant boost in range. Makes dealing with a lot of this way easier. Ow! That's all it takes is 1 or 2 seconds where I don't technically have a target in range, so I shoot my feet trying to hit the things mauling my face. Okay. Alright, let's take a peek. Yep, they're doing a really good job of clearing all of this out. Now, downside of this is I am definitely spiking their evolution. Because destroying their nest does, you know, basically contribute heavily to their evolution. At the same time, you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay. Cool, so that should be probably enough farther down. Let's try and ditch them so I can... The next target's probably these ones over here. Because I keep pushing them back. There'll give me lots and lots of breathing room. Alright. Have you tried to discharge defense in your equipment grid? Not since we started this playthrough. I have in the past. I remember it being pretty good. I remember it being very, very power hungry. But honestly, right now with our power, we are using an army of lasers, so it's not like exactly we're being power friendly at all. I'll worry about the last one. Okay, let's get back out of here. We ran out of rockets. It stuns them for your lasers. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's definitely one to consider. I basically had a bunch of stuff trying to quality up while I wasn't here, and I just grabbed whatever was in the box. So I didn't put a lot of strategy into it. It's just shove things in. So if we look at our actual mech setup, it is just hot garbage. That I have enough solar panels I can just run forever with enough batteries. Alright, so we pushed that way far back. So I think the next move would probably go, you know, work on starting to build this to the side. And like I said, we're getting this giant territory all at once that's got literally just about anything I could want. It's got oil, it's got uranium, it's got coal, it's got copper, it's got iron. I don't see any stone in there. And there goes our artillery, destroying that nest. Got the artillery here that's probably going to sound off soon to destroy another nest. And thank you for the host over on the YouTube side. I do appreciate that. Alright, so we got all that going. We have been doing lots of exploding of the biters. So we should have gotten... Yeah, we have gotten our science back because of And see the research is happening. So they are researching as fast as they can. Now, some of this research is really close to going rotten. We probably... No, it's still at 15 degrees Celsius. So we definitely didn't lose anything. The Tantive 4 is still sitting here. It has no rot. So we may have actually managed to get back in time for that research to be chucked in here. Because some of that research is like right on the edge of going bad. It had about 5-6 minutes to it. But getting back is really, really quick. And we do have 3 engines on the Tantive 4 to just really race home on a hurry. And we do have pretty fast research as well. So yeah, it is just burning through that research. Yeah, so it looks like we might have actually gone away with it. Because like I said, I would think that would be hotter than 15 degrees Celsius. If we got more than like 1 or 2 units of rot in there. So we did get a pretty good chunk out of here. And if a bunch did rot, you know, it is what it is. 15C is where it starts? Yeah. So I think we... Oh, you actually have nothing in there. Okay, so your process is still running. You're not getting any of your stuff. Why are you not getting any of your stuff? So you're making a bunch of this. Oh. It's because we consumed a ton of resources and now it's backfilling all that iron that we had consumed. That's fine. It'll get it sorted out. But that does mean we have basically no science there. Okay, so these 2 nests get to die. They killed our drones. And we've got our defensive perimeter just continuing to grow. And that line is basically done. What we're going to do here is, since you're no longer needed, I keep all of the power stuff there. But all of the walls and sentry guns are going to go. That way they could just be relocated where they're needed. Yeah, we actually have some goodies in here. But I'm gonna need to find a way to get those back fed into stuff. I wonder if I just keep looping it around until we have nothing but higher quality materials. Again, extremely wasteful to do that. But that would slowly fill up these boxes with rare and uncommon materials of various types. Not really the best use for these things. Alright, meanwhile, let's take a peek. Are we getting our yellow science back in business? But still waiting on the frames. We're still going to be waiting on the plastic, which is up here. And then the plastic, which we're producing over here. It's churning away as fast as we can. It does fill up relatively quick. We could do more with this. I think the way I would resolve that is we would just go down here and just put more chem labs and bring the pipe on and split this coal down this way. I think we're actually going to do that. Alright, I have a need for more plastic. Okay, and then the next thing we'll need to do is I'm just going to run this solidly along the line here. Gotcha. So you got the big pole there. Thing that's not connecting to anything else. All right. I'll have to double check. A lot of this is not. Yeah, so you're connected, you're connected, you're connected. All of you should be fine. I will need one to bridge across there. No, the rest of this is all good. But yeah, so basically we're just going through here, and I'm telling it to double up my plastic production. Realistically, this is going to cause some throughput issues on the coal. If not the coal, the petroleum's going to take a huge hit, and that's going to tax my existing oil production. But the reality is, I need more plastic. There's only one way to make that happen, and that is to hook it up to happen. We still got you building all your stuff, you building all your stuff, so our construction bots are just overburdened. But my plan here is when this is basically tapped out or to the point we outrun it, I'm going to flip this from a cargo pickup that we've turned off into a coal drop-off and just flip all of these. Basically just flip the stop-off to empty out and then put it on the belt versus pick it up. I'm concerned that you're not actually doing it. Because we should have more than enough of these things. Like I said, the problem is mostly there's just a bajillion jobs and they're just working on building out this whole wall. And tearing down that one. There's nothing I need up here anytime soon, so we don't need to worry about that. There's nothing I need over here. Eventually I'll want that iron. We're already working on kind of enclosing this. Once I enclose this area with the biters out of it, we shouldn't lose any more of our construction drones or logistic drones to trying to cut across this area and getting themselves killed. And you're just stuck waiting on rockets, and they're just going as fast as they can, which is fine. Oh, right. I was going to go ahead and let's run up here. And let's get things set up for potentially getting ourselves a quality rocket launcher. I'd like to at least get a rare. It shouldn't be a hard one to make happen. Because you're just, yeah, gear a plate and all that. What I can do is go... right like this. Do you. Grab our... grab the quality thing. Oh, that's not what I want. Grab the rocket launcher. And go to the quality thing here. Oh, you know what I need to be doing? We've had access to the yellow ones for a while, and I keep not upgrading them. Because I keep forgetting I even have those. I am making the speed module ones, right? I think we are. Couldn't tell you where. There they are. Alright, so let's, before we actually commit to doing that, let's go here. You are now making those. And that means I'm going over to you. I'm yoinking your stuff out. Because I'm going to go over here. I'm going to put them in here. Alright, so you're working on that. So yeah, so we don't want to actually start this production. I want to upgrade that to the yellow one, because the yellow one will let me put more quality modules into it. So that'll be a thing we'll want to do. Now we can go and work on some of these other ones that I've been telling them to get better stuff. I mean, what we can do then is go to you, switch from you to you, and you to you, which is a whole thing. Drop you in there. And then go over here. And honestly, for right now, I'll just let it churn. We won't shred the results that aren't good, because I'm going to regret doing this. We're going to start and be smart about this. So I'm going to start with the rocket launcher, upgrade that, upgrade those two, upgrade you 4, upgrade you, not you. Actually, those are terrible idea to upgrade those. Upgrade you, upgrade you, upgrade you, you. Is there any other ones that I'm, like, itching to upgrade? There's lots more that I can benefit from upgrading, but I'm trying to focus on just the handful. Like, these are the ones that'll make the biggest difference. Alright. So now what I need to do, because I got all of those set up, all of these, not you, all of these ones that we want to have the better modules, I now have to put more better modules in them. Don't worry about those. Okay. I think we're good here. So that's the tier 2s. Then grab you. Oh, those are tier 1s, tier 2s. Okay. So with all that, we've given ourselves a pretty good chance of getting an upgrade. We're going to tell it to start making them. I'll give you 2 spots to work with. And I'm going to go up here. And any of these that gives me a regular old rocket launcher, regular old rocket launcher is not acceptable. It's gross. It's stinky. Nobody wants it. Normal rocket launcher in this town? Come on. And give me a good one. Nope. So we'll let that go ahead and churn away for a minute. The defensive line continues to grow out this way. Pretty soon you should be getting your artillery shells. And this has just a ton of nests to clear, which is part of the reason it's not... It's probably clearing nests, it's just not hit that nest yet. This wall I'm not going to bother continuing. The plan is going to be just cut this off gradually. Just keeping close, because it looks like there's more iron here. But if I do that, that is a massive nest. But if we do that, I shouldn't have to worry about territory for a while. Alright, there's another roll of the dice loss, so it's 2.6. So it'll be 5.2, 7.8. It's almost 10% chance. Now, ideally, I'd like a rare one. A rare one would be lovely. Normal rocket launcher is the equivalent of Zomboid Fork. Yeah, it's just... You could use it, I guess. The big thing is, while it gives you fire rate and a bunch of other good stuff, the big thing is the range. With the range, you can get to the point where you can just kind of sit back and not have to worry about the spitters at all. So you can just pour shots into it until the biters get on top of you, and then you just decide what you're doing from there. Alright. Okay, we got a good one there. And we can go to our armor here. Ken is peeking at the different things we're making. Alright. Yeah, looking through some of these things that we've been making, looking for the ones that are the higher quality. Man, you're still trying to get one winner. I'm not getting good luck with that. And I'm committed. Take that. So again, it was about a 1 in 10 chance of getting a higher quality. But dice rolls are dice rolls. And we're at probably about 25 we've made so far. Just second guessing myself, being like, wait, did I actually put productivity in there? No, it's quality. Seriously? Come on, man. For making me wait this long, give me a rare. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes, because the range is what you care about. Because like even getting to a rare will jump. Okay, so we got an uncommon, so that's at least something better. I still would love a rare. I am accepting that the odds we get a rare are not particularly amazing. Okay, we're gonna take it down to say 3 stacks. And you can do your thing. So we got ourselves like a 10% boost in range. Meanwhile, I gotta decide how I want to deal with this. Do I want to take all this junk and feed it back into itself so that we can gradually get all this? Because some of these are good materials and they are getting grabbed. So it could just be I leave it there knowing it'll work horrifically inefficiently, because otherwise I'm likely going to delete all of my materials and have other things break down because I'm just consuming all my materials gambaing. Okay, and you're still just chilling here. How's Gleba doing? Alright, Gleba's getting its research done. We did get a stack of research that rotted. And one concern we have... Oh! That's quality spoilage. My bad. I forgot I have to worry about the quality of the spoilage. What the heck does the quality of the spoilage determine? Nothing. It doesn't do anything. It's just spoilage of a higher quality, I guess. I guess you could use it to make higher quality nutrients, which would give it a better spoil time. So we're working on getting that done. So I can get the carbon fiber. Let's see from here. Yeah, we won't worry about that. Okay, so the next thing to get going on here, we are actively working on expanding our perimeter. But the issue I'm kind of running into here is I either need the artillery to hammer down the nest so we can continue to expand, or I need more rockets to hammer down the nest so I can expand. Either works. The construction bots are kind of slowing down, which means a combination of there's probably things that they are hauling that they've already got everything over there. Oh, how are you doing? Am I not making chem labs? Oh no, that's right. We are making higher quality chem labs now. Where are my chem labs? Okay, so let's make a minor change here. That's for the materials. So chem lab. Okay, so that's gonna take a while. But I forgot I was doing that I was, working on taking a bunch of those and trying to get the better versions of them. Oh, hey, you need to be marked to upgrade. And then get more of the quality stuff going on there. Which you should be good for that. We don't have many construction bots running around right now, because you got this basically done, except for a few accumulators that are probably waiting on batteries. And then these are also waiting on accumulators, which is probably also batteries. So broadly speaking, this wall is as done as it's going to be outside of the occasional accumulator picked up for a while. And there goes the artillery sounding off. Clearing out the neighbors. Okay. Yep, so little by little they're knocking that down. Maybe the spoilage is less stinky and mushy. But isn't spoilage supposed to be stinky and mushy? Wouldn't that make it less good spoilage? Yeah, so you can keep focusing on getting the rockets. So you've got your stuff here. So let's go ahead and we can grab your quality modules. Yeah, because all this stuff, we're trying to get the quality modules out of it. I see. I understand. Alright, so let's go and set you back to normal quality. For the ones that did not get placed. I just want them built. That's kind of the catch with the quality thing, is it wants you to specify the quality, which is fine, but it does lead to all sorts of weirdness. Okay, so we have massively increased the throughput of our chem labs here, or of our plastic production. It is absolutely going to be outrunning our coal production here, because there's like negligible coal production here. But that's fine. That is what it is. I very honestly should probably flip this stop, but I don't think we're going to do that right now, because I need to be wrapping up for the night. But it has been an absolutely excellent stream and all good stuff. We've made good progress. We basically got Gleba pretty sorted. I'm sure I'm going to have to go back and drop down rockets and get the carbon fiber made and all that, which is a whole thing. I wish you could set it to any quality and upgrade if you have better quality. Yeah, I could go for something like that where it's like, hey, I don't care what you make this chem lab, just build it. If it's a good quality, that's fine. If it's a crap quality, but they do make it so that all the different qualities are effectively their own unique thing, which is fine. But it would be a nice thing to be able to say, like, I don't care, let me put it there. But yeah, so with all that said, I have had a good time with this. There is a good chance I will stream tomorrow. It is technically my day off. It kind of depends on what Tomb's up to, but most likely I'll end up streaming. I don't know if I'm going to be just doing more Factorio or we get something else going on. Because, let's see, it was that way in the beta, but it caused a bunch of other issues. Gotcha. But yeah, so it was, it is kind of a thing, yeah, because you could run to weird stuff like where you'd have, you know, a stack of 5 needs to be used to craft something, and some of them go in with this, and some of them go with the other stack, so how do you resolve that? I can see that. But, so it's definitely one of those things that I could definitely see more Factorio tomorrow. Timberborn, we did launch the Wonder, so I'm kind of feeling like that's a good wrap-up place. Stardew Valley, we finished our challenge run. I am going to get another game going here on the channel in addition to Factorio while we finish out this run. But I don't know what that is yet. We'll figure it out, you know, either tomorrow or the day after, whatever. But thank you again so much for tuning in. If you're over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe. If you're over here on Twitch, don't forget to drop a follow if you're that way. You know, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and all good stuff, that's how you find a way back. But with all that said, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on tonight.